Hogwarts, Harley from the Which Way by author Shimo Nuha Lie. Chapter 201-230. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel, get early access to video on Patreon. Chapter 201. What does it mean that childhood sweethearts cannot defeat those who come from heaven? As October arrived, the weather grew colder, with wind, rain, thunder, and lightning all day long. No one was particularly fond of this weather. After all, when it rained, it was best to lie in bed and sleep. Yet, they had to drag themselves out of bed for the dreaded early morning classes. It was pure torture. Even more tormented than the average student was Wood. Gryffindor's championship lineup still remained, so Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw's overall strategy leaned towards joining the championship race next year, after Wood graduated. Cedric, the Hufflepuff captain, still wanted to give it a shot, but unfortunately, in such harsh weather, convincing a group of little wizards to train was harder than convincing them not to raid the kitchen. As for Ravenclaw's captain, Davies, he simply chose to give up. Ravenclaw's chaser lineup hadn't changed, the three of them combined couldn't stop Harley, so how could they possibly win? Were they just relying on Cho Chang, a seeker with only 1 year of game experience? Even Slytherin, who had some competitiveness thanks to their Nimbus 2001, wasn't doing well this season. It was good enough if their team didn't erupt into internal strife. Marcus, the Slytherin team captain, became one of Hogwarts' rare repeat students this year. This guy was so disgraceful that even the Slytherins themselves didn't want to acknowledge him. So, Slytherin was still in the process of determining leadership internally and certainly couldn't organize training. Originally, with a favorable external situation in the same internal lineup, Wood had nothing to worry about. However, he insisted on imagining enemies, frantically strengthening his opponents in his mind, and attempting to drag the Gryffindors to train in the pouring rain, even wanting to bring in a few substitutes. As a result, Wood was once again decisively suppressed and forced to promise that as long as other teams didn't train, Gryffindor would only maintain a low-frequency training schedule of once a week. After making the promise, Wood was filled with indignation and wished the heavy rain would drown him. Of course, the Weasley twins carried him back from the training ground again. Harley was actually quite indifferent to training. After all, with her extraordinary physical fitness, playing against other teams was pure domination. She was more concerned with Ron's rat and the movements of Sirius and Professor Lupin. After the first Charms Club activity, Harley tried to subtly inquire about Ron's rat. Unfortunately, according to the information Harley gathered, the rat had run away a long time ago. According to Ron, after the start of term feast, his poor rat, Scabbers, disappeared without a trace. It must have been eaten by that vicious cat kept by that damned Filch, that scoundrel Madame Norris. Ron would angrily tell others whenever Scabbers was mentioned. If he couldn't produce evidence, Ron would have been desperate to seek compensation from Filch. Upon receiving this news, Harley immediately realized that the rat was very likely Peter Pettigrew. He probably saw his old acquaintance Professor Lupin, and it's even possible he learned of Sirius's existence, which is why he was scared and ran away. Harley finally managed to quietly sneak into Ron's dormitory and retrieve a tattered toy ball that the rat used to play with. Once Harley processed this toy using some special methods, its connection to Pettigrew would become very clear. If Peter Pettigrew didn't employ corresponding countermeasures, Harley could then curse this toy to determine his location. Of course, if Sirius was lying and the rat was just an ordinary rat, it wouldn't waste much time. Unfortunately, for this plan to be usable, she would have to wait until Christmas. The method for processing this toy wasn't complicated, but soaking it in special materials required a long time. Of course, Harley wasn't impatient because of this. The demoness of Unaging lacked neither time nor patience. Amidst this busy life, Halloween arrived before she knew it. And this time, coincidentally, Halloween Eve fell on a Sunday, which was also the first day of the school year for students to visit Hogsmeade. Students could enjoy a full day of fun in Hogsmeade, and then return for the Halloween feast in the evening, which was simply perfect. Early Sunday morning, the Great Hall was filled with the tempting aroma of roasted pumpkin. However, most third-year students tried hard to restrain themselves. They had heard about Hogsmeade many times from their older siblings or other upperclassmen and had been looking forward to it for a long time. Many had saved up their pocket money, ready to feast to their heart's content at Honeyduke's and then enjoy a delicious butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks. Hermione was also enthusiastically planning her route and meticulously listing all the items she needed to replenish, including quills and parchment. Harley rested her chin on her hand, watching Hermione design the route. Actually, she wanted to go to the Hog's Head pub, which Professor Slughorn had mentioned, to buy some high-proof alcohol like fire whiskey and, while she was there, see if there were any second-hand dealers. Hagrid could get all sorts of rare items not found on the market in such places, and Harley, with her good luck, had no reason not to find anything. Unfortunately, Hermione was going to be with her the whole time, so this plan would probably have to be postponed, just like the Forbidden Forest exploration plan and the Pettigrew hunting plan. After a hurried breakfast, the third-year students impatiently surged towards the Hogwarts main gate, forming a long line in the entrance hall. Filch, the caretaker, soon arrived. He stood at the door, holding a long piece of parchment, checking the list, and vigilantly scrutinizing every face to prevent anyone who shouldn't be leaving from slipping out the gate. Little wizards who had not had their application forms signed, had signed them themselves, or had found someone to forge a signature, attempting to pass off fakes, would all be pulled out of the line by Filch. The deans seemed to have cast special magic on the application forms, so even the most convincing forged signature was useless. Harley also paid a visit to Sirius before leaving. After all, Harley had neglected Sirius quite a bit during this time, only checking on him when she happened to visit Hagrid. However, Sirius wasn't too disappointed. He spent most of his time with Lupin in the Forbidden Forest, helping Lupin find materials for his classes and planning how to catch Pettigrew. Through Sirius and Lupin's casual conversations over the past few weeks, Harley also learned a lot about her parents' generation. For example, Sirius's 12 years in Azkaban, their shared memories of the First Wizarding War, and Professor Lupin's difficult days before becoming a professor. Professor Lupin had a very hard time after the Wizarding War ended. He refused Professor Dumbledore's help and sought odd jobs alone in the wizarding world. During his toughest times, Professor Lupin even worked as a shop assistant or a temporary worker in restaurants for muggles. When Professor Lupin recounted this experience with a smile, Sirius choked up immediately. Of course, Professor Lupin's hard life and Sirius's painful imprisonment greatly touched Harley. But what truly shocked Harley the most were their shared memories of their school days. If Sirius and Lupin weren't lying, then based on Harley's synthesis of all the information. Professor Snape was my mom's childhood sweetheart, but my mom dumped him and chose my dad. What a classic case of childhood sweethearts losing to a sudden new love. Chapter 202 Professor Snape, you are such a person. Harley felt her guess was spot on. After all, Sirius had mentioned multiple times that before their 5th year, Lily would stick up for Snivellus Snape. But near the end of their 5th year, the two had a terrible falling out over a nasty incident and never reconciled. And by the end of their 6th year, Lily had started dating James. Lily was her mother's name, James was her father's name, and Snivellus Snape must refer to Professor Snape. Thinking of this, Harley could only sigh. Her parents' love lives were truly complicated. Unlike her, so pure, only enjoying attending noble banquets in Backland and Trier, and making friends with some noble young ladies along the way. Wait, she seemed to have seen more complicated love lives, for example, a certain female pirate general, who wished to remain anonymous, whose mother was a white saintess. If she remembered correctly, her eldest sister or brother was over 500 years older than her, and her father had also become her mother. Well, never mind then, Harley had seen more chaotic relationships, this really wasn't anything. Wait again, why was Professor Snape so fond of her, and often praised her for inheriting her mother Lily's potion talent? According to photos, after drinking the witch potion, she looked especially like her mother. Harley felt she had discovered a blind spot, and this blind spot was terrifying upon deeper thought. Professor Snape, I never thought you were this kind of person. After watching that week's short videos and having a deep think, Harley always went to Professor Snape's office fully armed, always carrying her magic mirror and homemade wand. Other witches probably wouldn't mind this, and might even be very happy to see such a situation, actively pushing things forward. But Harley was a witch with the disease attribute. She would definitely say no to such things. After leaving Hogwarts Castle, the two boarded a Thestral carriage and headed towards Hogsmeade. As they passed through the two outermost gates of the castle, Harley noticed that the Dementors on the stone pillars had increased to 4. Evidently, being on duty today was a good gig, and even the unintelligent Dementors were desperately vying for it. The carriage was fast, and in a blink, they arrived at Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade at this time was completely refreshed compared to when Professor Slughorn last brought Harley here. Tomorrow was Halloween, and outside every shop hung huge pumpkin lanterns, windows were adorned with bat decorations, and skeleton statues stood in the corners. Before the carriage even came to a complete stop, many little wizards eagerly jumped out and rushed towards their favorite shops. We'll go to Honeyduke's first. Almost all the senior students mentioned that the candy there is especially delicious. Hermione said seriously, looking at the parchment in her hand. When the two arrived at Honeyduke's, there were already quite a few students in the shop. On the shelves directly opposite the candy store's entrance, hundreds of chocolates were neatly arranged, even including fried fish-flavored savory chocolate. However, this kind of thing that simultaneously enraged both sweet and savory lovers could only be made in Britain. Even Lowen wouldn't go to such lengths. Below the shelves were numerous jars filled with creamy almond toffee, sparkling pink coconut ice cream, and the most popular among students, fizzing Whizbees, which were juice jelly balls that could make people float in the air. Harley remembered that fizzing Whizbees' ingredients included billywig stingers, and the effect of making people float in the air came from the neurotoxin inherent in billywigs. However, people stung by many billywigs, while floating unsteadily, also experienced dizziness as a side effect. If too severe, there was even a possibility of life-threatening danger. But Honeyduke's had its unique secret to eliminate this toxicity, retaining only the magical effect of making people float. Harley had researched this secret for a long time, but unfortunately, she had never found a clue. Currently, Harley's only method was to reverse engineer from the finished product, little by little, to deduce the method used to eliminate the neurotoxin while retaining the levitation magic effect. It wasn't that she wanted to steal this trade secret to open her own shop. It was just that this method would probably be very useful for processing some potion ingredients. After Harley and Hermione entered the shop, they quickly began to purchase, buying a little of each candy. Harley also picked up some blood-flavored lollipops, a favorite of vampires, preparing for a bold experiment to see if Professor Babbling liked them. Although she didn't know if she would like this flavor, Harley wasn't short on money, so she simply bought some to keep in case they were needed. Hermione bought an extremely large quantity of candy, and Harley couldn't help but tease, "I didn't expect Hermione, who focuses on dental protection, to buy so much candy." "Of course not," Hermione retorted. "It's just that Mom and Dad have long been looking forward to the food in the Wizarding Village, so I'm buying some to give them as gifts." "Sorry, Harley. It's fine." Harley waved her hand, appearing completely unconcerned. As the two checked out, Ambrose Flume, the owner of Honeyduke's, noticed Harley Potter. "That's me, Mr. Flume." Harley nodded. Professor Slughorn mentioned you to me. I was wondering when you would come today." Shop owner Ambrose said with a smile. "Well done, congratulations on winning the potion championship back for Hogwarts. I also loved potions back then, but unfortunately couldn't participate because of that damned wizarding war. Of course, for me, even though I couldn't join the Extraordinary Potioneers Association, combining potions, magic, and food to create various creative candies like this still makes me happy." Shop owner Ambrose said as he quickly wrapped up the candies for the two. He also gave Harley an extra bucket of fizzing Whizbees, congratulating Harley on winning the championship and fulfilling his own unfulfilled dream. This made Harley a little embarrassed. After all, she was still eyeing his unique secret technique. Stepping outside, the cold air made Hermione let out a heavy sneeze. So Hermione resolutely adjusted their plan, first to the 3 broomsticks to have a steaming butterbeer to warm up, and then to the stationery shop to replenish their supplies. Upon arriving at the pub, the two sat at a table near the corner. Hermione went to order 2 butterbeers, while Harley unwrapped some candy. When she first encountered the wizarding world, chocolate frogs had already amazed Harley. But compared to these candies from Honeyduke's, chocolate frogs seemed not so outstanding anymore. Chapter 203. When I think about it in the middle of the night, I have to slap myself. By the time Harley was eating her 3rd peppermint chew, Hermione returned with 2 large, frothing butterbeers. The 3 broomsticks, butterbeer contained only trace amounts of alcohol, its main ingredients being butter, sugar, and water, so it could be served to students. As for stronger drinks, like fire whiskey, they were not sold to students here. Of course, during Quidditch team practice, Fred had already told all the players that the Hog's Head pub sold high-proof alcohol to little wizards, the only downside being the high price. But now, Harley couldn't possibly fly to the Hog's Head pub. So why not sit down and enjoy a butterbeer? The two of them clinked their mugs together and then began to savor their drinks. The butterbeer at the 3 broomsticks tasted different from the butterbeer served at the Order of Merlin Awards ceremony. It was noticeably sweeter. However, after drinking it, Harley felt every inch of her body warm up. In this cold October, it was undoubtedly a great pleasure. Harley and Hermione had only managed to take 1 sip of butterbeer when they heard a voice. Professor McGonagall, holding a glass of violet water, sat down beside them. The atmosphere in their immediate vicinity instantly tensed, and the little wizards at the surrounding tables simultaneously lowered their voices and stopped discussing their plans to copy each other's homework. The few fourth-year Hufflepuff students who had been closest to them exchanged glances, then all quickly finished their butterbeer and left the 3 broomsticks. And other little wizards who had intended to sit nearby also instinctively changed direction after seeing Professor McGonagall. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall," Harley and Hermione said in unison. "Good morning, girls," Professor McGonagall raised the violet water in her hand. "I remember this is your first time in Hogsmeade, isn't it? How do you like it?" "It's wonderful," Hermione nodded, a little excited. As a seasoned good student, she wasn't afraid of Professor McGonagall. "We've already been to Honeydukes, and now we're having some butterbeer to warm up. Later, we plan to go to Scrivenshaft's quill shop." "Oh, Professor McGonagall, how's the quality of the clothes at Gladrag's Wizardwear? I need to buy some new undergarments." Hermione asked the last sentence in a low voice, her cheeks slightly flushed. Indeed, our Hermione is also a big girl now. Professor McGonagall, not in a teaching setting, was far less serious than usual. Hermione instantly lowered her head, her face even redder. Harley looked at Hermione and shook her head. Hermione really couldn't be called a big girl. After all, England's flat chest, only those who've seen it know. Professor McGonagall took a sip of violet water, then said softly, "I actually don't really like Gladrag's Wizardwear, their clothes are too flashy. But it seems that little wizards nowadays all quite like them. Of course, their quality is absolutely beyond reproach." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." Hermione nodded repeatedly in thanks, while also jotting down this information in her notebook. "Professor, are you here on vacation today?" After finishing her notes, Hermione asked with a hint of curiosity. "You could say that." Professor McGonagall's face suddenly showed a touch of melancholy. "Tomorrow is Halloween, so I came here to have a glass of violet water, my late husband's favorite, and to remember him." Hermione instantly covered her mouth, suddenly wanting to slap herself hard. "Professor, I'm so sorry, truly, I didn't mean to." "It's all right, child." Professor McGonagall shook her head. "Elle has been gone for a long time, it's nothing difficult to accept." The area around the table became exceptionally quiet for a moment. After Professor McGonagall quietly finished her glass of violet water, she gently stood up. "Girls, I'm leaving now. I hope you have a pleasant time." Professor McGonagall walked towards the door, her figure gradually disappearing. After talking with Professor McGonagall, Hermione suddenly fell into deep self-reproach, losing her enthusiasm to continue exploring Hogsmeade. After simply buying some clothes at Gladrag's Wizardwear, she wanted to part ways with Harley and return to school first. Harley, of course, refused and chose to accompany her good friend. Anyway, there would be many more visits to Hogsmeade in the future, so this one time didn't matter. On the way back, Hermione was a little depressed. Although she was a demoness of affliction, not a psychologist, Harley could only temporarily fill in. After Harley's guidance, Hermione fell asleep as soon as she returned to the dormitory. Harley also chose not to return to Hogsmeade, but instead leaned against the bedside table, quietly reading a book. Hermione slept straight until the Halloween feast began. After waking up, Hermione's mood was noticeably much better, and she began to worry if Professor McGonagall would dislike her because of it. "Don't worry, relax," Harley comforted Hermione. "That was just an unintentional remark, Professor McGonagall won't hold it against you." After comforting her, Harley didn't let Hermione overthink it and directly pulled her downstairs to attend the feast. It must be said that the Hogwarts Halloween feast seemed to aim for something different every time. Although she hadn't attended last year's Halloween feast, she heard from others that at that time, many giant pumpkins floated in midair, large enough for people to sit inside. This year, the pumpkins on the ceiling contained candles. And a large group of live bats flew among the pumpkin lanterns, and she didn't know if Professor Babbling had kindly provided them. She didn't know which professor also came up with the idea of combining it with reality, hanging many Dementor decorations on the walls, but the Dementor's robes were dyed in various colors. At the teacher's table, Professor McGonagall looked as usual, without a trace of sadness, chatting with the other professors. This completely put Hermione at ease, and she began to enjoy the delicious food. Harley, however, made a new discovery. She keenly noticed that Professor Snape's gaze frequently turned towards Professor Lupin. Had something happened? Harley thought of the new wolfsbane potion Professor Snape had brewed a few days ago, which could cause a werewolf to experience severe abdominal pain 6 hours after drinking it. In these past few days, by her reckoning, Professor Lupin was also close to transforming into a werewolf. Then the situation became very clear. Harley swore on her conscience that she hadn't done anything. Professor Snape himself had created this brand new side effect. So, Uncle Remus, good luck. Chapter 204. Is it true that something bad is bound to happen on Halloween? As Harley expected, Professor Lupin frowned barely a third of the way through the feast. At this moment, his stomach was churning, as if Peeves was having a party inside. Professor Lupin had fallen into self-doubt. He was a werewolf, with excellent basic physical qualities, so he shouldn't be getting minor illnesses. Could it be a major illness? Thinking of this, Professor Lupin suddenly felt a little nervous. His purse couldn't support him going to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Without time to think further, Professor Lupin hurried out of the Great Hall, clutching his stomach. Professor Lupin's speed was so fast that Professor Snape didn't even have time to stop him. Although he failed to embarrass his colleague, Professor Snape was still in a good mood, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. He instinctively fumbled in his pocket and pulled out the parchment scroll containing the new version of the Wolfsbane potion formula. This was truly a treasure, Professor Snape decided. He must preserve it well, continuously improve it, and make its effects even more potent and powerful to create new glory. Humming a tune, Professor Snape folded the parchment and carefully tucked it into his pocket. He was in such a good mood now that even if his hand got burned, he wouldn't get angry. Wait, Professor Snape suddenly realized, why would his hand get burned if it was in his pocket? The only thing in his pocket that could get hot seemed to be the alarm magic he had set. To prevent the foolish little lions of Gryffindor from stealing potions from his office, Professor Snape had laid down layers of magic in his office. As soon as someone touched these spells, a key he carried would heat up furiously and emit a piercing sound. Before the Halloween feast today, Professor Snape had turned off the sound, retaining only the heating function. He had originally thought that at this time, no foolish little lion would dare to court death. He was wrong. Professor Snape stood up, radiating murderous intent. His rough movements and ferocious face caught Professor Dumbledore's attention. Severus, what's wrong? Professor Dumbledore asked softly. Nothing, Professor Snape said, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. A little rat. I hope it's just a little rat. Touched the magic I set in my office, even the storage magic. He touched it too. I'm going to see who is so bold. Maybe it's some foolish little lion. Saying this, Professor Snape deliberately glanced at Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, however, did not refute this time. She was genuinely a little flustered. Could it really be her own little lions who did it? She completely believed that the Gryffindor lot were capable of such a thing. From the Marauders to the Weasley twins, the most troublesome little wizards over the years all seemed to be in Gryffindor. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall felt a pang in her heart. Why couldn't every student be as obedient, well-behaved, and studious as Harley and Hermione, saving her worry? The successive departures of the two professors attracted the attention of many little wizards. The ghost's performance was no longer appealing, and the pumpkin pie on the table was not attractive enough. The little wizards began discussing why the professors had left. But they hadn't been discussing for 10 minutes before they were forced to interrupt their conversation. Because Peeves suddenly burst in, rolling in midair and screaming madly. Ha 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 ha, Peeves is so happy. The Great Hall quieted considerably. Everyone looked at Peeves, curious about what he was up to now. Peeves, Professor Dumbledore waved his wand, forcing Peeves to quiet down. If I recall correctly, you promised me you wouldn't disrupt the feast. No, Principal. Peeves' greatest fears were Professor Dumbledore and the Bloody Baron. He wouldn't dare mock Professor Dumbledore. Peeves' mischievous expression instantly vanished, replaced by a fawning and solicitous demeanor. I'm just celebrating the occurrence of a good thing. Oh, then would you like to share your joy with us? Of course, esteemed Principal. Peeves did another somersault, grinning at Professor Dumbledore through his legs. That hateful fellow who always tries to hinder my pranking career was attacked. I don't know if he's dead, but he's lying on the ground motionless anyway. How truly pitiful, that caretaker Filch. ... The Great Hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Professor Dumbledore stood up. Everyone, please remain calm and stay in the Great Hall. Do not go outside. Professors, prefects, and the head boy and girl are responsible for maintaining order. The deans and I will go investigate the situation. Immediately after, Professor Dumbledore waved his wand, and all the side doors of the Great Hall were closed. Professor Dumbledore led the way out through the main doors, followed closely by the other three deans still in the Great Hall, who then closed the main doors. The feast no longer continued. Everyone had no appetite and instead discussed Filch's attack. Although many people particularly detested Filch, as he, the caretaker, constantly made trouble for the little wizards. But no one had ever attacked Filch before. At most, they would throw a few dung bombs into his caretaker's office to cause him some trouble. Furthermore, there was also the notorious Death Eater, Sirius Black, outside, and this Sirius also had a history of killing a large number of Muggles. So, even though the truth had not yet been investigated, everyone had already reached a consensus that the attacker of Filch was Sirius Black, who had infiltrated Hogwarts. Now, even the Weasley twins, who detested Filch the most, were worried for him. 2 years ago it was a troll, last year was an attack, Fred said loudly, counting on his fingers. This year, old Filch was attacked again, and someone even tried to steal the old bat's potions. Don't forget, 3 years ago a professor secretly ran into the Forbidden Forest during Halloween and got hit twice by a unicorn, George reminded him. Alright, let's count the two, Fred continued to calculate. I'm just saying, does something always have to happen at Hogwarts on Halloween? George, what are you doing? Percy suddenly appeared. Are you trying to cause trouble again? Absolutely not. And, I'm Fred, he's George. You've tricked me so many times, do you think I'll still believe your nonsense? The three immediately got into a commotion. Harley, will Professor Lupin be alright? Hermione suddenly remembered something and leaned towards Harley. Professor Lupin left the Great Hall alone earlier, he wouldn't have coincidentally run into Sirius Black, would he? Chapter 205. This is a sentence. No, probably not. Harley shook her head, trying to make her tone sound less certain. After all, the probability of Professor Lupin and Sirius fighting was too small. Unless it was a different kind of attack suitable for the British Empire's national conditions, then the probability might be even greater. But you can go and tell Percy to send a ghost to inform Professor Dumbledore. Indeed, Professor Lupin is so kind, it would be terrible if he were attacked by Sirius, Lavender chimed in. How is that possible? Professor Lupin is the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, and he's so powerful, how could he be attacked? The little wizards who particularly admired Professor Lupin immediately retorted. I believe Professor Lupin can easily deal with a mere Sirius. Don't forget, Sirius is a despicable Death Eater. What if he ambushes Professor Lupin? The students' discussion gradually veered off course, eventually becoming completely unrelated to the original topic. They went from who the attacker was, to how Sirius infiltrated Hogwarts, and finally to who would be stronger if Sirius and Professor Lupin fought one-on-one. Hermione, meanwhile, ran to the Weasley brothers, trying to separate Percy and the Weasley twins, and voiced her concerns. This time, Fred and George didn't cause trouble either, and actively helped their brother find a ghost. After all, Professor Lupin was their most respected teacher. The Great Hall became increasingly chaotic, with the prefect and the head boy and head girl completely unable to manage it. Although there were still professor in the Great Hall, neither Professor Sinistra nor Professor Burbage had much deterrent power themselves. It wasn't until Professor Dumbledore returned with the 4 deans and Professor Lupin, and made several loud explosions towards the ceiling, that the students quieted down. 2 very serious incidents occurred tonight. Professor Dumbledore's expression was very serious, even a little angry. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, was attacked by an unknown person, suffering a very severe physical blow to the back of his head, and requires treatment. And Professor Snape's office was also attacked, with many valuable and expensive medicinal ingredients stored for the school missing, a loss of over 2,000 galleon. These are very serious incidents, fully meeting the standards for sentencing by the Ministry of Magic, and there is a high possibility of being sent to Azkaban for over 5 years. So I hope this is not the doing of any student. If it is, then I will have no choice but to expel him. Saying this, Professor Dumbledore paused, his gaze sweeping around, before he continued. Based on the Dean's judgment, we can initially conclude that the person who attacked Caretaker Filch and infiltrated Professor Snape's office is the same person. Although we are inclined to believe it was Sirius Black, we still need to screen the students in the absence of conclusive evidence. Now, Prefect, please assist the Dean in counting the number of students in each house and identifying any students who are not currently in the Great Hall or who have left midway. The students were in an uproar. Although attacking Filch and stealing Professor Snape's potion ingredients had always been something many students wanted to do. But when it escalated to a criminal case, everyone was still very scared. After all, everyone had experienced the terror of Dementor. If they had to be with them every day in Azkaban, they'd rather kill themselves. So everyone was very cooperative, and the prefect quickly finished counting the numbers. To everyone's surprise, all the students who had left during the feast had been very quick, the longest only leaving for 10 minutes. As for the absent students, only 2 7th-year Ravenclaw had not attended the dinner tonight. And these 2 students also had ample evidence to prove their innocence. They had attempted to delve deeper into Transfiguration during Transfiguration class, but a small accident occurred, reversing their noses and eyes. They were currently still in the hospital wing, being cared for by Madame Pomfrey, so it was impossible for them to have committed these two acts. So almost everyone could be sure that the culprit was Sirius Black. Professor Dumbledore frowned and whispered something more to the deans. Finally, the deans decided to have the students stay overnight in the Great Hall. The prefect were responsible for guarding the entrance to the Great Hall, while the head boy and head girl managed everything. And the professor would continue to search the castle for the escaped convict Sirius, communicating through ghosts and portraits. After Professor Dumbledore finished arranging everything, he stopped speaking, about to leave the Great Hall, when he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right, I just remembered, you'll probably need these." Saying this, Professor Dumbledore waved his wand lightly, and all the remaining food on the tables disappeared, and the tables also flew to the side of the Great Hall, neatly leaning against the wall. Professor Dumbledore waved his wand again, and hundreds of soft purple sleeping bags appeared on the ground simultaneously. "Go to sleep quickly, minors shouldn't stay up late," Professor Dumbledore said, then strode out of the Great Hall, followed closely by the deans and professor. The Great Hall immediately erupted into excited chatter again, with many curiously asking the ghosts or the portraits on the walls about the current situation. "Everyone go to sleep quickly," Percy shouted loudly, "hurry up, no talking. Lights out in exactly 10 minutes." Harley and Hermione each grabbed a sleeping bag, found an empty corner, and laid them side by side. Soon, all the candles in the pumpkins went out, and the enchanted ceiling cooperatively displayed a sky full of stars. "I hope Filch is all right." Hermione was a little worried. "He'll definitely be fine, you have to trust the professor, abilities," Harley comforted Hermione. The two said goodnight and then fell silent, but Hermione was truly asleep, while Harley's hand still held her wand. "Expecto Patronum," Harley whispered, and the tip of her wand quickly emitted a silver light. The silver light seemed to have a consciousness of its own, and instead of condensing into Medusa, it slowly flowed into the magic mirror placed on her lower abdomen. At the same time, streaks of emerald green light also flowed directly into the mirror from the fingertips of Harley's other hand. If someone were to lift Harley's eyelids at this moment, they would find that two colors of light were constantly alternating in her eyes. Before long, all the anomalies under the sleeping bag disappeared, and Harley's breathing gradually became steady. Meanwhile, at the glass of the girl's lavatory closest to the Great Hall, silver and emerald green light intertwined and gushed out, condensing into a graceful body. The body had a human torso and a snake tail, with delicate features and a head of snake hair. It was Harley's Patronus, Medusa. Chapter 206 Backtracking. Light continuously flowed around Medusa's body, the Guardian. Soon, she was entirely silver white. The previous emerald green light gathered at her snake hair and lower abdomen, concealed by the silver light, making it completely invisible from the outside. Medusa moved her body, stretched her arms, swayed her snake tail, and then manipulated her snake hair. Finally, Medusa opened her mouth. "Hello, my name is Harley Potter." The voice she produced was identical to Harley's own. After completing all the tests, Harley nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, my speculation was correct, the Patronus and the mythical creature form are extremely closely linked. I can inject my consciousness into the Patronus, and at the same time, imbue it with the power of my mythical creature form. This situation is very similar to how low-level Beyonders attach their spirit bodies to high-level items to temporarily boost their power. It seems I still need to continue developing this charm. Wait, can I inject the power of the mythical creature form into the Patronus, allowing me to freely display my mythical creature form even before reaching sequence 2? This is a thought, worth a try." After jotting down this accidental thought, Harley began to try and control herself, attempting to make the silver robe on the surface of this Patronus body less bright. However, she tried for a long time, but the effect was not very good. "Sigh," Harley said, looking at her still brilliant arm, "let it be, I'll just have to be more careful when moving." Harley swayed her snake tail, swiftly gliding through the corridor. Although she hadn't appeared in this form for a long time, Harley, at sequence 3, had activated her mythical creature form many times before, giving her rich experience. Now, Harley quickly reacquainted herself with this method of movement. The corridor was empty at this time, and there were no figures in the portraits on either side. Harley's objective was clear, she headed straight for the caretaker Filch's office. At the corner of the corridor, Harley stopped moving. A snake hair began to lengthen, slowly moving along the ceiling. Through the perspective of that snake hair, Harley saw that Filch's office door was wide open, showing no signs of violent damage. Looking inside the office, it was empty, but the overall scene suggested it had been ransacked. Along the walls of Filch's office, there were originally many wooden filing cabinets. The cabinets contained detailed files on every student Filch had punished, as well as various confiscated contraband items. But now, these cabinets had been violently destroyed. The door of the cabinet closest to the entrance had fallen off, and another cabinet had completely disintegrated, leaving only its base. The confiscated prohibited items were scattered everywhere, and shredded paper from various documents littered the room. Clearly, the professors were not in the mood to clean up this mess for Filch, merely forcing some of the triggered prohibited items to calm down. After confirming no one was present, Harley manipulated her body to move forward. As she passed the office door, Harley, relying on the extremely high spiritual warning in this state, sensed several magical traps. Perhaps a professor casually placed a few charms here. Harley paused briefly, studying them carefully. She barely recognized one of the charms as a delayed Petrificus Totalis, which Professor Flitwick had mentioned. As for the other charms, Harley had never seen them, so she couldn't determine their effects. If the culprit returned to the scene, these charms would surely leave a lasting impression on him. However, Harley's Patronus was entirely composed of magic, similar to a spirit body, and would not trigger these charms aimed at the physical body. After Harley slipped into the office, she looked at the empty, human-shaped space in front of her, and emerald green light began to flash in her eyes. Although she hadn't fully recovered to her demoness of despair state, through the medium of the Patronus, Harley could barely exert power close to sequence 4, and for a much longer duration than before. Harley fully utilized this high-level power, combining it with some dark arts and curses unique to witches, and drawing inspiration from some rare collections in the restricted section to barely form a detection ability. Although there was no change in the empty space, the scenes that had previously occurred flashed rapidly in reverse before Harley's eyes. Professor Flitwick setting traps at the office door. Professors searching the room. Professor McGonagall forcibly stopping all activated contraband. Professor Sprout lifting Filch. Professor Snape turning Filch over and force-feeding him a potion. Peeves laughing as he left the office. Found it. The image froze on a short figure frantically rummaging through the office. Harley accelerated her review, then started watching from the beginning. From Harley's perspective, Filch at that time was tidying his black suit, preparing to attend the Halloween feast. Suddenly, a rat appeared from the corner and transformed into a short man. The man picked up the chair behind the desk and fiercely struck Filch on the back of the head. Filch fell heavily to the ground without a sound. The man quickly picked up a wand from Filch, then purposefully blasted open a separately placed cabinet, desperately searching for something inside. Unfortunately, he seemed to find nothing and, in a fit of rage, blasted open all the other cabinets in the room, shouting wildly. Seeing this, Harley quickly ended the ability. At this point, the two-colored light on her body had faded considerably. Although Harley's body was made of magic and should not experience fatigue, she still looked breathless. This kind of retrospection still consumes too much power. I can't clearly see specific faces, only distinguish who it is by their build. Harley slowly recovered while summarizing the ability she had just used. And I can't hear sounds, nor can I see very powerful beings. As for Professor Dumbledore, I can't even make his figure appear, let alone know what he's doing, unless I bring more power from my main body. Also, isn't Filch a squib? Why did he have a wand on him? Harley didn't ponder further, looking at the cabinet the man had first blasted open. That independently placed cabinet was divided into two levels, upper and lower. The upper level was drawers, and the lower level was a cupboard with two doors. One door had already flown off, and the other lay nearby. The top drawer of the cabinet was labeled, confiscated items, highly dangerous. The cabinet where the Marauder's map is kept. Harley recalled a conversation between Professor Lupin and Sirius in the Forbidden Forest. In that conversation, Sirius had mentioned the Marauder's map. Chapter 207. This is the right granted to us by the most ancient code of humankind, Professor Dumbledore. When Sirius and his father were in school, they collaborated to create a special map. The names of all living beings with a name and certain vital characteristics would appear on the map, along with their specific location and movement trajectory. Whether it was a powerful wizard like Professor Dumbledore, a ghost like Peeves, or an ordinary animal like Madame Norris, none could avoid being marked on the map. In order to ensure their pranking legacy was passed down, Sirius and his friends deliberately had Filch confiscate the map before they graduated. Later, to catch Peter Pettigrew, Professor Lupin went to Filch to retrieve the map. Unfortunately, Filch had lost the map at some unknown time, and he only discovered this when Professor Lupin asked for it. At that time, Professor Lupin had mentioned to Sirius. Filch clearly put the Marauder's map in the cabinet labeled, confiscated items, highly dangerous, back then. Professor Lupin was likely referring to the cabinet Harley was looking at. Based on all the information, Harley, you can pretty much confirm that the short man is Peter Pettigrew. Harley moved over and opened the surviving drawer. Inside the drawer were stacks of neatly arranged files, documenting the glorious deeds of past seniors. Harley also found a letter among them, with Rapid Incantation, Introductory Magic Correspondence Course, written on the envelope. Harley suddenly realized, no wonder Filch, as a squib, could still possess a wand. It turned out he had enrolled in this course. These rapid incantation courses, which were designed for squibs and were almost a scam, usually came with a complimentary wand for the customers. However, those wands were only made by wandmakers who couldn't sell their products even during normal business hours, making them utterly useless in terms of quality. Although the wand isn't great, it's still a wand. Harley's silver fingertips traced the surface of the envelope. Peter Pettigrew has a wand now, his danger level has increased. After getting the information she needed, Harley left the room without hesitation and rushed towards Professor Snape's office. As she approached the door of Professor Snape's office, Harley stopped again. At this time, although the deans were on patrol, it was not impossible for Professor Snape to have set up monitoring magic in his office. Anyway, there was only one path leading to Professor Snape's office, and a rewind here would work just as well. After a busy period, Harley once again obtained the information she needed. The short man, carrying a pile of materials, had stealthily slipped out of Professor Snape's office. I'm exhausted. Harley ended the rewind, stabilized her somewhat ethereal body, and prepared to go back and rest. But as soon as she turned around, her expression froze. Two powerful auras suddenly entered her range of perception. Good evening, Harley. An old man was looking at her with a smile, a golden-red firebird perched on his shoulder. The flames on the firebird's body were slowly dissipating, clearly indicating it had just used apparition. Fox preened its feathers with its beak, casting a sympathetic glance at Harley. Harley suddenly realized that her rewind ability hadn't shown Professor Dumbledore's presence, so she didn't know what he had done. If Professor Dumbledore had set up surveillance magic in Filch's office and in the corridor outside Professor Snape's office, she would have no way of knowing. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. After a moment of silence, Harley raised her hand to greet him, a look of awkward amusement on her face. It's a lovely evening, isn't it? Professor Dumbledore seemed completely oblivious to the unusual atmosphere around them. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll. But I never expected you to share the same hobby as an old man like me. Are you using your Patronus as a body to carry your consciousness for a walk? That's an interesting choice. Harley didn't even blink, and instantly formed her rebuttal. Actually, Professor Dumbledore, I'm not out for a stroll, but rather to search for that damned Death Eater, Sirius Black. As you know, he provided information to Lord Voldemort, which led to the death of my parents. So I want to catch him with my own hands, and collect part of the debt for my parents this Halloween. When Professor Dumbledore heard Harley's last sentence, the corner of his mouth twitched. Child, I think these matters can be entirely handed over to the Ministry of Magic. His crimes should be judged most fairly by the Ministry of Magic according to the law. But this is Europe, Professor Dumbledore. Harley's voice suddenly became slightly stiff. In Europe, whether Muggle or Wizard, they all support the oldest code, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Blood revenge is a matter of course, dear Professor, and no one has the right to interfere. Professor Dumbledore was at a loss for words for a moment, finally stiffly changing the subject. Harley, Professor Lupin mentioned to me a long time ago that you had mastered the Patronus charm. Now it seems, your mastery is much better than I had imagined. I don't recall writing about the advanced application of using a Patronus to carry consciousness in my notes, yet you developed it yourself. Yes, Professor, Harley nodded, gently holding a snake hair that was brushing against her cheek. Your notes gave me a lot of inspiration. I easily summoned a fully formed Patronus with joyful memories. But as you can see, my Patronus is a bit special. It's a magical creature almost from mythology, the legendary Medusa. How fascinating. Harley, do you know what a Patronus in the form of a magical creature signifies? Professor Dumbledore's eyes held both inquiry and a mysterious meaning. Although the sample size is small, I still tried to research it and made some conjectures. A Patronus should be like an animagus form. For example, Professor McGonagall, both her Patronus and animagus form are tabby cats. The same goes for the other animagi. And a Patronus in the form of a magical creature. I think you should know that currently, wizards cannot transform into animagi in the form of magical creatures. Furthermore, among the wizards I know who have magical creature Patronuses, there are no records of them becoming animagi. At this point, Dumbledore stared intently into Harley's silver eyes. Harley, regarding a Patronus in the form of a magical creature, I have nothing to warn you about. However, if you intend to learn animagus, you must be cautious. Chapter 208 Remember this, Hannah. Harley quietly listened as Professor Dumbledore explained the key points about the forms of magical animal Patronuses. After Professor Dumbledore reminded Harley not to easily attempt to become an animagus, Harley couldn't help but ask her questions. Professor, you once demonstrated your Patronus, which was a phoenix. As a transfiguration master, do you have an animagus form? If so, what is your animagus form? Facing Harley's questions, Professor Dumbledore smiled. I'm sorry, Harley, I cannot tell you that. It's getting late, and the task of capturing Sirius Black will be handled by his professors. Harley knew she couldn't get any more information, and with Professor Dumbledore's appearance, her journey for the night was over. Harley bowed slightly. Then I'll leave it to you, Professor. Before her words fell, Harley's body scattered into a myriad of silver light, finally disappearing into the air. At the same time, her main body, lying in the sleeping bag, opened her eyes. Harley rolled over with a pang of heartache. She had originally wanted to wait until she was closer to the Great Hall before dispelling her Patronus, to reduce some loss of power. Oh, how painful it was to waste so much power for nothing. Harley closed her eyes, attempting to lessen her heartache through sleep. Meanwhile, in a clearing in the Forbidden Forest, Sirius was lying there, with a silver wolf in front of him. At this moment, the silver wolf was speaking in Professor Lupin's voice. Peter appeared. He tried to steal the Marauder's map from Filch, but failed, as the map was already lost. Later, he went to Severus's place and stole some potion. And now, the school believes you did both of these things. So, it wasn't that damned Wormtail who stole the Marauder's map earlier. Sirius was a bit angry, scratching the ground hard with his paws. He didn't care about taking the blame, but taking the blame for that damned rat was something he absolutely did not want to see happen. We can't rule out the possibility of him misleading us. The silver wolf shook his head, but that probability is very small. When Severus reported the loss of potion ingredients to Professor Dumbledore, I was also listening nearby. The ingredients Peter took can be brewed into a precious potion. After using that potion, the user can forcibly cast magic that they would otherwise be unable to. So, that damned rat wants to erase his traces on the Marauder's map. At the thought of this, Sirius felt even more agitated. Indeed, his potion skills among the four of us back then could be said to be the best. He completely has the ability to do this. Now the clue is broken again, even finding the Marauder's map will be useless. Ah, this damned rat, why can't he just let me catch him easily and tear him to shreds? The silver wolf was silent for a moment. A moment later, Sirius suddenly remembered something. That damned Snivellus didn't make trouble for you, did he? With his insidious and cunning character, Snivellus would definitely take the opportunity to badmouth you in front of Professor Dumbledore. I'd even bet you that he definitely told Professor Dumbledore that you and I were in cahoots, allowing me to invade the school. Professor Lupin smiled wryly. Sure enough, the ones who understood Professor Snape best were always his arch-rivals, James and Sirius. However, Professor Lupin still shook his head, not wanting his friend to worry. But Sirius saw through the truth at a glance. Remus, there's no need to lie in front of me. So, Snivellus really tattled on you. As he spoke, Sirius's eyes glinted menacingly. After I kill that rat, I will have no reason to live. Before going to apologize to James, it seems I should take that stinky bat to hell with me. Professor Lupin gave a bitter smile, wanting to persuade Sirius, but didn't know where to begin. The next day was Halloween, and Professor Dumbledore announced to the little wizards that they could return to their dormitories to rest, hoping the students would enjoy Halloween. Unfortunately, the students were not in the mood for celebration. All the little wizards were discussing how Sirius had infiltrated the school with everyone they knew, and eagerly promoting their own views. For example, Hannah always believed that Sirius was an animagus like Professor McGonagall, capable of transforming into a flowering bush. Hermione wanted to point out her mistake, but before she could, Professor McGonagall, who happened to pass by, preemptively sanctioned Hannah. Professor McGonagall was very angry and punished Hannah with a day of detention in her office to memorize facts about animagi. She had clearly emphasized in class that an animagus can only transform into an animal, not a plant. Even if she didn't remember that fact, couldn't she analyze the effect based on the name of the magic? Animagus, broken down into animal magus, restricts the transformed object to an animal. Learn your lesson, Hannah. Your transfiguration essays have failed twice already. Harley did not participate in the discussion, but pretended she hadn't slept well the previous night and returned to her dormitory to watch the conversation between Sirius and Professor Lupin. It was clear that both Sirius and Professor Lupin were quite anxious. It seemed the potion ingredients Peter Pettigrew stole could be brewed into a special potion to help him cast magic and erase his name from the Marauder's map. Tisk, are my dear godfather and Uncle Remus really this impatient? Watching the two meet again, Harley shook her head. They're worrying about what happens after finding the Marauder's map, even though there's no clue for the already lost map. Harley's spirit retreated from the mirror. She looked at the sky outside. The sun was still high. No classes tomorrow, and the professors will definitely focus their patrols inside the castle. Then I won't delay any longer, I'll explore the Forbidden Forest tonight. In the middle of the night, Harley's 3 roommates were already sound asleep. Harley changed into her night suit, climbed directly out of the dormitory window, and quickly landed by stepping on various footholds on the castle wall. She lightly glided across the open ground outside the castle, descending all the way to the vicinity of Hagrid's hut. At this time, Fang was already asleep, and Sirius still had his dog head resting on the fence, seemingly deep in thought. Harley did not disturb him and directly entered the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 209 Forbidden Forest at Night. Harley felt that the Forbidden Forest was very different from before after entering it this time. The first time Harley came to the Forbidden Forest, Lord Voldemort was still parasitic on the poor Professor Quirrell, hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. His cruel actions and tyrannical aura made the poor diricals and small animals feel the fear of impending death, not daring to make a sound. In the time Harley tested her abilities, she came to the Forbidden Forest during the day. So strictly speaking, Harley only now knew the true appearance of the Forbidden Forest at night. Under the starry sky, moonlight gently spilled into the dark forest. The weather was about to turn cold, and ordinary insects in the forest were fully emitting the last glow of their lives, chirping one after another. Not far away, accompanied by a crisp snap, a young dirical, startled by the insects, suddenly appeared not far from Harley. But then it fell to the ground without a sound, a larger Kneazle appearing beside it at some point, biting firmly on its neck. The Kneazle did not immediately enjoy its supper, but instead glanced at Harley warily, backing away step by step. When it disappeared into the forest, out of Harley's sight, there was no longer any movement in the woods. Harley did not go to save the dirical, nor did she bother with the Kneazle that returned to its old den to enjoy its meal. This was nature's choice, no one had the right to interfere. Harley did not linger long on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. This time, her target was the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Seeing that this place was already some distance from Hogwarts Castle, Harley pulled out her flying broom from her pocket. Why run when you can fly? Harley sat sideways on her broom, humming a tune, and flew towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Soon, she arrived above her destination from her first entry into the Forbidden Forest, that lake. It was already late autumn, and the clear, cold lake water rippled under the evening breeze. Shadows occasionally flickered underwater, brewing an aura of mystery and danger. Occasionally, a horse-like water monster, having migrated from who knows where, quietly surfaced, peering at the animals that came to drink by the shore. Various common wild animals gathered by the lake, such as wolves, bears, and leopards. However, these predators, high on the Muggle food chain, were merely food for many magical creatures here. When the mooncalf herds and unicorn herds came to drink, these carnivores dared not react at all, obediently giving up the best spots. And when they smelled the scent of carnivorous magical creature herds like thestrals and hippogriffs from afar, they scattered like startled rabbits, running as far as they could. Harley sat sideways on her broom, her long hair flowing behind her in the cold night wind. She did not act, but simply watched the magical creatures below in silence. Harley's visit to the Forbidden Forest this time was not for specific materials, but simply to gain a general understanding of the Forbidden Forest first. Harley's future demand for various materials would be enormous. Learning alchemy from Nicholas required precious materials, and practicing potion also required a large number of materials. Harley also needed to collect materials targeting the soul and spirit, preparing herself to restore Sequence 4. In addition, she was also preparing to refine some extraordinary items custom-made for the witch pathway, so she also needed to collect some highly toxic materials. These were either expensive or inconvenient for others to know about. The not-so-wealthy Harley had no choice but to explore the Forbidden Forest herself while planning to raid a few rats in gray areas when the opportunity arose. Harley always remembered Emperor Rosel's famous saying, "Sharpening the axe does not delay chopping wood." First, making a rough map would make it easier for her to continuously acquire materials from the Forbidden Forest in the future. Harley patiently noted the locations where several larger magical creature herds appeared below to drink water. She didn't necessarily need materials from these magical creatures, but these magical creatures all had their own dietary preferences. Using this information could effectively determine the approximate range where many magic plants grew. After more than an hour of silence in the air, Harley recorded a lot of information. During this time, the Thestral herd and the unicorn herd also sensed the powerful presence in midair and maintained a certain level of vigilance. The Thestral that had pulled her carriage twice, after a brief head-to-head touch with the strongest Thestral in its herd, actively flew up. Such a good child, Harley chuckled, taking off her right glove and gently stroking the Thestral's head with her fair little hand. "I'm just visiting the Forbidden Forest, you don't need to worry." The Thestral licked Harley's fingers, seemingly understanding Harley's words. It let out 2 low calls, then flapped its wings and flew back. As for the unicorns, they had no contact with Harley. The unicorns simply became more vigilant while drinking water, and after drinking, they surrounded their young and quickly left the lake. These creatures are truly sensitive to danger. Harley sighed softly, black flames instantly ignited on her hand, and then she put her glove back on. She no longer lingered here, steering her broom to fly horizontally. Harley's spirituality told her that flying in that direction would lead to unexpected gains. Mid-flight, Harley's mind stirred, and she quickly descended. She landed on a lush big tree and casually put her flying broom back into her pocket. Black flames ignited out of thin air, flowing over her black hair. "It's a truly tranquil forest, isn't it?" Harley flipped and landed on the ground, facing the pitch blackness in front of her, her tone light and playful, as if speaking to someone. 2 streams of white liquid suddenly flew out from the shadows between several large trees, aiming for Harley's hands. However, Harley lightly tapped her toes on the ground and instantly landed on a branch behind her. The 2 streams of white liquid missed their target, hitting the ground and quickly solidifying into threads in the air. "So it's Acromantulas," Harley's light laughter echoed through the forest. "I really didn't expect that Acromantula's way of spinning webs is also the same as ordinary spiders." Several pitch black, giant spiders covered in thick black hair crawled out from behind the trees. Their most distinctive 8 black eyes constantly rotated, and their 8 legs extended to both sides of their bodies, spanning a full 15 feet. These Acromantulas waved their giant chelicerae, rushing towards Harley. Their size looked very large, but their speed was really not slow. "It seems I can harvest a batch of high-quality venom in advance. Thank you for your selfless dedication." Before Harley finished speaking, her figure had already disappeared into the air. Chapter 210. You were really full of treasures. When Harley reappeared, she had landed steadily on the first Acromantula. "You're so big, you're probably a female," Harley asked casually, patting the Acromantula's head beneath her. Although this Acromantula sensed the approach of death and its massive body began to twist and struggle wildly, Harley remained firmly seated on it. The dagger, brought from the Potter family vault, danced between Harley's fingers like a fluttering butterfly, bringing with it flashes of cold light. Finally, the dagger cleanly plunged into the Acromantula's head, ending its life. The hardness of its skull is about the same as described in books. Its head smells awful inside. Despite being surrounded by a large group of Acromantulas, Harley seemed completely unconcerned, even engaging in academic research. Her voice was not quiet, the surrounding Acromantulas could all hear her. After all, according to a leisure book titled, Fantastic Beasts in the Pot, from the Nicholas family, Acromantulas were magical creations deliberately made by ancient wizards to guard residences and treasures. So these beasts could understand human speech and even speak it. Harley mused, as long as she made them angry, they probably wouldn't suddenly retreat. Indeed, the Acromantulas were enraged by Harley's flippant attitude and provocative words. Several Acromantulas, as if mad, charged towards the female spider's corpse. A few slightly smarter Acromantulas quickly climbed onto nearby trees, spitting webs down at Harley from above, attempting to trap the small human girl. However, Harley's figure disappeared once again. She fully demonstrated the agility granted by the assassin sequence, constantly appearing on the backs of other Acromantulas or on the surrounding large trees. Harley held a dagger in her left hand, a wand in her right, and the witch's silk wrapped around her waist. As she moved, she unleashed black flame, frost, and various spells she had learned at Hogwarts. The highly dangerous Acromantulas had become Harley's tools, using their lives to test the effectiveness of Harley's combat style, which combined the witch's abilities and magic. Spider Silk Toughness, Potion Standard Material Toughness Level 7. Spider Silk Stickiness, Potion Standard Adhesive Stickiness nearly Level 8. The force of a pincer strike, well, there's no standard for that, but it's far weaker than mine. Harley moved at high speed, constantly pulling and manipulating this group of acromantulas, and even took the opportunity to research their live data during the battle. Perhaps because these acromantulas liked to move in groups, they called their friends and continuously brought in large numbers of their kin. Of course, Harley didn't mind this. In fact, she was very pleased. The number of acromantula corpses on the ground grew. Finally, some acromantulas sensed that something was wrong. They were naturally ferocious and loved violence, but that didn't mean they were stupid. Seeing more than 20 of their kin already dead around them, if they still didn't realize the danger of the human girl in front of them, then they might as well be called eight-eyed stupid pigs. Adhering to the spirit of dead spider friends, not dead own spider, the smartest acromantulas quickly left the battlefield under the pretext of reporting to the clan's leader. And when the other, less intelligent acromantulas also realized and tried to escape, it was already too late. All the knowledge that needed to be collected has been, and the combat quality has been tested. Now it's time to collect materials. Venom, silk glands, eyes, you really are full of treasures. Harley said softly, her emerald eyes glowing, silently reciting her true name. She suddenly looked up and let out a silent scream. A phantom, ethereal blue halo surged outwards from Harley's body and rapidly expanded. Wherever the halo reached, even the air was almost frozen. By this time, Harley, through constant movement and pulling, had arrived at an open space far from the first battlefield. Harley stood in the middle of the clearing, and the surrounding ground and branches were covered with less intelligent acromantulas. They didn't even have time to put their escape plan into action before cold, transparent ice quickly moved upwards along their 8 slender spider legs. Finally, this group of acromantulas turned into ice sculptures. At some unknown point, beautiful, dreamy snowflakes had begun to fall from the sky. The snowflakes gently covered the ice sculptures, adding a unique beauty to the surroundings. Harley was also encased in ice. However, black flame rose from her body, and she easily broke out of the ice. It's a shame that if I were to unleash the disease halo, these precious materials might all be ruined. Harley complained as she brushed off the remaining ice from her body. To keep the materials fresh and prevent you from having a chance to escape, I borrowed power. You should be proud. When Harley finished brushing off the ice and began to look around, she couldn't help but beam. What a great harvest. Before setting out this time, Harley hadn't anticipated collecting so many materials. However, she still diligently tidied up her belongings, finally clearing out an empty bag. For the 20-odd frozen ice sculptures, Harley tied them up with her hair and directly threw them into an undetectable extension charm bag. Acromantulas don't have much cold resistance, and with her borrowing the power of her mythical creature form, these frozen acromantulas were 100% instantly killed. Based on past experience, her ice could ensure that their bodies remained in the exact moment of death. So Harley decided to save time and deal with the other corpses first. Harley followed the path she came from, collecting the scattered corpses. Harley's pocket was too small. After holding the 20-odd ice sculptures, there wasn't much space left. Therefore, for the other corpses, Harley could only collect their venom, remove their eyes, and take their silk glands. As for the other less valuable materials, Harley could only reluctantly give them up. Even with fewer targets to take in with her hair and spider silk assisting her in processing the spoils, Harley was still busy for nearly 3 hours before finishing all the work. After scavenging the corpse of the acromantula Harley had killed the first, the witch stretched. Thank you for your selfless contributions, I will definitely remember to visit you again. Harley didn't fly back directly but chose to walk. It was already so late that even if she went back now, she wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow morning. Plus, there were no classes tomorrow, so Harley decided to give herself another holiday and see if she could find any good things or have any adventures along the way. Chapter 211. You call this a foal? Not long after Harley left, a large, dark swarm of acromantulas suddenly appeared deep within the forbidden forest. The leading acromantulas seemed to be the same ones that had fled earlier. Seeing the gruesome battlefield and the corpses of their kin, they grew enraged and began frantically searching for the culprit. However, this group of acromantulas found nothing. Harley had been careful and cautious, disposing of all clues and even masking her scent with essential oils before leaving. Finally, they could only clean up the battlefield and carry the bodies of their kin back to their lair. The acromantula's lair was located in a wide hollow deep within the forbidden forest. The trees there had long since been cleared, leaving only vast expanses of spiderwebs. Many acromantulas, as large as horses, were constantly moving, waving their chelicerae at each other. In the center of a misty web at the very heart of the hollow, an elderly spider as large as a small elephant was coiled. Its entire body was black, with abnormal gray spots, like the age spots of a Muggle elder. The Acromantulas that had gone to clean the battlefield moved in a straight line, and the other Acromantulas on the way all made way for them. Aragog. Aragog. The largest Acromantula among the leaders came before Aragog, clacking its chelicerae. Aragog shook his head, turning it towards the source of the sound. Each of his eyes was covered with a white film, making him unable to see his surroundings. You reported to me earlier that a terrifying human girl was slaughtering our kin. What is the situation now? Aragog. Human girl. She disappeared. We brought back bodies. The bodies of our companions. The Acromantula waved its chelicerae with every word, speaking in a disjointed manner. However, Aragog was accustomed to the way his children spoke. After all, they hadn't received the full training from Hagrid like he had. Upon hearing his offspring's words, Aragog couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. As an Acromantula raised by Hagrid in the castle, he knew the terror of human wizards. Especially Dumbledore, though he had never seen him fight, merely looking directly at him made Aragog tremble, feeling a fear that penetrated his soul. Fortunately, Aragog still shared a deep friendship with Hagrid, and Hagrid had not revealed their existence to others. So, Aragog only needed to constantly restrain the Acromantula colony, forbidding them from leaving the Forbidden Forest to forage, to effectively ensure the safety of the colony. This also allowed him to continue preserving his friendship with Hagrid, repaying Hagrid's kindness for protecting him and finding him a mate, thus leaving behind the Acromantula colony. Of course, if some fool ran deep into the Forbidden Forest on their own, Aragog would not forcefully suppress his offspring's instincts and would allow them to enjoy a delicious meal. After all, this was also for the safety of the species. Acromantulas couldn't cast a memory charm. But the news this child brought today was truly bad. A wizard capable of hunting Acromantulas had discovered them. This was a very ominous sign. In the future, there was a high possibility of many wizards culling Acromantulas to obtain precious materials. Although he didn't have many years left to live, these were his offspring, and Aragog had to leave a way out for them. Aragog pondered for a while before slowly speaking. I will tell Hagrid about this and ask him to help us investigate who exactly has invaded our territory. After a while longer, Aragog still felt uneasy. He decided to send some of his smarter children to explore in the direction away from Hogwarts, to leave a backup escape route for the colony. At this time, Harley did not know that her actions had already put the Acromantulas on alert. Of course, even if they became alert, Harley wouldn't care. Harley was treading on fallen leaves, listening to the gurgling of nearby streams, moving agilely forward. Suddenly, a series of urgent hoofbeats sounded in the distance, the sound moving from far to near, heading in Harley's direction. Harley immediately stopped, and after a brief thought, slid down from a treetop, staring in the direction of the sound. The leaves were pushed aside. A centaur appeared, with black hair and beard, a shining dark red horse body from the waist down, and a long black tail trailing behind him. He stopped at a distance from Harley, vigilantly raising the bow and arrow in his hand, his voice very rough. Leave here quickly, intruder. This is centaur territory. Intruder. I think this is the Forbidden Forest, and both legally and practically, it belongs to Hogwarts. She smiled. I'm more curious, when did this become centaur territory? Although she didn't know what had happened, Harley's first reaction was to gain the upper hand legally. This way, even if a fight truly broke out, the judge's ability on the gloves of judgment would be easier to utilize. Hearing Harley's words, the centaur was enraged. We don't acknowledge your so-called human. Before he could finish his sentence, there was another burst of hoofbeats from the forest. A centaur with an overall reddish color and another centaur with platinum hair and a silver-maned horse body rushed out. Stop, Bane, what are you doing? The platinum-haired centaur roared loudly, directly blocking Harley's path. What do you intend to do to a fool? We swore an oath to the stars and our ancestors. The red-haired centaur did not speak, merely stood uneasily to the side. However, from his expression, he also seemed to lean towards supporting the platinum-haired centaur. Fool. Bane seemed to be laughing in anger. He didn't lower his bow and arrow, but merely tilted the arrowhead upwards. You call this a fool? Firenze. Ronan, open your eyes and take a good look. You call this a fool? She is a symbol of Mars. Have you forgotten the omens shown by the movement of the planets? Mars is approaching Earth, but don't forget, Ronan spoke for the first time, his voice tinged with sorrow. Jupiter is also approaching Earth, and Pluto is flashing wildly. Whether she corresponds to Mars, or Jupiter, or even Pluto, we do not yet know. Firenze added. HMPH. Bane snorted, but did not refute, as if what Ronan said was also true. Bane irritably scanned Harry, his hooves frantically pawing the ground. After a moment, he almost roared out a sentence, "Since you insist on defying the stars, then you're on your own." With that, he plunged into the forbidden forest without looking back. Chapter 212, Bullying the Honest Badger, right. Ronan whispered something to Firenze, then turned and chased after Bane. Firenze walked up to Harley and bowed slightly. "Hello, Miss Harley Potter, you should already know my name. But I still need to reintroduce myself. My name is Firenze." His sapphire blue eyes fixed on Harley's emerald green ones, his voice very calm. "Please disregard what Bane said earlier. He is simply too prejudiced, too fixated on the movement of a few specific planets, and as a result, he has overlooked the overall omens of the constellations. I apologize on his behalf for his previous rude behavior." Harley blinked. She hadn't actually understood what the centaurs were arguing about. Astrologer is sequence 7 of the apprentice pathway, and has no relation to the witch pathway. Harley also didn't like using astrology, preferring to use magic mirror divination, a type of communication with the spirit world. After coming to Hogwarts, astronomy class here only taught students to observe the movement of planets. As for the mysteries of stellar movements, that would probably have to wait until divination class in 4th year before it could possibly be touched upon. It seems I'll have to learn more about this when I get back. I'll need to look through the library. Harley added a new task to her mental list, while shaking her head. "It's nothing, actually, I didn't really understand what you were talking about earlier. If you could, would you explain it to me? Mars is approaching, but Jupiter and Pluto are also shining." Firenze's words were slightly different from before, but the general meaning was the same. "As for more details, I won't say. I think a clever person like you should be able to interpret it easily. Hurry back to the castle, child. Good luck to you, and may the constellations bless you, Harley Potter." After leaving these words, Firenze also turned and left the way he came. "What a bunch of cryptic fellows," Harley muttered, watching Firenze's disappearing figure. "Just as annoying as those hateful diviners." Harley chose not to linger, speeding up and returning to her dormitory as fast as she could. It was already early morning when Harley fell asleep. She slept until noon before getting up. In the morning, Hermione tried to wake Harley, but didn't succeed. After changing and washing up, Harley snuck to the kitchen for her lunch, then headed straight for the library. Under Madame Pance's guidance, Harley found a series of books on astrology on a shelf deep within the library. The Mysteries of the Constellations, too general, ruled out. A compendium of wizard astrology from the 11th to the 15th century, this should be classified under History of Magic, shouldn't it? The Symbolism of the Stars, the Mysteries of the Stars Around Us, this is the one. Harley took the not-so-thick book to a corner and began to browse through the index. Then, she started reading the information inside about Mars, Jupiter, and Pluto. Harley sat there, reading motionlessly for 3 whole hours, before closing the book. The main content of the book was about the various symbols of the stars around Earth, as well as various knowledge on how to perform divination with them. Leaving aside the latter knowledge for now, Harley summarized and refined the symbolism of those stars, thereby trying her best to understand what the centaurs had said earlier that morning. Simply put, one of the most important symbols of Mars is violence and war, representing disaster and calamity. Jupiter, on the other hand, represents femininity, and also symbolizes luck, opportunity, life, and prosperity. As for Pluto, its meaning is even richer. In the realm of astrology, Pluto represents mystery, cruelty, and fear. Its most important meanings are death and rebirth. So, Bane believes I represent disaster, while Ronan and Firenze believe I could also represent opportunity and life. Harley propped her chin, trying to decipher the centaur's conversation. Bane's mention of Mars can roughly correspond to the disaster at the core of the witch pathway, and Jupiter can also be considered to refer to the feminine aspect of the witch pathway. But what is the meaning of Pluto? Death and rebirth, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem to be related to the witch pathway. After pondering for more than 10 minutes, Harley gave up on deeper thought. I don't know if what these centaurs said was serious or just nonsense. It's too foolish to think about it directly without enough information. Thinking this, Harley put the book back on its original shelf, slung her bag over her shoulder, and left the library. The first Saturday after Halloween would mark the first match of the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup. According to Hogwarts tradition, Gryffindor and Slytherin, these old rivals, would once again stage the opening match. This made Wood very excited, as the embarrassing matter of the Slytherin captain being held back a year had now become known throughout the school with the help of the Weasley twins. In this situation, the Slytherins' morale would surely be affected, and coupled with the fact that they had only had 2 training sessions so far, how much strength could they display? Soon enough, Wood realized he had celebrated too early. Slytherin submitted an application to the school, citing their seeker Malfoy's arm injury as the reason, requesting to reschedule their match. When the Little Lions heard this excuse, they simply laughed in exasperation. Malfoy had injured his arm in early September, and now it was early November, a full 2 months. It wasn't as if a hippogriff's claws were like Diarmuid Dweebind's Guy Bwyd from Celtic mythology, where a scratch couldn't heal. A regular physical injury not healing in 2 months. Malfoy, are you insulting Madame Pomfrey? However, Gryffindor also couldn't prove that Malfoy was lying. So Madame Hooch still approved Slytherin's application and switched Gryffindor's opponent to the Hufflepuff Badgers. This time, it was the Hufflepuffs who were bewildered. Everyone had prepared cakes, candies, and pumpkin juice, just waiting to enjoy Gryffindor and Slytherin's love-hate battle. But why did Slytherin suddenly pull out? And with such a lame excuse. Anyone with eyes could see it was fake. And even if they pulled out, why did the match suddenly fall to us, who are completely unprepared? Isn't this bullying the honest Badgers? Although the Badgers had decided to write off this year and try hard next year, they still didn't want to lose too badly. Cedric, the new captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, had no choice but to start intensive training overnight, and even organized 2 training sessions in the pouring rain, to avoid being completely crushed. The Hufflepuffs were having a tough time, and Wood's heart was also breaking. He hadn't even had time to devise tactics against Hufflepuff. So both sides, while re-preparing for battle, began to curse Slytherin and Malfoy. Chapter 213 Harry, that's a werewolf, not a wolfdog. The day before the match, the wind howled outside, and rain poured down. Thick clouds covered the sky, and although candles were lit in the corridor, visibility remained low. So Wood once again used the break time to pull the Gryffindor Quidditch team members into an impromptu meeting. As a result, when Harley arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom after the meeting, the class bell had already rung. Harley knocked on the door, wondering who would let her in. Counting the dates, Professor Lupin was due for his little black room time. So Professor Dumbledore would definitely need to find someone to substitute. After all, he couldn't have a furry werewolf standing at the podium. Harley was curious, who would it be? Come in. A familiar voice rang out. Harley pushed the door open and saw Professor Snape standing at the podium. Tisk, 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 Harley, would the dignified Lion Queen of Gryffindor actually be late for another class? Professor Snape stared into Harley's eyes, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. Or did you already know I was substituting for Professor Lupin, so you deliberately came late? It seems your detention with me will be extended again, Harley. Let's extend it by another 3 months for now. The little lions below glared at Professor Snape, as the reason for this punishment was too unreasonable. The class bell had just rung. Harley wasn't late at all. Even if she was truly late, deducting 5 points would be the maximum. Why should she be given another 3 months of detention? As for disrespecting a professor, where did that come from? The little lions also wanted to ask, where was Professor Lupin? However, the Gryffindors dared not protest, as countless past lessons had taught them that such futile resistance would only please Professor Snape more and cost Gryffindor more points. They didn't care about points, but they absolutely couldn't do anything that would make Professor Snape happy. Professor Snape felt the gazes of the little lions and a wave of pleasure washed over him. He most enjoyed the Gryffindors wanting to kill him, yet being unable to, and still having to dutifully listen to his lecture. What a joyful thing it was. Harley, however, was indifferent to Professor Snape's punishment, as she was going to Professor Snape's class anyway. And if one were to be precise and calculate the length of Harley's detentions, then she would probably need to repeat 2 years to complete all her detention time. Harley sat down in the seat Hermione had saved for her in the front row. Professor Snape didn't bother her anymore, but instead picked up his textbook and said, "You're Professor Lupin, huh? He's feeling very unwell today, so he can't come to class." Professor Snape said unhurriedly. So, at Professor Dumbledore's request, I will be teaching you a Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. However, Professor Lupin did not leave me any records, so I have the right to proceed in my own way. Miss Granger. Hermione lowered her raised hand, stood up, and quickly said, "Excuse me, Professor Snape. Professor Lupin has already taught us about boggarts, redcaps, kappas, and grindylows." "Huh, is that all Professor Lupin taught you?" Professor Snape interrupted Hermione's speech with a sneer. "When I was at school, first-year little wizards could deal with grindylows on their own. You're only just starting to learn now. It seems I need to inform Professor Dumbledore and suggest he appropriately assess the abilities of professors he hires." Immediately after, Professor Snape ignored the murderous glares of the surrounding little lions and began lecturing directly on the topic of werewolves. It must be said, Professor Snape's teaching was indeed excellent. He discussed everything from the characteristics of werewolves, the differences between werewolves and real wolves, all the way to the 4 most reasonable ways for third-year little wizards to deal with a werewolf. Finally, at the end of class, Professor Snape assigned an essay on how to identify and kill werewolves, requiring 2 rolls of parchment to be filled. This caused the little wizards to grumble and curse Professor Snape furiously behind his back. Professor Snape must have fallen in love with a werewolf. He loved and couldn't have her, that's why he has such malice towards werewolves. Elena Harris said indignantly, her theory gaining the most support. The little lions maliciously speculated about Professor Snape's story as they left the classroom in small groups. However, Hermione remained still and did not participate in the previous conversation. Her face was very pale, and her eyes were fixed on the textbook, looking at the detailed descriptions of various werewolf characteristics. At the same time, a familiar image was forming in Hermione's mind. She compared the knowledge in the textbook with this image and was shocked to find that every point seemed to align with the textbook's information. Although the weather was cold, beads of sweat still ran down Hermione's forehead. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. However, Hermione's mouth seemed very dry, making it difficult for her to make a sound. Finally, Hermione slowly turned her neck to look at Harley and said with difficulty, "Harley, have you noticed anything unusual about Professor Lupin?" "Yes, I have," Harley replied casually, while studying her charms class textbook. "I found out Uncle Remus is a werewolf. What's wrong?" Exclamation mark. Hermione stared at Harley with an incredulous expression. "Harley, what do you mean, what's wrong?" "That's a werewolf. A werewolf. Not that wolf dog you keep. Black is a Scottish deerhound, not a wolf dog," Harley replied casually, flipping the page of her textbook. Hermione choked for a moment, then slapped the table, though her voice was much softer. "That's not the point, okay? The point is Professor Lupin is a dangerous werewolf. How can you be so calm?" Harley closed her textbook and turned to look at Hermione. "Of course I know. I've known Uncle Remus's identity since we got on the train. Then why didn't you report him to Principal Dumbledore? What if he attacks the little wizards?" "Hermione, who do you think hired Professor Lupin?" Harley asked in return, not directly answering. "Principal Dumbledore." Hermione suddenly realized. "Exactly." Harley spread her hands. "Do you think the esteemed Principal Dumbledore wouldn't be able to tell that Uncle Remus is a werewolf? Besides, Professor Snape has been teaching me how to brew wolfsbane potion during this time, and the finished product he brews himself is probably for Uncle Remus to drink." Hermione frowned, trying to recall the effects of the wolfsbane potion, and slowly said, "A werewolf who drinks wolfsbane potion, so, Professor Lupin isn't dangerous." Chapter 214 Slytherin is so kind. Of course. Harley leaned back in her chair. "You see, Uncle Remus is my father's friend, and Professor Dumbledore also believes he poses no danger. Although their relationship doesn't seem to be good, Professor Snape still provided him with the wolfsbane potion, ensuring that Uncle Remus wouldn't endanger anyone else's life. Under these circumstances, I can't think of any reason why we should discriminate against him and not allow Uncle Remus to be the defense against the dark arts professor." Hermione's expression, a mix of surprise and horror, gradually faded. She began to think carefully and realized that, just as Harley had said, Professor Lupin didn't seem to pose any danger. "All right, you're right." Hermione instantly regained her strength and began stuffing her books into her bulging bag. On Saturday morning, the long-awaited first match of the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup finally began. The weather today was terrible. From early morning, thunder rumbled and winds howled. However, Quidditch matches are not rescheduled due to bad weather. And according to the rules, professors cannot use weather charms to forcibly change the bad weather. This made Cedric, the Hufflepuff captain, very happy, as Gryffindor players didn't have an advantage in terms of physique. Especially Gryffindor's sharpest spearhead, the chaser Harley, her weight was simply too light. This meant that Harley would need to expend more energy fighting external pressure in the storm, and Hufflepuffs would have an easier time of it. As 11 o'clock approached, the match was about to begin, but the weather outside hadn't improved. Of course, this didn't dampen the little wizards' interest in coming to watch the match. They wore raincoats or carried large umbrellas, huddled together in the stands. Harley was very curious, what could they see in such terrible weather? Blurry uniforms. The Gryffindor team changed into their scarlet robes, and after a brief pep talk in the locker room, they walked onto the pitch with their brooms. No one had taken waterproofing measures, as adding an extra layer of raincoat over Quidditch uniforms would affect flying speed. Furthermore, no charms or magical items other than brooms could be used in Quidditch matches, so waterproofing with spells was impossible. Of course, if one secretly used illegal means and wasn't caught, that would be another story. Wood and Cedric shook hands and fist-bumped amicably. Good luck, Oliver. You too, Cedric. Although they were opponents, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff had a very friendly relationship, and the two were also friends privately. After both captains returned to their teams, the 15 players on the field mounted their brooms. With a whistle, the 15 simultaneously soared into the sky, flying to their positions. The battle in the wind and rain began. Harley, with a stability that belied her stature and weight, braved the strong winds and was the first to grab the quaffle thrown by Madame Hooch. At the same time, despite the stormy, thundering, and lightning-filled sky, commentator Lee's voice still resounded throughout the Quidditch pitch. Welcome everyone to the 1993-1994 Hogwarts Quidditch Cup. I'm your commentator, Lee. The first match is between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. It's a great shame that the Slytherins, who should have participated in this match, exchanged their slot with Hufflepuff due to a trivial injury to their Seeker's arm. Thank Merlin, they are so merciful. Their choice allows Gryffindor to tackle the tough challenge first, boost morale through a refreshing battle in the wind and rain, and then deal with the easy opponents. Lee seemed to be magically enhanced, his gaze could penetrate the downpour, and his voice even drowned out the thunder. Listening to Lee's familiar sarcastic tone, all students except Slytherin burst into laughter. The little lions, needless to say, and the little badgers absolutely detested Slytherin's actions. They hadn't prepared much for a rainy day match, and now they were inexplicably going to play. It felt like a raw deal no matter how they looked at it. Hufflepuff's symbol is the badger, and honey badgers hold grudges. While the little eagles of Ravenclaw had no vested interest, when it came to watching drama, who wouldn't enjoy it? Harley didn't pay attention to Lee's commentary. She held the quaffle and swiftly flew towards Hufflepuff's goal. Under Harley's extraordinary physical prowess, the downpour was not an obstacle but a powerful tool to conceal her movements. Other players hadn't yet reacted to what had happened, and the spectators had only seen a blur of red flying in the air when Lee's voice suddenly became excited. Harley scores. 37 seconds. Harley scored the first goal from long distance. Is Jedro sleepwalking? Wake up, this isn't a practice match. Jedro Moncat, Hufflepuff's keeper, was completely bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? If it weren't for Lee's broadcast, he wouldn't have even heard the quaffle pass through the goal, not knowing Harley had scored. Jedro, move. Taking advantage of the moment Madame Hooch blew her whistle and went to retrieve the quaffle, Cedric flew near the goal hoops. The weather is bad, visibility is low, so you need to increase your movement frequency. This temporary countermeasure was indeed effective, though its impact wasn't huge. After all, the Gryffindor Quidditch team had 6 more training sessions specifically for stormy weather than they did, and the coordination among their players was much better than Hufflepuff's. In such heavy rain, visibility was very low, and the quaffle became too slippery after getting wet, so Wood had devised a strategy to minimize passing. Alicia and Angelina, using the rain curtain, constantly accelerated and weaved, compressing Hufflepuff's field of vision and blocking the opposing players' positions. Although the Weasley twins had difficulty finding the bludgers, their very presence was a distraction, creating psychological pressure on the opponents. Harley herself transformed into the sharpest spearhead, carrying the quaffle solo, evading other chasers, and forcefully tearing through Hufflepuff's last line of defense, scoring continuously. The score difference between the two sides constantly widened. In just 25 minutes, Harley had single-handedly racked up 110 points. The Hufflepuffs were helpless. With the rain pouring down, they could only see blurry red, unable to clearly distinguish who was who. Moreover, the Hufflepuffs were using old-fashioned brooms, and no one could keep up with Harley's Nimbus 2000. Thus, a strange phenomenon appeared on the field. Hufflepuff possessed the quaffle, Hufflepuff was dispossessed, Harley possessed the quaffle, Harley scored, Hufflepuff repossessed the quaffle. The Hufflepuffs couldn't even get past the halfway line. Goodness, it was a loop, how could they possibly win? At this moment, countless little badgers must have hated Slytherin, hated Malfoy. Malfoy, you really deserve to die. Chapter 215 I warned you. The match continued, and the rain had subsided a little at this point. This gave the audience a better viewing experience, at least they could see if the players had the quaffle in their hands. Harley has the ball again. I've lost count of how many times the Lion Queen has possessed the ball. Lee was somewhat numb. Gryffindor seems intent on playing a solo strategy today. Everyone except Katie and Wood is executing tactics centered around Harley. Abbott hit a bludger, seemingly trying to intercept Harley. But how terrible, the bludger hit Jedro, causing Jedro to fail to stop Harley's attack again. What a pity, Jedro should have been able to stop it this time. I strongly suggest checking if Hufflepuff's beaters are betting on Quidditch. I did not. Abbott's face turned red, and he waved his bat, shouting in protest, but his voice was drowned out by the thunder. Just kidding, this is probably just the effect of the heavy rain and strong winds, interfering with the bludger's flight path. Lee said loudly, taking another jab. And I don't think anyone would joke with their house's honor, except for some cowards who don't dare to face Gryffindor head-on. Malfoy on the stands gritted his teeth, wishing Crabbe and Goyle would go up and tear Lee's mouth apart. How despicable. The Slytherins around him were looking at him strangely. Lee's voice suddenly grew louder, once again screaming at the top of his lungs. Harley suddenly pulled away from everyone else, and Sharpie was trying to catch up, but the comet was simply too outdated. Oh my goodness. Harley plummeted from high altitude at an incredible angle, cutting in between Jedro and the goal. Aim, shoot. She scored. I've never seen such a crazy move. The Gryffindors also cheered wildly, and Quidditch fanatic Professor McGonagall directly snatched the microphone. Merlin, this is a brand new way to break through the keeper. Harley, I want to recommend you to save Britain's Quidditch team, which can't beat Vietnam's national Quidditch team. But soon, the students' applause died down, and they stared blankly at the sky, watching the dark shadows that suddenly appeared in the clouds. Time rewound to a few minutes earlier. Because Harley had entered a crazy scoring mode, Gryffindor changed its strategy, having Katie stick to Cedric. Wood didn't demand Katie catch the golden snitch, he just wanted Cedric not to catch the golden snitch too quickly. As long as Gryffindor could score 300 to 500 points in this match, the pressure on their overall season points would be much less. As luck would have it, when Harley scored her 14th goal, Cedric spotted a golden gleam in the rain. And Katie, who had been observing Cedric, naturally also noticed the golden snitch's whereabouts. Both seekers accelerated simultaneously, chasing the golden snitch towards the sky. As they approached the clouds, they suddenly felt that the clouds in front of them were not right. Storm clouds should be gray, right? Even if the sky is very dark, storm clouds shouldn't be black, should they? Wait, why are these black clouds moving freely, emitting cold, and dispelling happiness? Both seekers suddenly realized that those were not clouds. They were Dementors. At this moment, hundreds of Dementors floated in the clouds, led by the Dementor leader. After making a mistake last time, Fudge angrily reprimanded them and reduced the number of Muggle death row prisoners supplied to the Dementors. The happiness that Muggle death row prisoners could provide was already scarce and of low quality, and now Fudge had further reduced their numbers. This had left the Dementors starving for many days, on the verge of rioting. Today, they felt powerful happy emotions on the Quidditch pitch, and they were high-quality, fresh happy emotions. So they could no longer restrain themselves and wanted to feast well. As for the consequences, they would worry about that after they had eaten their fill. When the Dementors began to descend slowly, Cedric reacted, but Katie was still stunned in place. Go, fly straight down. Cedric roared, pulling Katie, while simultaneously controlling his broom to descend vertically. After being roused by Cedric, Katie finally reacted. She no longer cared about catching the golden snitch and instead mimicked Cedric's maneuver, diving towards the ground. Harley listened to the surrounding commotion, looked up at the Dementors in the sky, and clearly saw from below the faces beneath their robes, which were rumored to be unseen by anyone. It was a twisted, deformed face, without any facial features a normal creature should have, only a large hole where the mouth should be. That large hole emitted an aura of death, merely gazing at it made one's soul tremble. Dementor's kiss. Harley narrowed her eyes slightly and casually drew her wand. Expecto Patronum. A silver Medusa emerged from the tip of the wand, hovering in front of Harley, radiating light. Send this group of monsters to hell. Harley's cold voice echoed across the Quidditch pitch. Medusa nodded, and her endless serpent hair extended, fiercely pouncing on the strongest Dementor leader at the forefront. The Dementor leader was powerless against the Patronus. It seemed to want to do something, but was directly struck hard on the head by the serpent hair, spinning several times in the air. The remaining Dementors, with that thing that could tentatively be called a mouth, tried to extract Harley's happiness. At the same time, they surrounded Harley, attempting to swarm her and deal with this guy who was preventing them from eating. Get lost. Harley's voice remained icy, and Medusa's body glowed with a brilliant silver light. Under this silver light, all the Dementors involuntarily drifted backward, not daring to look directly at the radiant girl. At the same time, streaks of silver light also bloomed around the Quidditch pitch. Tabby Cat, Golden Eagle, Honey Badger. The Patronuses of the three deans hovered in three directions around the pitch, and each released more than 5 Patronuses. Only the Slytherin stands remained silent. The little snakes looked expectantly at their dean, although most of them didn't know what those silver things were. Since other houses had them, why shouldn't theirs? But Professor Snape remained expressionless, his wand-holding hand clenching and unclenching multiple times, finally dropping powerlessly. And on the side of the pitch closer to the castle, at the boundary between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff seats, 2 phoenixes rose. One was entirely golden red, and the other radiated brilliant silver light. Below the phoenixes, Professor Dumbledore's face bore not a hint of a smile, only boundless fury. "I warned you." Professor Dumbledore's voice drowned out the thunder in the sky, echoing throughout the entire stadium. Chapter 216 The Lion Queen returns to her loyal Gryffindor. The Patronuses, in cooperation with Fawkes, launched a devastating attack on the Dementors. Medusa, located in the center of the Quidditch pitch, continuously emitted silver light, forcing the Dementors to scatter and flee. The three deans all displayed superb skill, simultaneously controlling multiple Patronuses, constantly beating the Dementors. Professor Dumbledore's Phoenix had barely made a move, merely hovering in the sky, and the battle had already become a one-sided affair. The little wizards, whose emotions had been soothed by the professors, cheered at this sight. As you can see, the deans of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff are wreaking havoc, expelling the monsters that invaded Hogwarts. Lee, still dedicated, shouted into the microphone. And Principal Dumbledore, as a great wizard who graduated from Gryffindor, his mere presence is a deterrent. Why is one house missing? Never mind, that's not important. Let us focus our attention on the Lion Queen of Gryffindor. Harley is truly strong. She is indeed the child of James and Lily. Sirius was currently in his animagus form, lying at Professor Lupin's feet, but his mouth simply couldn't stay still. Tisk tisk tisk, Dumbledore is serious this time, he's truly angry. He even brought out his trump card, ordering Fawkes to burn the Dementors. Don't talk. Professor Lupin kicked him. It's strange for a black dog to talk. I truly regret it. Why did I have a moment of madness and agree to come watch Harley's match? If you're discovered, you won't be able to catch Peter. Hearing Lupin's threat, Sirius shivered and closed his dog mouth. But after a while, he still couldn't restrain himself. That Snivelus didn't even release a Patronus. Hey, it seems he's been a Death Eater for too long, he's lost the ability to cast a Patronus. Lupin couldn't help but shake his head, feeling that Sirius had probably been locked up in Azkaban for too long, and now that he had escaped, he was finally letting loose. He stood up and tugged on the chain around Sirius's neck. Let's go. I'll get you back quickly, then return to the castle. With such a big incident, Principal Dumbledore will definitely be looking for us. Under the torment of the Patronuses of the 5 powerful wizards, the Dementors finally fled the Quidditch pitch in disarray. Of course, their numbers upon leaving were much fewer than when they arrived, as many Dementors had been killed by Fawkes. During the battle, Harley keenly noticed that Patronuses could not effectively kill Dementors, only make them feel pain. But Fawkes's flames ignited more than a dozen, lucky ones, turning them into golden torches in midair. This reminded Harley of some content in Professor Dumbledore's notebook, but she didn't delve into it deeply. After Harley descended from the air, the other teammates waiting below immediately gathered around her. Harley, are you hurt? Angelina asked with concern. I'm fine, Harley shook her head, those Dementors couldn't even get close to me. I'm perfectly fine. The other teammates wanted to say something else, but Professor McGonagall appeared. She waved her wand, creating an invisible barrier above the players' heads and simultaneously dispelling the moisture from their bodies. Don't stand in the rain, hurry back to your dorms. But Professor, the match. Wood still wanted to say something, but Professor McGonagall interrupted him. With such a big incident, the match must be stopped. I need to discuss it with Pomona and Rolanda, and then I'll give you an answer, Oliver. Wood still seemed to want to speak, but Professor McGonagall's stern face dissuaded him. Professor McGonagall looked at Wood's expression and sighed. Don't worry, I definitely won't forget about this. I also very much hope Gryffindor wins. And, Harley. Professor McGonagall's face showed a kind smile. Your performance earlier was wonderful, I'm proud of you. After speaking, Professor McGonagall quickly walked towards the stands, where Professor Dumbledore and the other deans were waiting. At this time, the stands were already empty. When the professors were nearing the end of driving away the Dementors, the prefects and student council president had already started organizing students to leave in an orderly fashion. The Gryffindor Quidditch team returned to the common room together. On the way, Wood suddenly remembered something. Has anyone seen Fred and George? They both ran off ages ago, Alicia replied, judging by their sneaky looks, I don't know what they went to do. Outside the Gryffindor common room, Ginny was standing there. Seeing the players return, she immediately went up to them. Percy told me to tell you that the password has changed. The new password is, Triumphant Victory. That's right, Triumphant Victory. The fat lady in the portrait repeated with a smile, revealing the doorway behind her. By the way, congratulations to Gryffindor for a great start. We haven't won yet. Wood shook his head. No one caught the golden snitch, the match should still continue. However, the fat lady didn't seem to hear him clearly. As the other teammates entered the doorway, Ginny scurried over to Harley's side. Sister Harley, can I call you that? After getting Harley's permission, the little girl said excitedly and eagerly. Sister Harley, you were amazing today. You broke through the goal 16 times by yourself. I also really like Quidditch. Next year, I'm going to try out for Quidditch and aim to join the team. Then good luck. Harley ruffled Ginny's red hair. It's our turn. After Ginny went in, Harley followed closely behind. The moment Harley entered the common room, a burst of enthusiastic applause and cheers suddenly erupted inside. Fred and George stood to the left and right of the doorway, dressed extremely formally, like knights. They were holding swords conjured by Transmigration, while their good brother was throwing several props into the air. Fred raised his sword and loudly declared, "The Lion Queen has returned to her loyal Gryffindor. Let us welcome Harley Potter with the warmest applause." George echoed his brother. The crowd surged forward, and Hermione hugged Harley. Harley, you were absolutely stunning today. Gryffindor was immersed in a sea of joy. Although Wood repeatedly emphasized that they hadn't won yet and urged everyone not to celebrate prematurely, no one cared. Just looking at Harley's performance today, wasn't victory within their grasp. Chapter 217. Making money lying down is still sweet. The joys and sorrows of the world are not the same. While the Gryffindors celebrated, Fudge was filled only with anger and dread. Sirius had still not been caught, and Fudge's political rivals were still using this point to attack him, leaving him in a state of disarray. Just then, one of Fudge's trusted Aurors, whom he had sent to manage the Dementors near Hogwarts, sent him a letter. Fudge initially thought it was a routine work report, but when he finished reading the letter, he realized how terribly wrong he was. The gist of the letter was that the Dementors had rioted, and the Aurors could barely defend themselves. As a result, these Dementors, without restraint, attacked the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, where a Quidditch match was taking place at the time. As for further details, these confidants were unaware. This letter nearly gave Fudge a heart attack. Hogwarts had over 1,000 enrolled students, representing thousands of families. Leaving aside the ordinary wizarding families or Muggle families, just the pure-blood families of Slytherin were enough to give him a headache. If they were willing to unite, they could easily unseat him as Minister for Magic and turn him into the deepest prisoner of Azkaban. However, just as Fudge was preparing to leave for Hogwarts, Dumbledore's letter arrived. Dumbledore's explanation was that these Dementors had not attacked other students, but had only jointly attacked Harley Potter. And Harley Potter, using her Patronus, along with the Deans, had driven away the Dementors. This significantly improved Fudge's mood, at least no one was injured. However, Harley being attacked also gave him a headache. After all, with Harley's current reputation among wizards, if news of her attack got out, Fudge would be lambasted by newspapers and letters for days. So Fudge rushed to Hogwarts, even canceling a planned meeting. He needed to meet Dumbledore and, while he was at it, teach those idiots a lesson. Of course, if he could chat with Harley, that would be even better. For a long time after the match, the commotion had not subsided. Although the Dementors appearing on the field was terrifying, the little wizards were hardly affected. Everyone was excitedly discussing what that silver magic Harley and the Deans used to drive away the Dementors actually was. Some even tried to ask the professors, but the professors only briefly told the students about the spell's information, without teaching any student who merely asked out of fleeting curiosity. After all, Dementors were currently Ministry of Magic employees, so the Ministry of Magic did not want the Patronus charm to be widely spread in classrooms. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Patronus charm itself was extremely difficult, not something an ordinary little wizard could learn. Without extremely high talent, perseverance, and willpower, learning the Patronus charm would only be a waste of time. Although they couldn't learn the specific method of use, understanding some information was enough for most little wizards, at least it was enough for bragging. And the Dean of Slytherin not summoning a Patronus during that great battle led to many more Slytherin jokes at Hogwarts. Defense Against the Dark Arts class arrived in a blink, and Professor Lupin was back. Professor Lupin looked even weaker, his face pale, as if he could die at any moment. But the Gryffindors didn't care, no matter who came, as long as it wasn't Professor Snape, it was fine. And when Professor Lupin cancelled the essay Professor Snape had assigned, cheers erupted in the classroom. "It's a shame, I'd already finished it," Hermione muttered softly, stuffing the essay back into her bag. "No, you don't need to be disappointed," Harley's lips barely moved, her voice precisely reaching Hermione's ears. "Don't forget Professor Lupin's identity, so Professor Snape will still be substitute teaching. He'll definitely collect this essay then." "Oh, right, why didn't I think of that?" Hermione suddenly realized, carefully folding the essay and tucking it into her book. In this class, Professor Lupin explained the creature Hinkypunk to the students. This single-legged, smoke-like little creature looked very fragile and had a very interesting form of existence. However, in all fairness, Harley thought Professor Snape's lessons on werewolves were more exciting. Of course, if Professor Snape could bring a live werewolf other than Professor Lupin for her to dissect, that would be even more wonderful. After washing up in the evening, Harley lay on her bed, eyes closed, calculating her remaining tasks. Tomorrow there's Ancient Runes class, and then no other classes. After class, I'll quickly go to the library to finish all my essays. This weekend there are also 2 club activities and Professor Snape's private lesson. Saturday night I'll make time to explore the Forbidden Forest to find materials, and Sunday I need to write a reply to Nicholas. Harley felt her time was tight, but soon realized she had forgotten about unexpected situations, such as Quidditch practice. On Sunday afternoon, Wood announced good news. The previous Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff match, with the unanimous agreement of 3 professors, was finally ruled a Gryffindor victory. Professor Sprout was also helpless. If Gryffindor wasn't declared the winner, she couldn't very well let the Lions slaughter the little Badgers again. Plus, Harley had scored 160 points alone. Comparing the 2 sides states, she truly didn't think Hufflepuff could win if they played again. This good news greatly invigorated Wood, and he announced that to celebrate this victory, the team would continue training on Sunday afternoon. What kind of logic was that? The players expressed that they simply couldn't keep up with Wood's thinking. And before practice began, Fred and George mysteriously approached Harley. "Harley," the twin brothers stealthily crept over, carrying a mysterious little bag. "Is what you said last time about investing still valid?" "It's valid." Harley nodded. "I'd be happy to invest, as long as you prove your potential." "That's great." Fred pulled a list from his pocket. "We've already made finished products for all the items listed here. This one is canary creams, eating it makes someone sprout canary feathers. This is a trick wand, the version we're making now." And George, too, kept pulling out finished products, demonstrating the trick wand which was easy to show. Watching the products the Weasley brothers pulled out, Harley was instantly amazed. She hadn't expected them to be so talented. Harley and the 2 agreed to sign the contract during their last trip to Hogsmeade before Christmas, as she didn't have that much cash on her. But investment was definitely going to happen. With the personalities of the little wizards, these products were sure to sell. Why stand when you can make money lying down? Chapter 218 How do you know that he likes the cross? The bad weather continued until December. The weather had just cleared up, and there were only 2 weeks left until the Christmas holidays. As the Christmas holidays approached, the weather grew colder. Outside the castle, the muddy ground was covered with a layer of glistening frost overnight, and icicles hung from the towers. The atmosphere inside the school became more joyful, and everyone was preparing for Christmas. Hagrid, inspired by last year's pumpkins, grew 12 exceptionally large evergreen trees this year. Professor Dumbledore personally decorated the top of each tree with a small phoenix, and whenever someone passed by, the phoenix would sing beautiful songs. Professor Flitwick decorated his classroom with colorful fairy lights that could fly in the air. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, decorated her classroom with several lion statues. Harley couldn't shake the feeling that the lion's belly was painted with the House Cup and Quidditch Cup trophies, though she wasn't sure if it was her imagination. Even Professor Babbling reluctantly decorated her classroom, hanging small coffins with crosses carved on them in the windows. This filled Harley with the urge to complain. Not to mention the act of carving crosses on coffins. Where did you get the idea that the old woman liked crosses? Wait, isn't it strange for wizards to celebrate Christmas in the first place? Who presided over the witch hunts back then anyway? Of course, what made the little wizards happiest was that the school allowed them to visit Hogsmeade on the weekend before the Christmas holidays began. Harley had made arrangements with the Weasley twins in advance to sign a contract at the Hogshead pub. Harley had long yearned for the Hogshead pub, especially since it sold strong liquor to little wizards. At 9 in the morning, Harley and Hermione, ahead of everyone else, were the first to board the Thestral carriage. However, once on the carriage, Hermione leaned against the seat and fell asleep. It was understandable, taking 12 classes simultaneously was indeed very tiring. Although Harley had reminded Hermione to pay attention to this situation and told her the location of the room of requirement. And Hermione had also started using the time turner to rest in the room of requirement from time to time. But this still greatly drained Hermione's energy and made her much older. Hermione didn't want Harley to be 17 when she graduated, only to find herself already in her 20s. So she was already considering dropping some courses. Professor Trelawney looked more like a swindler, and Hermione hadn't learned anything in divination class, so there was no need to attend it at all. And Professor Burbage, honestly, she knew less about muggles than Hermione did. Professor Burbage was obsessed with Mendel's theories and attempted to use them to research and refute the bloodline theory promoted by pure blood families. However, limited by the Ministry of Magic's laws and her own moral constraints, Professor Burbage could only engage in conjecture and purely theoretical research. Although her research was significant, such a class taught little wizards almost nothing. Upon arriving in Hogsmeade, it was still early before their appointment with the Weasley twins, so the two decided to go shopping first. Hermione bought a large pile of candies, especially a type of peppermint puff. Mom and Dad both love these, so they often write to urge me to buy them, Hermione whispered as she paid. For dentists, they've really fallen into decadence. As it approached 11 o'clock, Harley took Hermione and left the Scrivenshaft's quill shop, heading to the Hogshead pub. The Hogshead pub was located at the corner of the main road in Hogsmeade Village, appearing narrow and dirty from the outside, with thick grime on its windows. A dilapidated wooden sign hung at the pub's entrance, suspended from a rusty bracket. The sign was carved with a severed boar's head, with blood seeping through the white cloth wrapped around it. Harley and Hermione's mouths twitched slightly. Was this the famous Hogshead pub among little wizards? This environment, it's really shabby. Below the sign was a brand new wooden board, on which was written the history of the Hogshead pub. The Hogshead pub has a very long history. In 1612, the Goblin Ragsy Lala instigated a riot here, sparking the Goblin Rebellions. And this was not only the site of the riot but also later the headquarters of the Goblin Rebellions. It can be said that countless wizards' blood and tears are etched here, representing their contribution to the wizarding world. The current Hogshead pub, as a well-known attraction in Hogsmeade Village, sells the purest strong liquor, which is cheap and has a unique taste. It was clear that this was a sign carved to promote the shop. However, Harley was deeply skeptical. With such a dirty storefront, would this sign be effective? And those words, why did they look so familiar? Harley thought carefully, and suddenly realized that she vaguely saw the shadow of Professor Dumbledore's handwriting in the font on the sign. Standing at the pub's entrance was a short, stout man completely wrapped in a black robe. He looked at the sign and muttered, "Merlin's beard. That old goat actually prepared a sign for Christmas. That's really unbelievable." With that, the short, stout man pushed open the greasy door and cautiously walked inside. Harley and Hermione followed closely, also entering the Hogshead pub, but regretted it as soon as they stepped in. The ground floor hall of the Hogshead pub looked small and messy, covered in a thick layer of dust from floor to ceiling. Some candles lit on a few rough wooden tables cast a dim light. There weren't many people in the pub at the moment, only two mysterious wizards wearing black hoods sitting opposite each other. The short, stout man from before walked straight towards them, trying his best to avoid the owner's scrutinizing gaze. However, the owner seemed accustomed to such people and didn't bother with him, instead looking at Harley and Hermione who had just entered. After clearly seeing their faces, the owner's blue pupils contracted, but he still asked loudly. "Hogwarts little wizards, were you introduced by classmates? Would you like some fire whiskey? Or ice champagne?" Hermione frowned because little wizards were not allowed to drink alcohol. However, she didn't say anything. "Just a bottle of mead for now," Harley said softly as she approached the counter. "When I leave, I'll buy some more alcohol to take away, and we can settle the bill all at once then." The owner's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out a dirty bottle of mead and two dusty cups. He wiped the cups with a greasy rag and then placed them on a tray with the mead, handing it to Harley. Harley looked at the dirty cups, frowned, and tapped them with her wand. The dust on the bottle containing the mead instantly disappeared. Harley took the bottle and turned away from the counter. "You haven't taken the cups yet," the owner called from behind. "No need, I can transfigure my own." Harley waved her hand, thinking it was better not to have such dirty cups anyway. Chapter 219 I wouldn't dare to be so bold even in my dreams. When Harley finished buying the mead, Hermione still hadn't moved from the doorway. After all, it was so dirty in there that the little witch didn't want to sit down at all. Seeing Harley return, Hermione asked in a low voice, "Fred and George haven't arrived yet. Should we stand here and wait for a bit?" Harley shook her head, "They're already here." With that, Harley pointed to the two black-robed wizards sitting opposite each other, with butterbeer bottles in front of them. The short, stout wizard from earlier walked over and said something to the two, then quickly went back to a distant table and sat down by himself. Before leaving, he also casually picked up a bottle of butterbeer from the table. Without waiting for Hermione to say anything, Harley walked straight over and patted one of the wizard's heads, sending her voice precisely into his ear. "Fred, stop pretending. I know it's you and George." "Oh, damn it." Fred took off his hood, revealing his fiery red hair. "You actually found us so quickly, and you can even tell me and George apart." "I've always found it strange, even Mom has a hard time distinguishing between us," George chimed in from the side. "How do you do it? You haven't mistaken us since the first time we introduced ourselves." "That's a secret," Harley chuckled twice, as the assassin's unique judgment of details wasn't easy to explain. "I knew you'd say that," Fred grumbled, then moved his chair. Harley waved her wand, and two new chairs flew over from the side, the dust on them automatically disappearing. After the two sat down, Harley pulled out 2 peppermints from her pocket and tapped them lightly. The peppermints instantly transformed into glass cups. Such exquisite transfiguration. I dare say many fifth-year students couldn't do it as perfectly as you. George stared at the glass cups in admiration, and Fred nodded in agreement. "Did you two bring the contract?" Harley poured mead into the 2 cups, then pushed the bottle to the center of the table. Of course, Fred pulled a contract from his pocket, though there was no magical fluctuation on it. "Look at the terms. If there are any issues, we can revise them." Harley quickly read the contract, and Hermione also leaned over to look. According to the contract, Harley would provide the Weasley twins with 500 galleons, and the Weasley twins would give Harley a 30% share. Harley smiled and shook her head. The Weasley twins were probably so poor they didn't even dare to dream bigger. She pulled out her wand and tapped the parchment, then handed it back. "I think this part can be changed." The Weasley twins quickly leaned in, and both their mouths fell open. They clearly saw that the 500 galleons on the contract had become 1,500 galleons. They had thought Harley was complaining that she had to pay too much and were ready to compromise, but they didn't expect Harley wanted to increase her investment. Goodness, what does 1,500 galleons mean? That's Mr. Weasley's salary for 3 full years. They had never seen so much money in their lives. "Harley, are you serious?" George swallowed, asking tremblingly. "Of course." Harley lifted the money pouch by her side. "You see, I brought the money. I believe in your potential and future, and I'm willing to invest more for it." The Weasley twins swallowed at the same time, their hands holding the parchment trembling slightly. Finally, both parties agreed that Harley would invest 1,500 galleons in exchange for a 30% share of the Weasley twins' future joke shop. At the same time, Harley also had the right to view the manufacturing methods of various items at any time, but was prohibited from leaking them. After signing the deal, Fred duplicated the contract, and each party kept a copy. George took the money pouch Harley handed him, opened it, glanced inside, then quickly closed it and clutched his heart. He had never seen so many shiny little darlings. But why did the top galleon look so familiar? It looked especially like that poor child that he had repeatedly played with in his hand, only to be forced to contribute to Lockhart. George thought it was an illusion. After all, galleons all looked the same. He stopped thinking about it, carefully tucked the money into his innermost pocket, and only counted out dozens of galleons from it. Then George waved his wand, and a gust of wind blew towards the short, stout wizard. The short, stout wizard grumbled discontentedly, then stood up and walked over, carrying his bottle. "Fred, who is this?" Hermione, who had been watching the drama unfold, asked curiously as the wizard approached. "Hermione, I must tell you the first law of the Hogshead pub." Fred shook a finger repeatedly. In the Hogshead pub, never actively inquire about someone else's identity. After all, people come here with their hoods up precisely because they don't want to reveal their specific information. "Of course, we can tell you his identity." George chimed in with a grin. The short, stout wizard who had just sat down quickly said, "Don't. His name is Mundungus Fletcher, and he's a freelancer." George ignored Mundungus. "Of course, that's the nice way of putting it. In reality, he's a middleman who operates in the shady parts, moonlighting as a con artist and a thief. Of course, he occasionally dabbles in smuggling and the illegal modification of Muggle artifacts. You scoundrels, you two brats have completely exposed me." Mundungus pulled his hood lower, carefully glancing in the direction of the Hogshead pub owner. At this moment, the owner was still wiping cups with a greasy rag, and it was unclear what the point of his work was. "Don't let that old goat find out who I am. He banned me from the Hogshead pub." After learning Mundungus's identity, Hermione stared at him with a look of disdain, as if he were refuse. Fred, George, why would you two associate with someone like him? His only destination is Azkaban. Fred couldn't help but shake his head. Hermione, your view is mistaken. We want to open a joke shop and sell magical items, so we need various materials. Some of these materials are very difficult to obtain, and only someone like Mundungus can get their hands on them. Besides, Mundungus is Professor Dumbledore's man, you know, George said, dropping a bombshell. What? Hermione shrieked, drawing a glance from the pub owner. She quickly apologized and lowered her voice, asking, how could Professor Dumbledore? Nothing's impossible. We saw photos at Dad's and managed to confirm it. Saying that, George patted Mundungus on the shoulder. Mundungus snorted and gulped down the butterbeer in his bottle. Chapter 220 Professor Dumbledore is a man, not a god. At this moment, Harley suddenly looked up. After learning Mundungus's name, it felt very familiar to her, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Now, she finally remembered. Mr. Fletcher, I'll just call you Mundungus. If I'm not mistaken, I saw you in a group photo with Professor Dumbledore. Your name was written below the photo, and you were standing next to Professor Lupin at the time, right? Oh, that's right, Mundungus said gruffly. I know which group photo you're talking about, most likely the one I gave to Hagrid. I used to be one of those who worked for Dumbledore, and it was unpaid work, to fight you-know-who. Hearing Mundungus's words, Hermione was visibly surprised. She wanted to ask something else, but Harley held her back. Harley shook her head, quietly gesturing to Hermione to talk after their business was done. Seeing that Hermione was no longer speaking, Fred and George also began their transaction with Mundungus. The two exchanged 27 galleons for a bag of contraband from Mundungus. Harley, as a shareholder, also glanced inside and found high-grade potion ingredients such as venomous tentacula seeds, diricol feathers, and African tree snake skin. We've wanted to buy these things for a long time, Fred exclaimed, carefully tying the bag and tucking it under his robes. We just never had enough funds. Alas, poverty limited our vision, imagination, and actions. George wiped away non-existent tears. Only now do we have the capital to start our dreams. Harley ignored the two clowns who were pretending to cry dramatically. She had seen their exaggerated antics many times on the team. She looked directly at Mundungus. Mundungus, can you trade with anyone? Mundungus, who was biting a galleon with his back teeth, looked up, scrutinized Harley, and then nodded. Of course, as long as there's money to be made, I don't mind trading with anyone. What, Miss Potion Champion, do you also want to buy some special materials that the Ministry of Magic doesn't allow to be sold from me, to conduct some bold experiments? You're so much like your mother. Your mother also bought those forbidden items from me back then, and the quality of the things I get is absolutely guaranteed. I saw a photo of you with my parents, so your credibility should be assured. Harley nodded, with an expression of agreement. Then would you mind if I left you a contact method, to facilitate future communication? Of course, Mundungus swept all the galleons back into his pocket, then rubbed his hands as he looked at Harley. Using an owl. Should I write you an address? But I usually don't live there, so I probably can't reply in time. Of course not, it's best to keep such matters confidential. Caution is a good habit, and I also think using an owl for contact would be dangerous. Mundungus nodded. You have a talent for operating in the gray areas. So, how do you plan to contact me? Harley clapped her hands softly, and her long hair, which was draped behind her, suddenly lengthened, floating around Harley's ears like flexible snakes. The newly grown hair at the very end suddenly broke off neatly and flew into Harley's hand automatically. Immediately after, Harley's cherry lips parted slightly, and a ball of black flame enveloped the hair. When the flame dissipated, the hair had turned into a black paste, emitting a peculiar scent. When you need to contact me, just smear a little hair on any mirror, and then you can leave a message on it with a quill. Harley explained the contact method. I can receive any message you write within 10 minutes. As for how I contact you, when you go back, immediately find a mirror, smear a little hair on it first, and I can continuously send messages to that mirror. At this moment, everyone else at the table was stunned by Harley's actions. Mundungus silently took the paste, carefully wrapped it in a piece of parchment, and tucked it into a separate pocket. Then, he nodded with a complex expression. I didn't realize your magic was so powerful. I hope we have pleasant transactions in the future. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be leaving. I have another transaction soon. Mundungus pulled his hood tighter and quickly left the Hogshead pub. Harley, what magic did you just use? That was so cool. As soon as Mundungus left, Fred eagerly asked. I've already thought of several products to develop based on that. Sorry, this is a special inheritance of the Potter family, requiring Potter blood. Harley casually made up an excuse. After all, there were many such families in the wizarding world, the most famous being the Parseltongue brought by the Slytherin bloodline. The Weasley twins believed the answer, and although a little disappointed, they didn't press further. The four began to enjoy the meat and butterbeer they had bought. Harley even clinked glasses with the Weasley twins, celebrating the signing of the contract. After drinking 2 large glasses of low-alcohol mead, Hermione's face was slightly red as she looked at the Weasley twins and asked in confusion. How could Professor Dumbledore need someone like Mundungus to work for him? He's a criminal. Professor Dumbledore is a powerful wizard, but he's also human. Fred spread his hands. He's not a legendary god, he can't do everything. And more than 20 years ago, it was a wizarding war, a war, not playing house. So Professor Dumbledore naturally needed someone who operated in the black and gray areas to help him investigate information about those dark wizards and prevent them from completely siding with you-know-who. George added. And what Mundungus did wasn't too serious. Although it violated Ministry of Magic laws, it didn't severely harm anyone. So Professor Dumbledore could also accept this behavior. The twins spilled a lot of juicy details about Mundungus in one breath, as he indeed had many scandals. Sometimes, Professor Dumbledore even had to ask people to help get Mundungus out of Azkaban prison to prevent him from being locked up there for 2 months. Seeing Hermione's thoughtful expression, the twins also stood up. Harley, we're leaving. We got the materials today, so we need to go back quickly and experiment with our new ideas. Harley waved goodbye to the twins, and while Hermione was still thinking, she went to the owner to pay the bill and bought a few bottles of strong liquor. The unscrupulous owner tried to raise the price, hoping to swindle more money from Harley. However, the experienced Harley ruthlessly drove the price down, leaving the owner alone to sulk behind the bar. Chapter 221 Tonight, the truth will emerge. After this intense haggling, Harley finally remembered why the boss looked somewhat familiar to her. The boss's eyes were exactly like Professor Dumbledore's, and his face shape was also very similar. Harley remembered that Professor Dumbledore, as recorded in the Pure Blood Wizard genealogy she had read, had a younger brother named Aberforth, who was likely the owner of the Hog's Head pub before her. No wonder the Hog's Head pub dared to provide a venue for great transactions and sell high-proof alcohol to little wizards in Hogsmeade, the only pure wizard village in Britain. Since he was the principal's brother. My apologies, my apologies. After leaving the Hog's Head pub, it was almost 12 o'clock. The two didn't linger in Hogsmeade and returned directly to Hogwarts Castle. Hermione wanted to finish her homework before the Christmas holiday officially began, and Harley also needed to go back and concoct that small ball. Through various dark arts enhanced with witch specialization, the small ball would likely be ready for tracking by tomorrow, the first day of the holiday. Harley was very curious. Once she located that rat, what version of the truth would she uncover? The next day, when Harley woke up, only Hermione was left in the dormitory. They've all left. Breakfast is on your bedside table, Hermione said without lifting her head, hearing Harley stir. I highly suspect you've been sneaking out at night. Otherwise, why do you always wake up so late every weekend? Harley yawned. I don't like sneaking out at night in the castle. Besides, last night I was doing something important, something very significant and meaningful. What thing? Hermione asked casually. Preparing to catch a traitor, a key culprit in the death of my parents back then. Harley's voice was soft, but Hermione instantly shot her head up. Who? Lord Voldemort, Hermione said subconsciously. No, he doesn't fit, traitor. You're going to catch someone else. So, were uncle and aunt betrayed leading to their deaths? I don't know yet, Harley said softly. I have a lot of information, but it's hard to tell what's true and what's false. But tonight, everything will end. Why don't you tell Professor Dumbledore and let him handle this? Hermione couldn't help but ask. This is my parents' vendetta, and it involves their friends. I need to get to the bottom of this myself. Harley said decisively. Hermione's expression was complex, and she said nothing more. After dinner that evening, the Gryffindor common room was empty, with only Fred and George mysteriously working on their inventions by the fireplace. This year, the rest of the Weasley family had gone home. However, after receiving money, the twins temporarily changed their minds and chose to stay at Hogwarts to make good use of the holiday. Of course, their explanation to Mrs. Weasley was that they were staying in the library to study the Transmigration Club's coursework. This could also be considered the truth. After all, modifying canary creams to expand into various bird versions was also an advanced application of transfiguration. Mrs. Weasley initially didn't believe them, but Fred and George had repeatedly found excuses to consult Percy about 7th-year Transfiguration-related content. Thus, Percy, unwittingly, provided a false alibi for his 2 dear younger brothers. The twin brothers also invited Harley to watch their craft, but Harley politely declined. After all, Harley had more important matters. She had already prepared the ritual materials and combat aids in advance. Tonight, all the mists would dissipate, and the truth would emerge. At 9 o'clock that evening, Harley and Hermione slipped out of the common room. "Are we going to the room of requirement?" Hermione, dressed in sportswear and holding her wand, had a look of anticipation on her face. Of course. The two quickly arrived at the wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being beaten by trolls. Harley casually said, "I hope our luck isn't too bad and no one is currently using it." "How could that be?" Hermione shook her head. "Most of the school has already gone home. Gryffindor only has 4 people left." Harley began to silently think in her mind. "I need a room that only Harley and Hermione can enter. I need a room that only Harley and Hermione can enter. I need a room that only Harley and Hermione can enter." However, when Harley opened her eyes, no door appeared on the wall. Harley frowned. How could it be such a coincidence that someone was using the room of requirement right at that moment? No door appeared. Hermione asked curiously from behind, "Did you make too difficult a request?" "No, I only made the same request as before. It seems someone is using it. We can only go back to the dormitory." Harley was a bit helpless. Who would have thought it would be such a coincidence that someone was using it right then? Especially since it was already the holiday, and almost all students had gone home. Who could be using it? A few minutes later, the two appeared in the dormitory. Harley meticulously wrote various giant language characters on the floor using a mixture of essential oils and hydrosols, simultaneously infusing them with spirituality. Finally, Harley placed her most frequently used magic mirror at the center of the ritual, while invisible strands of hair cut her fingertip. Tiny drops of spiritual blood fell onto the mirror and instantly vanished. Harley threw the ball above the mirror and activated the ritual. However, to her surprise, a powerful force hindered Harley from detecting the target's location. Hogwarts interference. No, I've performed similar rituals at Hogwarts before and never encountered such interference. Harley subconsciously mobilized more spirituality, and at the same time prayed to herself, bypassing the seal to borrow the power of Sequence 4. After the ritual's power was enhanced, Harley finally succeeded in eliminating the interference, and an image appeared on the mirror. The mirror first showed Hogwarts Castle, then quickly zoomed in, becoming a room within Hogwarts. It was a dim room, piled high with mountains of trash. With just a fleeting glance, Harley saw a 5-legged beast specimen, a wrinkled, cracked cabinet, and an ugly, crowned bust of an old male wizard. "Where is this? Is this where Hogwarts disposes of trash?" Hermione said, frowning as she stared at the mirror. "In my memory, Hogwarts doesn't have such a dirty place. Let's go ask the house elves in the kitchen," Harley said, standing up with the mirror. "They are the local experts of Hogwarts and are responsible for its cleanliness, so they should know about such a place." Chapter 222 Hello, Peter Pettigrew 2 chapters in 1, updated today, Happy Children's Day. The two of them arrived at the basement silently, not encountering anyone or any ghosts on the way. After passing the Hufflepuff common room, they stopped in front of a portrait. Harley skillfully tickled the pair, opening the door to the kitchen. At this time, the kitchen was still brightly lit. The house elves, with cloths wrapped around their noses and mouths, were carefully simmering several large pots of an unknown red liquid that gave off a bloody smell. When they saw 2 little wizards enter, and one of them was Miss Harley Potter, they immediately gathered around excitedly. These house elves were all wearing tea towels emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest, and the leading house elf even had a badge pinned to its tea towel, signifying its status as head chef. "Miss Harley Potter, Miss Hermione Granger, is there anything Bit can do for you?" The house elf Bit squeaked. "I'm sorry, the kitchen smells a bit unpleasant right now. We need to help Professor Snape process some dragon blood." Harley looked at the dragon blood in the pot and couldn't help but shake her head. Just now, she clearly saw that the ingredients the house elves added were not the ones needed to process dragon blood. Harley speculated that the ultimate user of this pot of dragon blood should be Professor Babbling. Professor Dumbledore would certainly not allow that bloodline to drink blood within Hogwarts, so he could only purchase dragon blood rich in magic to supply her 3 meals. Anyway, the funds were all paid by the school board's big spenders, so Professor Dumbledore didn't feel bad about spending it at all. But to push everything onto Professor Snape, Harley felt indignant for Professor Snape. Of course, Harley wasn't so bored as to expose them. Instead, she showed them the image on her magic mirror. "I'd like to ask for your help. Do you know which room at Hogwarts this image shows? I know. Bid replied immediately after a glance. Bid knows this place. This is the room of requirement, the room used to hide things. The entrance password is, I need a place to hide things. Harley and Hermione exchanged glances, not expecting to find their target so easily. Even more coincidentally, Harley had previously wanted to perform a ritual in the room of requirement but found it was occupied. She hadn't expected the occupant to be none other than Peter Pettigrew. Thank you very much. Harley smiled kindly at the house elves, causing another round of squeals from them. You're welcome, the house elves are proud to be able to help the great Harley Potter. ... Are you sure you want to come with me to find the traitor? Harley said softly on the way to the room of requirement. A battle might break out between me and that traitor, and it could be dangerous. Hermione's steps did not falter after hearing Harley's words. HMPH. Do you think I'm afraid? I'm at least second in our year, and I definitely have the ability to protect myself. As she spoke, Hermione proudly tilted her head, like a proud swan. Harley shook her head. It seemed the little witch didn't understand the difference between theory and practice. But it didn't matter. Against a rat without a handy wand, Harley was confident she could catch him while protecting Hermione. So, letting Hermione experience a real battle was quite good. The two returned to the entrance of the room of requirement once again. Harley walked back and forth 3 times in front of that wall, thinking in her mind. I need a place to hide things. A smooth wooden door suddenly appeared on the wall. Harley didn't hesitate, gripping her wand tightly in her right hand, and carefully pushed the door open. Hermione looked at the open door. It was pitch black inside, without a trace of light, making it impossible to see what was within. She swallowed hard, also gripping her wand tightly, while recalling several charms that could be used for combat, and followed closely behind Harley. As soon as she entered the room, Hermione felt herself enveloped by the pervasive darkness. She instinctively reached forward and took Harley's free left hand. Scared, Harley's soft chuckle came from ahead, and her left hand gently squeezed Hermione's. No, I'm not. Hermione tried hard to make her tone sound fiercer, but it was clearly not fierce, at most it was, milk fierce. Harley shook her head. It seems I still need to cast a little magic on you. With that, Harley let go and took out the magic mirror from her pocket. Hermione hadn't even had time to feel disappointed by Harley letting go when she felt a breath of air integrate into her body. Hermione blinked and suddenly realized she could see everything in the room. A small auxiliary magic that gives you an hour of night vision, Harley explained casually, her eyes fixed on the mirror's surface. Upon entering the room of requirement, the previous interference suddenly disappeared. Now, Harley could perfectly use the magic mirror to pinpoint Peter Pettigrew's exact location. Peter Pettigrew was a bit flustered right now. As the most cowardly wizard, even though Sirius Black had been sent to Azkaban, he still lay low in the Weasley family for a full 12 years. Coincidentally, Pettigrew, who had cut off his finger to survive, fled frantically, his fear even making him ignore the injury on his hand. As a result, when he fled near the Weasley family, he collapsed from excessive bleeding and passed out directly. Before losing consciousness, Peter thought he was done for, destined to die as a rat in a sewer opening. He never expected to be rescued by the Weasley family and adopted by a boy named Percy, who couldn't afford a pet. Peter then naturally lived there as a rat. After all, Arthur Weasley was a Ministry of Magic employee. Although he was marginalized despite winning the Wizarding War due to his ideology and stance. However, Arthur was still an office head and had many friends, allowing him to get much important information in advance. Living in such a family, if his old master were to rise again, he would be the first to know and go to him, to express his loyalty. Of course, this was just Peter's way of comforting himself. He knew in his heart that there was only one fundamental reason why he was willing to live as a rat. Peter Pettigrew dared not live as a human. What if a staunch Death Eater outside of Azkaban knew his identity as a traitor? What if a Death Eater inside Azkaban wanted to get off, knew he was alive, and reported him? What if Sirius told the truth in Azkaban? The cowardly Peter dared not gamble, nor was he willing to gamble. And so, Peter lived as a rat for 12 years. He thought he would live like this his whole life, but this wasn't bad, was it? He had delicious food every day, and after eating, he could sleep without any worries. These conditions were enough for Peter. Unfortunately, this comfortable life ended this semester. On the train, Peter saw Sirius and Lupin from afar. He didn't hesitate. That night, he hid in a secret passage very close to the kitchen. At the same time, Peter also began to exercise his brain, which hadn't been very active for 12 years, thinking about what loopholes he needed to fix. He had tried to get the Marauders map to know the locations of Lupin and Sirius, so he could avoid them in advance. Unfortunately, that map was no longer with Filch, and Peter searched for a long time without finding it. Peter could only settle for the next best thing, choosing to steal potion ingredients from the old bat and brew potions in this magical room he had accidentally discovered. With the stimulation of the potion, Peter successfully cast magic, erasing his presence from the Marauders map. Believing himself to be safe, Peter began to wander the secret passages of Hogwarts, only returning to this room to sleep when particularly tired. He was thinking if there was a way to kill Sirius directly, or have a Dementor give him a kiss. That way, everything would be dead without proof, and he could appear as a hero, bask in the sunlight again, and claim that he had secretly protected Harley for 12 years, thereby gaining greater benefits. But tonight, as he lay on a dilapidated bed he had found in a rubbish heap, contemplating his plan, he suddenly felt a stir deep within his heart. After being a rat for so long, Peter's foresight of danger had become incredibly keen. Peter instinctively sat up and picked up the wand placed by the bed. The wand was of poor quality and not very compatible with him, but having one was better than none. But before he could do anything, a voice came from the darkness, speaking words that made him panic. "Hello, Peter Pettigrew. ... After entering the room, Harley and Hermione continuously moved forward along the direction indicated on the magic mirror. Along the way, they passed by numerous, rubbish heaps. Presumably, all the people or creatures who discovered this room had piled their unwanted items here, causing the discarded items to accumulate like mountains. Harley even felt the aura of magic from some of the rubbish heaps, some of which felt familiar to Harley. However, Harley didn't have time to explore here now. The two bypassed a troll specimen and finally arrived at an open space. The rubbish here had been moved to other places by Peter Pettigrew, leaving only a dirty big bed. When Harley saw Peter from afar, she reached out and stopped Hermione. At the same time, a line of small text appeared on the magic mirror: "The traitor is ahead. You listen to my command immediately. When I speak, aim towards that bed and cover it with stupefy as much as possible. Do nothing else." Hermione was startled at first, then nodded vigorously. After communicating with Hermione, Harley looked back at the open space, and at the same time, she lightly tossed the magic mirror into the air with her left hand. The mirror automatically floated above Harley's head, with gray and green light condensing within it. Harley's free hand had, at some point, gripped a dagger, and both gloves emitted a spiritual luster. "Hello, Peter Pettigrew." Harley's voice suddenly echoed in the room. Pettigrew was stunned for a second, then instinctively tried to turn into a rat. After cowardly surviving as a rat for 12 years, resistance was no longer the first option that would appear in Peter's choices. Now, no matter who it was, as long as they discovered his identity, Pettigrew would choose to run away first. Only after ensuring his own safety would he consider fighting back, trying to kill the wizard who knew he was still alive. But Peter's transformation failed because a voice was echoing in the room. "Distort amplify. Law of all things, no animagus allowed here. Judgment, criminals cannot concentrate. Deterrence." Considering that the target would turn into a rat and escape, Harley did not release a large-scale attack immediately, but chose to first use the abilities of two extraordinary items to limit Peter's escape ability. She also knew that the power of the law of all things would be difficult to completely restrict an animagus, at least she didn't have full confidence and hadn't practiced it. But it was enough to be able to mark the opponent as a criminal, so that the power of judgment could take effect, and the effect of deterrence would be stronger. Professor McGonagall had taught in class that the casting of the animagus spell required intense concentration. Otherwise, the lightest consequence would be failure. In severe cases, it could even lead to permanent, irreversible damage to the wizard's body. As an animagus master, and having used this spell continuously for 12 years, Peter Pettigrew did not suffer particularly severe damage, merely a simple spell failure. But even a 1-second dazed was enough to decide the outcome of the battle. Hermione's stupefy followed, precisely outlining his body. However, this was also within Harley's expectations. After all, without long-term practice, and going directly into her first real battle, the little witch was inevitably a bit nervous. So, it was understandable that Hermione's 3 spells completely missed the target, with the closest one still a distance from Pettigrew's hand. Of course, Harley didn't expect Hermione to succeed. Having Hermione cast spells was just to give Pettigrew some psychological pressure and to give Hermione a sense of participation. The gray and green light from the magic mirror burst forth, instantly merging into Pettigrew's body. Pettigrew had no time to resist, nor the strength to resist. He wanted to move his body, use a spell to protect himself, or turn into a rat, but he couldn't do any of it. No need to resist, Harley walked up to Pettigrew, and spider silk emerged from the void, firmly binding his limbs. With your current strength, you cannot break free from the curse's shackles. Even if you escape now, I can easily bring you back. A look of terror appeared on Pettigrew's face. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, he was hit by a stupefy and lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, only one thought remained in Peter Pettigrew's mind: it's over, everything is over. Harley looked at the unconscious Pettigrew, shook her head, and said softly, "Hello, this is our first meeting, Uncle Peter Pettigrew." Chapter 223 Gryffindor is truly a place of hidden talents. After the battle, Hermione also emerged from behind a cabinet. She watched Harley apply layers of gray light to Pettigrew and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Harley, why did you just knock him out? Don't you need to interrogate him?" "Not for now," Harley shook her head. "I need to take him to find some people and confirm some important truths." With that, Harley gently clapped her hands, no longer casting curses or dark arts, but instead summoned more spider silk, wrapping it around Pettigrew in circles. Hermione nodded, then, blushing, said apologetically, "Sorry, Harley. My aim earlier seemed a bit. Harley shook her head. "It's fine, that's normal. Actual combat is completely different from usual training, all sorts of unexpected things can happen. Not to mention you haven't had any relevant training at all. It's perfectly normal not to be good at actual combat and to feel nervous." Hermione instinctively frowned, seeming a little unconvinced, but she had to admit that Harley was telling the truth. The little witch quietly watched Harley package Peter Pettigrew, then suddenly whispered, "Can you teach me combat skills?" Of course," Harley nodded. Hermione, having received an affirmative answer, smiled and said nothing more. Finally, Harley finished the packaging. "Let's go, the Christmas present is ready early. We'll go find Headmaster Dumbledore now." With that, Harley waved her wand, and Peter Pettigrew floated directly behind Harley. The headmaster's office was not far from the room of requirement, and the two soon arrived before the stone gargoyle. "Harley," Hermione suddenly remembered something, "we don't seem to know the password to the headmaster's office." "It's all right, I have a way to notify Professor Dumbledore." With that, a silver Medusa emerged from the tip of Harley's wand and disappeared into the wall behind the stone gargoyle. About 10 minutes later, the stone wall suddenly split open, and the stone gargoyle jumped aside. Professor Dumbledore, dressed in golden red pajamas, strode out. "Harley, calling me in the headmaster's office with a Patronus in the middle of the night is not a good habit." Professor Dumbledore said softly, "I think little wizards should be asleep in bed at this hour, or at least in their common room." "I'm very sorry, Headmaster Dumbledore," Harley said with a sweet smile, "but I have something very important." "Yes, indeed, very important." Professor Dumbledore's gaze passed Harley and Hermione, looking at Pettigrew floating in midair. Although Pettigrew was tied up like a dumpling with spider silk, his face was still exposed. "Peter Pettigrew." Professor Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon spectacles, a look of surprise on his face. "It is him," Harley nodded. "It seems some things I don't know about have happened at Hogwarts." Professor Dumbledore's eyes were full of solemnity. "I wonder if you'd be willing to come to my office and chat with this old man. And bring along this friend who should have died." "No, Professor," Harley looked earnestly into Professor Dumbledore's blue eyes. "I think this matter should be discussed in Hagrid's hut, and we can also call Professor Lupin." Professor Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Things seem to be getting more interesting. "Of course, Harley, but we still need to go to the office first. I'll have Fox call them." "Of course, I also need to call Professor McGonagall. I think as your dean, she has the right to know certain things." With that, Professor Dumbledore turned and walked up the spiral staircase behind the wall, with Harley following closely behind him. Hermione glanced at the constantly moving staircase, then cautiously stepped onto it, instinctively clutching Harley's clothes tightly. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Fox stood before the desk, eating herbs. "Fox," Professor Dumbledore called, "help me find Minerva and Remus, and bring them directly to me." Fox swallowed the herbs in its mouth, let out a cry, and transformed into a flash of fire. "Please sit." Professor Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring 2 chairs. "Would you like something to drink? Milk or black tea? If it's milk, would you like honey with it?" "Milk with honey, thank you, Professor," Harley said softly, and Hermione made the same choice. After settling the 2 students, Professor Dumbledore did not sit down but instead meticulously examined Peter Pettigrew. Harley sipped her milk, looking up at the wall. Because there were new people in the office, the old headmasters all had their eyes closed, and some of the old men were even snoring. However, seeing their trembling eyelashes, Harley guessed that they were mostly feigning sleep. Before long, Fawkes brought Professor McGonagall and Professor Lupin into the open space of the office one after another. Both professors were wearing pajamas and holding their wands. Upon seeing Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall immediately asked, "Albus, what do you need us for?" Before she could finish, Professor McGonagall saw Peter Pettigrew, and the rest of her sentence was caught in her throat. Professor Lupin, who had arrived a step before Professor McGonagall, said nothing but stood shoulder to shoulder with Professor Dumbledore. "Harley met a special friend tonight, so I thought I'd invite you all to gather," Professor Dumbledore said with a smile. "Harley suggested we discuss this matter in detail at Hagrid's hut." Professor Lupin's pupils instantly constricted, and his breathing quickened for a moment. "So let's discuss it in detail there." Seeing that no one objected, Dumbledore coughed lightly. Fawkes, who had flown back to the desk to continue eating herbs, let out an angry cry and flew to Professor Dumbledore's head, pecking him twice fiercely. After a brief outburst about having its meal interrupted, Fawkes began its work, transporting everyone one by one to outside Hagrid's hut. When Hermione finally arrived, Fawkes glared angrily at Professor Dumbledore, then settled into Harley's soft embrace. Dumbledore paid no attention to Fawkes, who was throwing a tantrum, and instead knocked on the door of Hagrid's hut. "Hagrid, it's me, Dumbledore. I need to talk to you about something." A few barks suddenly sounded from behind the door, followed by a reprimand, "Fang, shut up." Soon, there was a commotion inside the door, and a faint light shone from the curtained window. "Professor Dumbledore, please come in," Hagrid said loudly, pulling the door open with force. After opening the door, Hagrid saw the group of people behind Professor Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, what's happening?" Before Hagrid could finish, Professor Dumbledore decisively stopped him. "We'll discuss it in detail once we're inside." Hagrid nodded, saying nothing more. Once everyone was inside, Sirius, who had been lying by the fireplace, lazily opened his eyes, lifted his head, and surveyed the newcomers. He smelled some people. 3 of the scents were familiar to him, while the remaining scent was somewhat foreign, existing only in memories. When Sirius saw Professor Dumbledore and the others, he instantly recoiled, trying to shield himself with a chair. But when he saw Peter, his dog eyes instantly widened to the size of bells. Woof woof woof. Sirius forgot to hide himself, instinctively howling loudly and pouncing on Peter Pettigrew, using the chair as a springboard. However, he stopped in midair, his 4 dog legs bound by strong, white spider silk. "Please calm down, my dear godfather, Sirius Black," Harley said softly, her voice not loud, but clearly audible in Hagrid's hut. Professor McGonagall instinctively stepped back, drawing her wand, while Hermione covered her mouth and let out a sharp shriek. Professor Lupin sighed deeply, lowering his head. Upon hearing Harley's words, Hagrid casually picked up a chair. "Sirius. Where is that traitor? Are you saying this big black dog is Sirius?" "Calm down, Hagrid." Professor Dumbledore's tone became slightly sterner. When his identity was exposed, Sirius's mind went blank. He instinctively glanced at Professor Lupin, but Professor Lupin had his head down and wasn't looking at him at all. After a moment's hesitation, the large black dog slowly transformed, becoming a black-haired middle-aged wizard. "Sirius," Professor McGonagall said instinctively, looking at the familiar figure, her voice filled with complex emotions. "Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid. Harley." Sirius lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. Professor Dumbledore didn't look at him, but waved his wand. Chairs appeared around the table, and the tableware on the table was put into the cupboard by Hagrid. Everyone sat down. Sirius, though still tightly bound, had the other end of the spider silk connected to his chair. Peter was placed in the center of the table, still unconscious. "Harley, it seems you know quite a lot. I think you can tell us what exactly happened, can't you?" Professor Dumbledore looked at Harley after everyone had taken their seats. Of course, Harley nodded. Then, she began to recount from when she first met Sirius, including discovering Professor Lupin's werewolf identity and Sirius's unusual behavior, and how she deduced that Pettigrew was problematic through their conversation. As for how she finally found Peter Pettigrew, Harley once again attributed it to the obscure magic left in the Potter family's omnipotent vault. After all, if her father and his friends could create the Marauder's map, it was reasonable that the Potter family would have a legacy of tracking magic. Upon hearing that his werewolf identity had been discovered on the train, Professor Lupin gave a wry smile, not surprised. After all, Harley was so outstanding, it would have been more unusual if she hadn't discovered his identity. However, Sirius's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that he had exposed so many suspicious points, and that he had already been placed under a monitoring curse. He was certain that although this child resembled Lily and usually behaved as sweetly as Lily, Harley's true nature was definitely a mix of James and Lily, a mischievous little devil. She had silently placed a curse on him, monitoring him constantly. And after figuring everything out early on, Harley managed to keep silent, only revealing everything after she had captured Peter Pettigrew alone. This made Sirius feel very frustrated, feeling that he was old and not as good as he used to be. But he also felt a sense of pride, the pride of seeing a junior succeed. After listening to Harley's account, Professor Dumbledore interlaced his fingers, a pensive expression on his face. Professor McGonagall was somewhat shocked and also felt a little disappointed. She never expected such hidden talents among her students. Regarding the truth of the matter, who the traitor was, Professor McGonagall refrained from commenting before the truth emerged. But the appearance of 3 illegal animagus that she knew nothing about, you really gave me a quiet surprise. And Harley's magical attainments were so strong, yet she knew absolutely nothing about it. As for Hagrid, he was speechless, feeling as if his brain had been fried. Only Hermione sat quietly, staring intently at Harley, her eyes seemingly sparkling with starlight. I think I understand, Professor Dumbledore finally spoke. Remus, do you have anything you'd like to say to me? I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore. Every word, every syllable, even every punctuation mark Professor Lupin uttered trembled. I betrayed your trust. Back then, James and I, disregarding the safety of others, roamed the Forbidden Forest on full moon nights. And after Sirius was brought to Hogwarts by Harley, I didn't tell you directly, but instead trusted my own judgment. Remus, Professor Dumbledore gently interrupted Professor Lupin's self-reproach. Words of self-blame can wait, we should first address the current problem. As James's good friend, and an important party involved, I'd like to ask for your opinion on the whole matter. Just as Harley said, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Lupin said softly. After the Legilimency, I am willing to believe Sirius. Professor Dumbledore nodded, looking at the man tied to the chair. Sirius, do you have anything you'd like to say? Nothing, absolutely nothing. Sirius shook his head, then looked at Harley. If I have to say something, Harley, I'm proud of you. I think James and Lily would feel the same way. Also, can I personally kill that rat and avenge James? The mistakes I made, though I can no longer correct them, but at least. Sirius seemed to recall painful memories, his voice trembling, unable to continue speaking. However, Harley doused him with cold water. Of course not, my dear godfather. Harley tilted her head, looking at Sirius. If it really comes to revenge, then it should be me who seeks it, making him pay blood for blood. Chapter 224 Godfather, you are one of my few relatives. Listening to Harley, Professor Dumbledore recalled his conversation with Harley the night before Halloween. He sighed and drew his wand. Though I want to believe you, I still need more evidence. I need to call Severus and have him give you some Veritaserum. Hearing Professor Snape's name, Sirius's eyes first flashed with disdain, but then he nodded dejectedly. Of course, Professor Dumbledore. I don't even mind Legilimency or Imperio. I will not use unforgivable curses on my students. Professor Dumbledore shook his head, his expression exceptionally firm. A silver phoenix flew from the tip of his wand, then soared towards the castle. And Professor Dumbledore pointed his wand at Peter Pettigrew. Then, while we wait for Severus, let us hear the other party's account. Renervate. A strong flash of light passed, and Peter Pettigrew slowly woke up. He blinked, shaking his head to clear the grogginess, gradually recalling his memories from before he fainted. Then he found himself lying on a table, surrounded by many familiar faces, people he knew best and absolutely did not want to see. Dumb. Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Peter stammered, greeting them, long time no see, long time no see. Remus, see. Sirius, my friends, my dearest old friends. Principal Dumbledore and Professor Lupin responded cheerfully, smiles on their faces. Professor McGonagall merely snorted coolly and quietly said, how ugly. Evidently, after considering Peter Pettigrew's 12 years of impersonating a rat, Professor McGonagall had already formed a judgment. As for Sirius, he had already roared. You damned traitor. Trash, waste, dead rat. The bastard who killed James and Lily. How can you still have the face to live in this world, and call us old friends? In his fury, Sirius leaned forward, making his chair clatter. Sirius, quiet. Professor Dumbledore slightly raised his voice, let us hear Peter Pettigrew's explanation of what happened back then. This is completely unnecessary, Professor Dumbledore. Sirius roared angrily. I can accept Veritaserum, Legilimency, even Imperio. And this rat deserves these punishments. There's no need to give this cowardly piece of trash a chance to pollute our ears. Professor, old friends, look. He's scared. After hearing Professor Dumbledore's words, Peter Pettigrew also realized this was his last chance. He shrieked loudly, trying to exploit all of Sirius's weaknesses. He dares not let me explain. He wants to cover up the truth of that time. The truth about killing James and Lily. We all know that he was the secret keeper for the Fidelius charm, only he insisted that I was the secret keeper. So he was the one who betrayed James and Lily back then. He was the one who told the Dark Lord where the Potters were. We should execute him immediately to avenge James. But Professor Dumbledore was unmoved. Oh, really? If so, dear Peter, I imagine you would be willing to undergo the Veritaserum test that Severus is about to bring. Sirius's suggestion is also very interesting, although I refuse to use Imperio, using legilimency is not unacceptable. Peter Pettigrew's voice cut off abruptly. After a while, he mumbled, looking at Harley. Harley, will you believe me? You must believe me. You look so much like your mother, even your eyes are identical. Really, you must believe me. I silently protected you for 12 years, unwilling to show myself, afraid of Death Eaters. No one was interested in listening any further. After seeing the behavior of Peter Pettigrew and Sirius, even the most obtuse Hagrid had formed a judgment as to who the traitor was back then. If Professor Dumbledore weren't there, Hagrid would have already stood up and torn Peter to shreds. Even so, Hagrid's face was flushed, he stared intently at Peter Pettigrew, and continued to breathe heavily. There was a knock on the door of the hut, and a slow voice sounded from outside. Professor Dumbledore, would you mind standing up and opening the door? It's me outside, your dear subordinate, no, a poor wretch worse than a house elf, Severus Snape. How strange, I didn't know you had such a hobby, liking to wake people up with a Patronus in the middle of the night and tell them to bring Veritaserum to Hagrid's. The door opened automatically, and Professor Snape's next words were swallowed back into his stomach under the gaze of everyone in the room. Sirius let out an unreserved scoff. If it weren't for Professor Dumbledore and his goddaughter being there, he would have already unleashed a full barrage of mockery. And Professor Snape also saw the people in the room, and saw Sirius Black. He didn't hesitate, directly drawing his wand and pointing it at Sirius. Cruck. Professor Snape's curse was not finished before Professor Dumbledore effortlessly interrupted him. Severus, I think while I am here, no one can use an unforgivable curse. Also, according to reliable evidence, the traitor who betrayed Lily back then is very likely Peter Pettigrew on the table. Professor Snape also saw the person on the table. He was not a fool, although anger had filled his mind, the potions master's basic judgment ability was still intact. Upon seeing that the person who should have died was alive, a series of doubts and conjectures flashed through Professor Snape's mind. I hope you brought Veritaserum, Severus. Professor Dumbledore held out his hand. Professor Snape snorted coldly, looking unwilling, and with his fastest speed, pulled a vial of Veritaserum from his pocket. The finest potion, very effective, only 3 drops are enough for one person. Of course, I strongly recommend you use the whole bottle, that way, after the interrogation, you can also save time killing the criminal. Thank you for the reminder, Severus. Professor Dumbledore took the Veritaserum and personally dripped 3 drops into the mouths of both Sirius and Peter Pettigrew. Professor McGonagall, meanwhile, conjured another chair for Professor Snape to sit on. Professor Dumbledore began the interrogation, and from both of them, he received the same answers as Harley had given earlier. After listening to their words, Professor Dumbledore softly asked again, Sirius, why were you unwilling to defend yourself back then? Sirius replied mechanically, when Fudge first led the team to the scene, I had no intention of resisting. Later, Old Crouch directly threw me into Azkaban without a jury vote. Of course, I had no objection, I felt it was my punishment. This is punishment for my gullibility towards a former friend, a damned traitor, and for doubting another friend, Remus, which led to the death of my friends. I should repent. I am guilty, I am guilty. Despite still being under the influence of Veritaserum and in a state of absolute rationality, Sirius's voice still trembled slightly, and 2 lines of tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Professor McGonagall sobbed loudly, wiping away tears with a handkerchief. Hermione held Harley's hand, looking at her worriedly. Professor Dumbledore, with a sad expression, extended his hand to Professor Snape. Professor Snape snorted coldly, handing over a small vial expressionlessly. 3 drops are enough. With the help of the Veritaserum antidote, Sirius quickly returned to normal, Professor. However, Professor Lupin shook his head at him, and Sirius, understanding, did not speak further. Professor Dumbledore then looked at Peter Pettigrew. Peter, why did you betray James, betray your best friend? Friend. Peter replied blankly and subconsciously. I didn't betray my friends, they weren't my friends at all, and they didn't treat me as a friend. Their nicknames were Padfoot, Prongs, Mooney, and me, a humiliating wormtail. Professor Snape let out an undisguised sneer, glancing at Professor Lupin and Sirius, and shook his head vigorously. Peter continued to speak. James Potter and Sirius Black were responsible for being in the limelight, for being glamorous, for letting everyone know they were standard Gryffindors. And Remus Lupin was at least smart enough to strategize for the two of them. And me, I was unimportant, of ordinary birth, mediocre in ability, and very cowardly. Even my animagus was a lowly rat, only able to press the knot on the Whomping Willow for them. I was completely useless. They just needed a follower to witness their glorious deeds. They never considered me a friend, a true friend. And after graduation, they dragged me into the Order of the Phoenix without my consent, coercing my will. Didn't they know how terrifying the Dark Lord was? They didn't care about my life at all. Their hearts were only filled with their own glory and Gryffindor's foolish recklessness. I just wanted to take my mother and flee abroad, to take care of her and let her live out her life peacefully, to repay her for the hardships of raising me alone. But why did they mock me and say I was as cowardly as my animagus, like a lowly rat, just because I expressed a desire to leave? What's wrong with valuing one's family and wanting to live? Despite being in an unconscious, numb state, Peter Pettigrew, like Sirius, broke through the constraints of Veritaserum to a certain extent, becoming increasingly agitated. Later, the Dark Lord kidnapped my mother, threatened me to be his spy, and promised me greater power and higher status. I wanted my mother to live, and I also wanted to become powerful, to be respected by people, not trampled upon and belittled. Peter Pettigrew stopped speaking, his eyes filled with longing and hope. For a moment, the room was very quiet, even everyone's breathing could be heard. Sirius, who had been full of anger earlier, now involuntarily lowered his head, evidently recalling some of his past actions. Professor Snape's eyes, however, continued to be filled with hatred, staring intently at Peter Pettigrew. If Professor Dumbledore weren't there, his Crucio would have already flown out. Professor Dumbledore sighed softly, muttering to himself in a voice everyone could hear. I have always said that love is the most powerful magic, and also the most mysterious magic. When you don't truly love your friends and family, they will not love you either. History is a cycle. Too many people have made the same mistakes and can only sadly warn future generations. And too many people have not heeded the warnings of their elders and ultimately made mistakes. Hermione felt the hand she was holding suddenly tighten, but it quickly relaxed again. Professor Dumbledore did not look at the others' expressions and also administered the antidote to Peter Pettigrew. Upon returning to normal, Peter Pettigrew remembered everything he had said earlier. His face was ashen, and the light in his eyes was gone. Harley, Professor Dumbledore looked at the girl who had not spoken until now. What you told me that night was correct. The Code of Hammurabi records humanity's oldest rule, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. As James and Lily's only child, you have the right to dispose of Peter Pettigrew, and you shall decide his life or death. Harley released Hermione's hand and stood up. Professor Dumbledore was about to say something, but Harley spoke first. Peter Pettigrew, you are a major culprit in the death of my parents. I should make you pay a blood debt. However, I cannot watch my godfather remain a criminal forever. I want him to return to the light. I'll give you a chance, as long as you fight me with all your might. Win or lose, I will hand you over to the Ministry of Magic and clear my godfather's name. Of course, this also benefits you. At least you can continue to live miserably in Azkaban. Harley, you don't have to for me, a sinner. Sirius's words were cut short as Lupin pressed him back onto the bench. Harley, however, shook her head, a somewhat tragic smile on her face. Godfather, you are one of the few relatives I have left. Sirius's heart trembled, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging. At the same time, a murderous intent, not directed at Peter Pettigrew, appeared in Professor Snape's eyes. Upon hearing Harley's words, light instantly returned to Peter Pettigrew's eyes. Having been a rat for so long, living had become an indelible obsession deep within him. Of course, I can. I will fight you with all my might. Peter Pettigrew said firmly. Then let's go, let's fight in the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 225 Sorry, the one in front of you is a witch more cruel than you. Harley placed Fawkes on the table, stood up first, and walked directly out of Hagrid's hut. And Peter, pulled by invisible threads, floated behind Harley. Hermione stood up, about to chase after her, but then remembered something and looked hesitantly at the adult wizards present. Let's go, let's all take a look. Professor Dumbledore smiled and nodded at Hermione, then stood up. After getting Professor Dumbledore's permission, Hermione quickly chased after Harley. Before leaving the hut, Professor Dumbledore waved his wand, precisely removing the spider silk from Sirius Black. Poor Harley, she must have been too sad because of the truth and focused on revenge, forgetting to untie me. Sirius stood up, stretching his numb hands and feet while exclaiming loudly. Oh, right, I've been meaning to ask, what exactly was this thing that tied me up? Spider silk. You and your animagus are really alike, Black. Professor Snape, who had already reached the hut's door, suddenly stopped and said without turning his head. Especially your brain and mouth, they're even worse than your animagus. Sirius was stunned at first, then after a few seconds of thought, realized what Professor Snape meant. He flew into a rage, and just as he was about to explode, Professor Lupin clapped a hand over his mouth. Catch up, Sirius. Sirius glared hatefully at Snape, deciding to let him off for now. The group arrived at a clearing in the Forbidden Forest, and Harley's familiarity with the path caused Professor McGonagall to suddenly have an untimely suspicion, wondering if Harley had some little secret that wasn't quite in line with school rules. Harley waved her wand, and all the spider silk on Peter Pettigrew disappeared, causing him to fall directly to the ground. Here, your wand. Harley casually tossed the wand she had confiscated earlier to Peter Pettigrew. Come on, as we agreed earlier, I'll give you a chance to fight fair and square. You can turn into a rat during the fight, but don't even think about using your animagus to escape. There are so many adult wizards here, and several transfiguration masters, you won't get away. Of course, you can rest assured, I won't kill you. After all, I need you to prove my dear godfather's innocence. Beside them, Professor Snape's teeth ground audibly. Harley, Sirius couldn't help but shout loudly. Actually, giving the Ministry of Magic the corpse would achieve the same effect. Hey, foolish lion, dog, you speak without thinking. Professor Snape subconsciously scoffed, then suddenly realized his scope of attack was too broad, including Harley, so he quickly corrected himself. Don't you know there are too many ways to permanently transfigure a corpse? A corpse isn't enough to prove your innocence, only a living Peter Pettigrew can prove it. Tisk tisk tisk, it seems after all those years in Azkaban, only hatred is left in your brain. Of course, I'd be quite willing for Harley to kill that rat and let you stay in Azkaban. Peter had no energy to pay attention to the surrounding argument. He nodded repeatedly, clutching the wand in front of him tightly, as if grasping a lifeline, and then scrambled away, putting as much distance as possible between himself and Harley. Fear appeared in Peter's small eyes, but it was mixed with malevolence and the cruelty of a cornered beast fighting for its life. Although everyone thought Peter Pettigrew was a cowardly and fearful fellow, the Sorting Hat had sorted him into Gryffindor. Clearly, the Sorting Hat, with the thoughts of the four founders, saw through Peter Pettigrew, knowing that deep within him lay an untapped courage. And now, under the pressure of life and death, the cowardly but also brave Peter finally ignited the courage within him, though it wasn't used in the right way. I'll give you a chance, you attack first. Harley stood openly in place, her right hand gripping her wand tightly, seemingly defenseless. Peter braced himself on the ground, slowly stood up, and pointed his wand at Harley. Sirius and Professor Snape both snorted simultaneously, exchanged a glance, then looked away. Peter's first thought was to use the killing curse, but this option appeared only for an instant before being dismissed. Professor Dumbledore was here, Sirius Black was here, and Snivellus Snape was here. If he used the killing curse, he wouldn't survive either. Although cruelty flashed in Peter's eyes, his primary goal was still to ensure his own survival. So, a clear look of hesitation and panic appeared on Peter's face, and he suddenly yelled. Imperio. If he could control Harley, he would have a chance to coerce Dumbledore and Sirius, allowing himself to escape successfully and avoid Azkaban. But his plan failed. The light of the Imperio charm streaked across the air, yet passed right through Harley's body. Harley's body shattered like a mirror, leaving only a magic mirror in her place. Many wands that had been raised nearby lowered again. A fist appeared out of thin air, hammering heavily into Peter's abdomen, sending him flying backward to crash hard against a tree. Peter felt as if his internal organs had shifted, his throat sweetened, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. Harley's figure appeared not far from Peter, surprising everyone except Dumbledore. They had no idea that Harley's disillusionment charm was so good, they hadn't even seen when she had become invisible. As for the mirror, considering Harley had mastered so many incredible magic, few people cared about it anymore. I can tell you really gave it your all. A very excellent Imperio, Harley said softly, the tip of her wand in her right hand glowing with a silver light. It shows that deep down, you are truly cruel, at least cruel enough to yourself to cast such powerful dark arts. But it's useless, because... Her voice condensed into a single line, pouring directly into Peter Pettigrew's ears. Although I don't want to admit it, your opponent is probably the most cruel, darkest, and most sinful demoness of Unaging in this world. A silver Medusa appeared behind Harley, enormous in size, looking down on Peter Pettigrew from above. Medusa's serpentine hair writhed wildly, with black flame flowing and leaping upon it. Although I will keep my promise not to kill you, I can first collect a little interest on behalf of my parents. Countless snake hairs grew rapidly, smashing heavily towards Peter. Peter's hands and feet were again bound by spider silk, leaving him nowhere to hide and unable to cast spells in resistance. With a loud boom, a large pit appeared on the ground, and Peter lay in the center of the pit, constantly wailing but unable to roll away. The bones in his major body parts had been shattered by Harley, rendering him completely immobile. Moreover, black flame burned on Peter's body, slowly scorching his skin without rapidly spreading or endangering his life, merely causing him endless pain. At the same time, many inconspicuous gray lights quietly merged into Peter's body. Harley slowly walked to Peter's side, placing one foot on his chest. A chill slowly covered Peter's entire body, extinguishing the flames. However, Peter would have preferred the flames to continue burning, as the alternating cold and heat nearly caused him to faint from pain. But because of the previous gray light, Peter was unable to lose consciousness. Harley. Hearing Peter's painful wails, Professor Dumbledore couldn't bear it anymore. He called out softly, "I think you can stop, Harley. Don't let hatred be the only thing in your mind." "Okay, Professor Dumbledore, you're right. Allowing such a waste to appear in my mind is simply a pollution." Harley snapped her fingers, the black flame incinerated the ice on Peter's body, then drifted away and vanished into thin air. The giant Medusa by the pit also dissipated into silver light particles, remerging into Harley's body. Fox. Professor Dumbledore looked up at the sky. After Harley had placed Fox on the table earlier, Fox hadn't paid Dumbledore any mind, but had been circling in the sky. However, when Dumbledore needed it, Fox still flew down, a tear flowing from its eye. "Dumbledore, are you getting senile?" Professor Snape, who was observing, snorted coldly. To use Phoenix tears on such a waste. Sirius also nodded from the side, agreeing with Professor Snape for the first time. "I can't help it," Harley was a bit heavy-handed. Professor Dumbledore waved his wand, and the tear flew out, merging into Peter Pettigrew's body. "But we need to keep Peter Pettigrew healthy, lest the Ministry of Magic think we obtained the desired confession through torturing him. Then why not just send them both to Azkaban?" Professor Snape sneered. "A dog and a rat, they look quite well matched. Have you washed your underwear, Snivellus?" Sirius retorted, and Professor Lupin beside him couldn't help but cover his face. "Tisk tisk tisk, this is Harley's godfather. I really wonder what good influence he can bring to Harley." Professor Snape pursed his lips, shaking his head forcefully. Sirius only then realized, and immediately looked around. When he saw Professor McGonagall and Hermione standing in front of Harley, the three witches chatting about something, completely oblivious to this side, he breathed a sigh of relief and glared fiercely at Snape. Snape, however, regretfully shook his head. Such a good opportunity, what a pity Harley didn't hear Sirius's own words. After Harley left the deep pit, Professor McGonagall immediately came forward with Hermione, and thoughtfully conjured a handkerchief. Medusa's punch earlier had stirred up a cloud of dust, making Harley's little face all dirty. Harley cooperatively tilted her face slightly and closed her eyes, displaying the expression of a cat enjoying being petted. "Harley, well done." Professor McGonagall personally wiped away the dust, occasionally pinching Harley's smooth little face, which made Hermione envious. "Excellent deduction and magic abilities, although the methods of punishing Pettigrew were a bit cruel, he deserved it." "Thank you for the compliment, Professor McGonagall," Harley said sweetly. However, Professor McGonagall's tone shifted, making Harley suddenly feel a sense of danger. "Why are you so familiar with the Forbidden Forest, my dear little Harley?" "Ah." Harley felt the hair on her head stand on end, and a pitiful expression appeared on her face. Professor McGonagall took the opportunity to pinch Harley's little face hard twice, a smile in her voice. "It's all right, you don't need to be nervous. I know that excellent students like you can't sit still. Night excursions and trespassing in the Forbidden Forest are just basic behaviors. Your father and Sirius were like that, and Newt was reportedly like that too. Even." Professor McGonagall quietly lowered her voice. "I'll tell you a secret, Professor Dumbledore also seems to have trespassed in the Forbidden Forest when he was at school. As long as you don't get into danger, it's fine. The school doesn't allow you into the Forbidden Forest for your own safety." "All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think our pleasant chat time must come to an end." Professor Dumbledore clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Behind Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid emerged from the pit, carrying the unconscious Peter Pettigrew by one hand. "I know you all must have a lot to say, but for today, let's go back and rest." Sirius can stay with Remus, and as for Peter, he'll be held with me for now. Tomorrow, I'll notify the Ministry of Magic to come and arrest him. Professor, can I continue to be involved in this tomorrow? Harley suddenly asked. Godfather has been imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years, and I'm very worried that he might not handle some things well. Sirius immediately wanted to protest, but in the end, his hand dropped powerlessly. Never mind, as long as Harley was happy, after all, she was his goddaughter. Although he hadn't dared to speak more than a few words to Harley until now, this didn't diminish Sirius's love for Harley. Moreover, all his guilt towards James and Lily also converged on Harley. Then it's decided, Professor Dumbledore nodded. Fawkes, I'll trouble you again, please send everyone back. Fawkes was completely flustered. It was furious, you're exploiting a little phoenix that just reborn a year ago. Fawkes decided not to return to Dumbledore's place tonight. Staying overnight at Sister Harley's place is much better than staying with an old man who exploits phoenixes. Opening parenthesis. Thanks to Bowsy for cheering you on, and Juwei Yanhu for their generous donations. P.S. The original work didn't mention that Patronuses could cause physical damage to people, but it did mention an ancient wizard, the invincible Andros. This wizard's Patronus was extraordinarily large and was considered invincible at the time, hence the nickname. Therefore, the author reasonably inferred that Patronuses have many uses, and a sufficiently powerful Patronus can cause physical damage or block some spells. Otherwise, that wizard could not have been called invincible. Recently, comments have been disappearing, and some of the author's own replies take a long time to be released, especially in the review section. Many comments here have been deleted, and the author cannot see what the readers are saying at all, so please understand if there is no reply. Chapter 226. A beautiful fairy tale needs a perfect ending. The next morning, despite staying up late, Harley still woke up early, quickly finished breakfast, and then headed to the headmaster's office. Hermione, however, didn't have such good energy. She wasn't used to night excursions and didn't have the strong physical constitution of a witch, so she was still sound asleep. In the headmaster's office, Sirius Black was wolfing down breakfast, while Peter Pettigrew lay unconscious on the floor. Ah, it's been a long time since I've eaten so heartily, Sirius Black sighed, stuffing another large piece of smoked bacon into his mouth. HMPH, what an unfilial great-grandson, Phineas Black, Sirius Black's great-grandfather, declared loudly. Regulus would never be as crude as you. He was 100 times better than you in every aspect. He was absolutely the most qualified Slytherin. Several Gryffindor principals protested angrily, but Sirius Black didn't retort. Regulus, is he really dead? Sirius Black asked softly. Phineas also fell silent. After a while, he nodded. Didn't you notice? All the House of Black's inheritance went to you, including the last remaining house elf. Logically, since you were disinherited, you would only be eligible to inherit the estate through blood magic if all other male heirs had died. Sirius Black was silent for a moment before saying softly, he was a fool, always wanting to live up to father and mother's expectations, and ended up joining the Death Eaters. Since he's dead, I will mourn him, but I won't pity him. With that, Sirius Black took a large bite of his sandwich, trying to keep his mouth full to prevent any other sounds from escaping. Just then, a ball of fire suddenly lit up in the open space. Fawkes appeared out of thin air with Harley, then flew to his nest covered in phoenix feathers. Sirius Black saw his goddaughter arrive and was about to greet her when he suddenly realized his mouth was still full. He quickly tried to swallow the sandwich in his mouth and wipe his mouth clean, trying his best to present a good image to his goddaughter. As a result, Sirius Black swallowed too quickly and almost choked. Harley rushed forward and patted his back for a while until Sirius Black recovered. Thanks, Sirius Black said softly, embarrassed. His first formal conversation with his goddaughter had been so awkward, Sirius Black felt he had lost all his elder's dignity. No, Harley had kept him as a dog for so long, and had watched him and Lupin's short videos in the Forbidden Forest for so long, what dignity did he have left? Thinking of this, Sirius Black's mood first inexplicably dropped, then suddenly improved a lot. Godfather, eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you, Harley said sweetly. Sirius Black couldn't help but want to flick her forehead as a slight punishment, but Harley dodged it. The principals on the portraits, who were enjoying the show, immediately burst into laughter, Phineas laughing particularly heartily. Now that the last male heir of the House of Black was about to be cleared of his crimes, there was nothing that could make him happier, and nothing could spoil his good mood. Harley's words successfully eased the awkward atmosphere between her and Sirius Black. Earlier, Sirius Black's legs subconsciously wanted to stand up, but his mind was almost blank. He simply didn't know how to face Harley as a godfather, didn't know what to say. But with the playful interaction just now as a relief, the invisible awkward atmosphere completely disappeared. Even so, Sirius Black was still stunned for several seconds. As someone who had been single since birth, he had barely had a proper conversation with girls his age, let alone a junior like Harley. After a long while, Sirius Black finally squeezed out a sentence. Harley, how have you been these past few years? Thank you for your concern, Godfather, I've been doing quite well, Harley answered easily. Especially after my magic outburst at age 11 and mastering a few unique spells, life has been even better. Is that so? That's good, Sirius Black nodded repeatedly. However, after saying this one sentence, Sirius Black didn't know what else to say. Phineas couldn't help but cover his face. He had a vague feeling that with Sirius Black's performance and intelligence, the House of Black might truly end with him. Sirius Black didn't know what his great-great-grandfather thought of him. He was still racking his brain trying to figure out how to communicate with a girl younger than himself. He could communicate, actually, but it was either cursing at his dear old mother before going to prison, or cursing at his dear cousin Bellatrix after going to prison. In terms of English national essence, as a 12-year resident deep within Azkaban, Sirius Black had mastered quite a lot. But normal communication methods, he really didn't know. As for girls his age, Sirius Black's serious conversations with them didn't seem to be many either. This made Sirius Black very uncomfortable, and for a moment he didn't know how to speak. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore appeared in time and pulled him out of it. The door to the headmaster's office opened, and Professor Dumbledore strode in, followed by Professor Lupin. Gentlemen, the time for reminiscing must temporarily come to an end, Professor Dumbledore said with a serious expression. Cornelius will arrive in the office in 1 minute, and as the witnesses of last night, you also need to participate in the discussion with the Minister for Magic. I will be responsible for the discussion, and Harley can provide appropriate additions. As for Sirius Black, Professor Dumbledore's gaze fell on Sirius Black, who quickly puffed out his chest. You are not to speak. Remus, please keep an eye on him. Understood, Principal, Professor Lupin nodded repeatedly, while a look of surprise appeared on Sirius Black's face. No sooner had Professor Dumbledore finished speaking than the door to the headmaster's office was flung open. My dear Albus. Fudge rushed in excitedly, exclaiming loudly. I received your letter this morning, knowing you had good news for me, that you had caught Sirius Black. So where is Sirius Black? The latter half of Fudge's sentence caught in his throat. He saw Sirius Black sitting at the table, staring at him, and let out a terrified scream. Albus, why haven't you controlled this dangerous criminal? What if he escapes? He might hurt me. I mean, what if he hurts others? Rufus, Kingsley, seize him. Fudge waved his hand, simultaneously hiding his corpulent body behind the door, revealing the Aurors behind him. The head of the Auror office and the captain of the Special Task Force both raised their wands, but did not directly attack, instead secretly observing Dumbledore's every move behind Fudge's back. Cornelius, I think you can calm down, Professor Dumbledore, as they expected, spoke to stop Fudge. First, I need to correct some of your mistakes. It wasn't me who caught Sirius Black, but Harley. Furthermore, there was more to the story back then. The true betrayer of James and Lily was Peter Pettigrew. With that, Professor Dumbledore waved his wand, and Peter Pettigrew, who was lying behind the desk, floated up. You see, Professor Dumbledore said slowly. When Harley caught Sirius Black, she also happened to catch someone who should have died, Peter Pettigrew. Through assessing certain events, Harley discovered that Sirius Black was framed. And after questioning the two, we had no choice but to reach a conclusion. Peter Pettigrew was the traitor who secretly sided with Lord Voldemort and revealed the Potter's location to Lord Voldemort. For a moment, Fudge and the Aurors were stunned. How is this possible? Cold sweat dripped down Fudge's forehead, he had to pull out a handkerchief and frantically wipe it. Don't joke, Albus, you might have been deceived by Sirius Black, or by some others. No, of course not, Cornelius, Professor Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly serious. Please give me a moment, allow me to tell you what happened last night. With that, Professor Dumbledore quickly recounted everything that happened last night. Of course, certain details, such as the interrogation method, were changed to the more legal method of extracting and reviewing memories. As for the trivial matter of Harley and Pettigrew fighting again and Harley beating him soundly, Professor Dumbledore selectively ignored it. Even so, no matter what, putting aside other things for now, Sirius Black's reason for willingly staying in Azkaban is too absurd. Fudge's voice even stammered, appearing extremely flustered. A red-nosed principal on the wall couldn't help but speak up, it's simply foolish. If you can't do something, you assume others can't either. If you don't possess a belief, you assume others can't possibly have it. How utterly foolish. In my era, I would never allow such a fool to graduate from my school. A chorus of agreement immediately erupted from the wall. Clearly, on such matters of right and wrong, the old principals held strong positions. However, Fudge ignored them, merely sending the oars out. Those portraits were inanimate objects with the thoughts of past principles, and arguing with them was definitely an unwise choice. He would lose regardless of winning or losing. Fudge thought carefully, then cautiously proposed another possibility. Albus, are you sure this is the real Peter Pettigrew? And that his memories haven't been altered? Of course not, Cornelius, Professor Dumbledore said seriously. I can guarantee on my name that last night, I thoroughly examined Peter Pettigrew to ensure he was indeed Peter Pettigrew himself, and there were no traces of his memories being tampered with. If you are unwilling to believe, you can also take him back to the Ministry of Magic and ask others you trust to conduct the examination. Professor Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly stern, his gaze seemed to penetrate human nature, fixed intently on Fudge. Fudge shook his head repeatedly. No, 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 Albus, how could I not trust you? I'm just afraid you've been deceived by some people, you know, some Death Eaters are too cunning. Finally, Fudge could only reluctantly say, all right, Albus. I will take them back for a detailed examination. This is terrible. If this is true, we must admit our mistake. And the Ministry of Magic's credibility has already dropped again and again. If this continues, my re-election. I mean, the peace of the wizarding world. Minister Fudge, Harley suddenly spoke, I think this should be good news for you. Published in the corner of the last section of the newspaper. What, my dear child, what did you say? Although Fudge still doubted the truth of the matter in his heart, his political acumen still led him to start preparing a contingency plan. A plan to minimize the impact if the worst-case scenario occurred. He was suddenly interrupted by Harley's voice, and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. But seeing that it was Harley, Fudge still put on a kind and amiable smile. Minister Fudge, you see, Harley said with a smile. I heard from Godfather that you were the first person to arrive at the scene. You perfectly handled the disaster caused by Peter Pettigrew at the scene and took Sirius Black back as a suspect. But the then head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement directly took over Sirius Black. He followed no procedures, conducted no interrogation, listened to no explanation from Sirius Black, and even without the jury's consent, he locked Sirius Black in Azkaban. And Minister Fudge had long suspected this, and after Sirius Black's escape this time, he found all the original suspicious points and successfully cleared the name of the last heir of the House of Black. I caught the culprit, and you discovered the truth. The beautiful fairy tale has a perfect ending, the bad guy is about to die, and justice triumphs over evil. I think this is perfect, isn't it? Fudge's eyes lit up, he suddenly felt that what Harley said made a lot of sense. It didn't matter if the Ministry of Magic made mistakes, as long as the Minister for Magic didn't make mistakes. Moreover, the more mistakes the Ministry of Magic made in the past, the more it could prove the wisdom of the current Minister for Magic. Therefore, overturning Sirius Black's case would only benefit him, not harm him, and could even strike at that damned Crouch who had always opposed him. He was just worried about not finding any dirt on Crouch, and now it had been delivered right to his doorstep. Crouch's biggest problem in this matter was that he did not follow the prescribed procedures, conducting no interrogation and making a judgment alone without the jury's consent. Although locking Sirius Black directly in Azkaban had been tacitly approved by everyone at the time, it had never been formalized in writing. In official records, only Crouch was responsible for this matter. The Ministry of Magic officials on the jury and the Pure Blood family members bore no responsibility. By seizing this point to attack, he could highlight Crouch's foolishness, lower his approval rating, and avoid offending too many people, while also implicitly gaining the friendship of many Pure Blood families. Simply perfect. Chapter 227 Is he the next Dumbledore or the future Dark Lord? Minister Fudge had previously been blinded by the situation. After Harley enlightened him, he immediately reacted and began to act. He called Kingsley in and carefully instructed him. Kingsley, you must personally escort Peter back to the Ministry of Magic right now. Lock him in a temporary solitary cell and arrange for 2 trustworthy people to guard him day and night. Remember, don't let anyone else take charge of Peter, especially Crouch and Amelia and Rufus. Minister Fudge whispered the last 2 names, his attitude clearly treating Kingsley as his confidant. Kingsley nodded seriously, waved his wand, and made Pettigrew float behind him, bound tightly by ropes. Minister Fudge, I must remind you of one thing, Sirius suddenly said. There were 2 main reasons I was able to escape Azkaban. One important reason was that the defensive magic around Azkaban seemed to have a loophole, which I think you need to mend. As for the other very crucial reason, Dementors cannot detect the emotions of animals or animagi, so they overlooked my presence. I think you should know that both Peter Pettigrew and I are animagi. That traitor's animagus is a rat. You must take measures against this to prevent his escape. Harley added, if Peter escapes, it will undoubtedly have a very negative impact, Minister Fudge. Minister Fudge's attitude instantly became serious. He had forgotten that he had previously mentioned 2 illegal animagi. After all, this minor crime was not worth mentioning compared to Peter's current major case. Even if the charge was proven, it wouldn't increase Peter Pettigrew's punishment. And Sirius, as a pure-blood family member, would only need to pay a small fine to be cleared of this harmless offense. So he hadn't cared about it before. However, now, Minister Fudge also began to take it seriously. Whether or not it affected his career didn't matter, the key was the great harm such a prisoner escaping would bring to the wizarding world. I, Minister Fudge, will always fulfill the duties of the Minister for Magic and ensure the safety of the public. Did you hear that, Kingsley? Minister Fudge instructed. You must guard Peter Pettigrew carefully and cautiously, and come up with a feasible plan to prevent animagi from escaping. Yes, Minister. Kingsley answered loudly. Harley, you did really well this time. Minister Fudge turned his head again, looking at Harley with a smile. I think with your contribution to this matter, you might even be able to apply for another Order of Merlin. But are you willing to come to the Ministry of Magic with me now? And Mr. Sirius, I'm afraid I'll need a little help from you, and of course, I'll clear Mr. Black's name as quickly as possible. I'm sorry, Cornelius, Professor Dumbledore spoke first. I think Sirius is more suited to stay here, he needs rest. As for Harley, she is still a child and needs to enjoy her Christmas. However, when the Wizengamot convenes, I will bring both of them to the proceedings. Minister Fudge was a bit disappointed, but he was also unwilling to clash with Dumbledore at this critical moment. All right then, Albus, thank you, Minister Fudge said loudly, then hurried away. He planned to hold the trial before Christmas, so that when everyone was on holiday at home for Christmas, they would have more time to read the newspapers. And this matter could also receive more extensive publicity. Actually, in Minister Fudge's heart, the best plan would have been to warm up the matter for 2 weeks, find some reporters to cover it, and build up the hype. Then, under the watchful eyes of the public, Minister Fudge would have the Ministry of Magic conduct a public trial, preferably presided over by himself. Finally, he would personally declare Peter Pettigrew guilty and send him to Azkaban prison. But this would give Barty Crouch too much preparation time. After all, the Crouch family is also one of the 28 pure-blood families and has a very wide network of connections. If he were given too much time to prepare, who knows what old Barty might pull off to clear his name completely. Lucius Malfoy's actions back then were still fresh in Minister Fudge's memory. Minister Fudge looked short and stout, but his ambition was higher than the sky. He not only wanted to be minister but wanted to be minister forever. Minister Fudge wanted to learn from the Queen of Britain's Muggle world. That Muggle had served for a full 41 years, he certainly had to surpass her. This time, he finally caught an opportunity. He had to severely strike down his strongest competitor, preferably trampling him 10,000 times so he could never rise again. So Minister Fudge couldn't waste a single moment now, he had to work overtime at the fastest speed and for all his time. After Minister Fudge left with the Aurors, the office returned to quiet. Sirius and Professor Lupin hadn't even reacted. What had just happened? Why don't I understand? The old principals, however, clicked their tongues in wonder. Dilys Derwent even directly suggested Harley follow her path. Harley, you are so talented in politics that you could enter the Department of Magical Law Enforcement right after graduation. Principal Derwent said seriously. You could first serve as assistant head of department, then compete for head of the Auror office, follow the path of deputy head of department, and finally become Minister for Magic. Old Principal Derwent was very familiar with this method. After all, she had started as a healer, risen through the ranks to become Dean of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, and then returned to Hogwarts in her old age to retire, serving as principal along the way. Thank you for your suggestion, Dilys, Dumbledore nodded to Principal Derwent. You're welcome. I love helping talented little wizards with their career planning. Dilys adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, a serene smile on her face. Professor Dumbledore, is the matter resolved just like that? Sirius finally interjected into the conversation. Mostly resolved, Professor Dumbledore nodded, his expression complex. Thank Harley. Her keen political intuition and excellent eloquence made Minister Fudge make up his mind. Otherwise, he could have dragged it out for a long time and eventually offered an insincere apology. Sirius opened his mouth, but Professor Dumbledore didn't give him much opportunity to ask further questions. Harley, you should rest. After so much has happened, I imagine you must be very tired. Professor Dumbledore nodded to Harley. Harley stood up, bid farewell to the two professors and her godfather, and then walked out of the office. Peter Pettigrew has been permanently dealt with, Harley sighed as she stood on the stairs. She wasn't worried about Peter Pettigrew's fate at all. In fact, Peter already had a large number of curses within his body. As long as she wished, he could die inexplicably at any moment. Of course, if Harley wanted to torture him, or control Peter Pettigrew to do certain things, it could also be easily achieved. Her willingness to spare his life was actually just to clear Sirius's name. After a year, when the heat of the matter dies down, I'll send him to meet Mum and Dad, Harley hummed a tune, calculating in her mind. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Professor Dumbledore was sternly instructing Sirius. You'll stay with Remus during this time. There's a full moon this Christmas, so you can keep him company. Don't run around. If you want to see Harley, you can only do so in your animagus form. After all, your name hasn't been cleared yet. Professor Dumbledore gave Sirius a long list of instructions and told Lupin to keep an eye on him. Although he didn't say it explicitly, nor did he remind Sirius, the three people present all knew that Sirius had done quite a few foolish things in his youth, believing them to be brave. After giving all the instructions, Dumbledore sat back in his chair and took 2 sips of water to clear his throat. Do you two have any other questions? Sirius glanced at Lupin, then asked in a low voice. Professor Dumbledore, I have one last question. How did Harley suddenly become a girl? Where's my godson? Remus didn't explain it clearly to me, he just told me to ask you. Professor Dumbledore's smile froze on his face. He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples with his hand, that involves some rather dark magic. It must be said that when it came to his career, Minister Fudge's actions were swift. He took custody of Peter Pettigrew on the morning of the 19th, and by that afternoon, he had extracted the truth from Peter again. So that evening, Minister Fudge immediately requested the Daily Prophet to prepare a brand new headline, proclaiming that a major miscarriage of justice had occurred that year. He also rushed to Hogwarts to find Dumbledore, asking Professor Dumbledore, as the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, to convene its members to try Peter. Minister Fudge was also quite helpless. Ministers for magic in other countries were also the chief warlocks of their Wizengamot. Only he was very frustrated, needing to ask Dumbledore for help when he wanted to preside over a major case. With the support of the Wizengamot, the Ministry of Magic held Peter's trial at 3 o'clock on the afternoon of the 20th in the Ministry's Hall of the Wizengamot. The hall, which could seat over 500 wizards, was packed today. Minister Fudge wished he could have brought all the famous people from the wizarding world and found all the excellent reporters he could. Professor Dumbledore donned his magenta robes today and stood in the center of the hall, presiding over the trial. As the greatest contributor to this matter, Harley once again wore the golden-red inner robe and pinned the Order of Merlin, first class, to her chest. Professor Dumbledore publicly recounted the polished version of the story and had Aurors bring Sirius and Pettigrew up separately. Undoubtedly, just from their emotions and mental states, everyone present could easily discern the truth. And after Sirius personally recounted the truth of what happened, many witches were already in tears. Some old wizards even stood up, waving their wands. Send Peter Pettigrew to Azkaban permanently. Let that traitor sleep with the Dementors. Ultimately, Peter Pettigrew was sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban, while Sirius was acquitted. Sirius was quite regretful about this. He sincerely felt that Peter should have been killed directly, or at least made to experience a Dementor's kiss. But that was impossible. Even the cruel Lestrange couple, who had used Crucio to torture the famous Aurors Frank and Alice Longbottom into insanity, were still alive and well in Azkaban. After the trial, Minister Fudge also pulled Harley and Sirius to give interviews to reporters and meet the high-ranking officials and luminaries of the wizarding world. The reporters were clearly carefully selected. Not a single famous, troublesome reporter like Rita Skeeter was present this time. Sirius wasn't particularly interested in these activities, but Harley quite enjoyed them. Her skilled social interactions left Sirius dumbfounded. Am I the elder, or is she the elder? From then until Christmas, all the newspapers were collectively reporting on the case. Almost all reporters praised Harley for her youthful achievements, single-handedly capturing Sirius and Peter Pettigrew. Of course, Minister Fudge, as the current Minister for Magic, was also repeatedly mentioned for his effective governance. The odds of him being ousted next year on the black market fell from 1-3 to 1-10. However, discordant voices also appeared in the Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter wrote a sensational article on the front page of a morning paper one day. 13-year-old witch so brilliant, the next Dumbledore, or a future Dark Lord. In this article, Rita Skeeter spent a great deal of ink mentioning Harley's genius, subtly hinting at Harley's potential threat. Rita is absolutely spouting nonsense. How could Harley become a Dark Lord? 2 days before Christmas, Harley and Hermione went to Hagrid's hut to visit him, and Sirius and Professor Lupin were also there. When Sirius looked at today's newspaper, he slammed the table and roared in anger. HMPH, that madwoman. I wouldn't believe a single word she says. Hagrid poured tea for everyone, saying loudly. Everyone at Hogwarts knows that Harley studies diligently, is polite to others, and never breaks school rules. She's famous for being a good student. Sirius, there's no need to let that reporter spoil our good mood. Professor Lupin took a sip of tea. She also accused Dumbledore of being a stubborn old madman and a cancer on the wizarding world. I think anyone with independent thought wouldn't believe her insane ramblings. Harley, however, didn't entirely agree with Professor Lupin. After all, there were still many people in the world who trusted unofficial reporters more. The Weasley twins had said that their mother believed everything this reporter wrote, except for reports about Professor Dumbledore. Rita. Harley noted the name in her mind. Considering the possibility of shaking my anchor, it's necessary to control that mouth of hers. Chapter 228. Fantasy Owl Hedwig. Good luck on the college entrance exam, get good grades. Everyone temporarily set Rita's report aside and started chatting about other recent events. Sirius was very concerned about Harley's life at the Dursleys' house, and Harley didn't hide anything for them. So Sirius was furious and decided to invite Harley to stay at his house for the summer. Harley was also very happy, as the Grimmauld place surely contained many books. However, Harley had to find a way to guide Sirius, as he wasn't particularly fond of returning to the Grimmauld place. During the conversation, Hagrid seemed a little distracted. Hagrid, you seem a bit down. The observant Hermione noticed Hagrid's abnormality and asked proactively. Did something go wrong with Buckbeak? Mr. Scamander didn't find a suitable Ministry of Magic official. No. Hagrid shook his head. With Mr. Scamander's help, Buckbeak's situation is going very smoothly now. What I'm worried about is Aragog. That's a cute Acromantula I raised. His colony has been frequently attacked by mysterious wizards for some time, and many of his children have already died. So Aragog is planning to move, wanting to get away from Hogwarts. But he's been my pet for so long, I really can't bear to part with him. However, I can't come up with a solution. Professor Dumbledore is so busy, and I don't want to bother him. With that, Hagrid lowered his head, his mood dejected. But Hermione couldn't empathize with him. Hagrid, do you know what you're saying? Hermione's face was filled with horror. Acromantula are magical creatures with a danger level of 5x, and wizards are also within their predatory range. The Ministry of Magic has explicitly prohibited raising these creatures, whether for commercial or pet purposes, it is forbidden. And these creatures are so dangerous, what if they attack your little wizards? Hagrid waved his large hand and said carelessly, how could that be? Aragog is a child I raised myself. He would never hurt anyone, he swore to me on his life. While the others were still arguing about this, Harley fell into deep thought. A large group of Acromantula actually wanted to move. Could it be that she had killed too many in her previous attacks? This wouldn't do. Acromantula venom is so potent, and their body materials are very precious, making them an important source of income for her. It seems I need to find a way to figure out how large the Acromantula gathering place is, and then attack them from another direction, forcing them into a dilemma. Oh, and I also need to arrange for someone to constantly monitor it and understand their movements. But that won't work, I lack helpers. An owl suddenly flew in through the window, interrupting Hagrid and the others' argument. After seeing the signature on the letter, Hagrid quickly opened it and read it carefully. Before long, Hagrid's spirits lifted. Excellent. Mr. Scamander told me that Madame Griselda Marchbanks of the Wizarding Examinations Authority has taken over the matter as a teaching incident. Oh, poor Buckbeak, he's safe, he won't be beheaded by those barbarians from the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. This is truly good news. Harley congratulated Hagrid, her eyes fixed on the owl. She suddenly remembered that Spectator Pathway Beyonders particularly liked feeding Spectator Pathway potions to large dogs or tigers and leopards, thereby causing various tragic incidents. Beastmasters of the Potion Pathway, to enhance their strength, would also use potions on their pets when their financial situation allowed. And for some unknown reason, whether because animals don't have as many complex thoughts or for some other reason, animals rarely lose control when taking low-sequence potions. Harley immediately had a bold idea. Why don't I feed Hedwig some spectator pathway potion and have her monitor that group of Acromantula? The more Harley thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed. The spectator pathway has little combat power in the early stages, but its information gathering ability is among the best of all pathways. And owls are inherently intelligent, otherwise, wizards wouldn't choose them as messengers, and they are also very compatible with the spectator pathway. Furthermore, during her studies of potion with Professor Snape, Harley had seen the two main ingredients, the eyes of adult manhar fish and the blood of horned blackfish. It didn't seem difficult to concoct a spectator potion. With this bold idea, Harley immediately took action. She obtained the auxiliary materials from Hagrid and then found an excuse to ask Professor Snape for the main materials. That evening, in the room of requirement, Harley sat alone at a table. Hedwig stood on the table, tilting her small head, her eyes fixed on Harley without blinking. Harley skillfully added the ingredients one by one. When she dripped in the last auxiliary ingredient, 5 drops of colchicum essence, the liquid in the cup quickly transformed into a viscous, silvery white substance. Harley placed the potion on the table. Before she could call Hedwig, the little snowy owl's eyes lit up. She seemed to feel a summons, directly putting her head to the rim of the cup and drinking heartily. Seeing this, Harley made no further movements, quietly waiting for Hedwig to finish the potion. Soon, the viscous, silvery white liquid in the cup was drunk up, and Hedwig smacked her beak, constantly shaking her head, looking as if she hadn't had enough. All right, the rest of the task is to wait. Harley stretched. She had seen many beastmasters feed spectator pathway potions to their pets. After all, this pathway also had an ancient name, the dragon pathway. So those misled beastmasters wanted to find a pet that could tank and fight, and thus chose to collect this potion. Of course, in the end, they only got a pet that liked to read books, newspapers, and gossip. After all, below the demigod level, this pathway simply doesn't exhibit the melee capabilities befitting a dragon. And Harley had also gathered some experience from many impoverished beastmasters. She learned that in the early stages, one only needed to wait quietly and speak a lot in front of the pet, and the pet would automatically imitate its owner and learn human language. Harley blew a whistle, and Hedwig immediately flew obediently to her shoulder, rubbing her head against Harley's cheek. Harley stroked the snowy owl's feathers and got up to leave the room of requirement. In the following days, Harley kept Hedwig by her side. Although having an owl on her shoulder looked a bit strange, there were basically no people in the school this Christmas, so no one would say anything. On Christmas Day, Harley's bed foot was piled high with gifts. Most of the gifts from classmates were candy, and many unfamiliar wizards sent greeting cards. However, Harley was not interested in this, as there were always some scumbags who would cast curses inside greeting cards or add love potions to food. She only kept the French wine chocolates from Fleur, putting the rest aside. Hermione's gift was placed on Harley's bedside, containing a large Chinese-English dictionary. I remember you said you wanted to learn this language, but you didn't have time to find a related dictionary in the library. Hermione said casually. So I asked my mom to buy me a set. I think it should be helpful to you. Thanks. Harley put away the dictionary, deciding to study it that night to see what Emperor Rosal had recorded. You're welcome. Hermione replied softly, I also really like the amulet you gave me. With that, Hermione hung the Medusa amulet around her neck, placing it alongside her time turner. Professor Dumbledore gave Harley a notebook containing many Transfiguration knowledge. Harley thought about her own gift, which seemed to be the batch of knitted wool sweaters and wool socks she always made. My time is precious, factoring in time costs, my gift's value isn't low either. Harley found an excuse for herself, then continued to look through other people's gifts with a clear conscience. Professor Lupin gave an aged notebook, filled with his handwritten notes, recording Professor Lupin's insights on dealing with dark creatures. Sirius, on the other hand, gave Harley the latest model of flying broomstick, the Firebolt, which was very popular among professional players. It must be said that whether it was the materials, the design, or the magic attached to it, the Firebolt was top tier among flying broomsticks. Of course, the Firebolt was also very expensive, costing over 1,000 galleon to buy one. If Harley had to pay for it herself, she would rather use that money to buy more materials. One could only say that as the sole heir of the House of Black, Sirius was indeed rich. After unwrapping the package, Harley found Sirius's Christmas card and the matching tracksuit that came with the broom. However, Harley always felt that Sirius seemed to have some misunderstanding about her figure. This tracksuit would probably need adjustments in several places by next year. But then again, for a certain Scottish deerhound who was single from birth, it was normal to know nothing about such matters. As if to compete with Sirius, Professor Snape, uncharacteristically, didn't send a notebook, but instead presented a bottle of finished potion, Felix Felicis. This large bottle of potion is worth at least 1,000 galleon, and it's priceless. Hermione, noticing the golden gleam, also leaned over to look. After recognizing the potion, Hermione's voice was full of envy. Harley gazed at the potion for a moment, then carefully put it away. At the very bottom of the gifts, Harley also discovered a flat package from the Weasley twins, containing a large square piece of parchment. The edges of the parchment were heavily worn, and it was blank, with nothing on it. The package also included a Christmas card, in the Weasleys' handwriting. The Marauder's map, a great treasure that exists for the students' pranking endeavors, sent to the investor of our joke shop. Below were the twins' signatures and instructions on how to use the map. Harley immediately laughed, never expecting that this map, which Professor Lupin and Peter had searched for so diligently, was with the Weasley twins. But this was also reasonable, only these audacious brothers would dare to steal confiscated items from Filch's office. Harley tapped the map with her wand and whispered, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Fine lines of ink spread from where her wand tip touched, rapidly diffusing to every corner of the map. These lines connected and crisscrossed, outlining a three-dimensional model of Hogwarts. And at the top of the map, green cursive letters appeared. Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids for magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's map. Is this the map you mentioned? Hermione examined the map with interest. What kind of magic is this? The Hominum Revelio charm. I can't think of any other spell. I don't know. Harley replied casually, gently stroking the line of names, especially that of Wormtail. However, Peter Pettigrew, they put you second in the credits, so they must value you highly. An animagus is also a true manifestation of one's inner self. Your ability to turn into a rat isn't a coincidence, is it? So it's just your inferiority complex and cowardice at play, truly a scumbag. After unwrapping the gifts, the two went to the Great Hall together, meeting George and Fred on the way. Did you like our gift, Harley? Fred asked with a smile. This is our prized possession. What a great invention, what noble people. Working tirelessly to help a new generation of unruly students, I really want to meet these legendary creators. You want to meet the creators of the Marauder's map? Hermione repeated, looking peculiar. Of course, as loyal fans of pranks, we have long admired such predecessors. George said loudly, putting his arm around Fred's neck. Then your wish is probably about to come true. Hermione's eyes darted, and she said with a mischievous smile. The creator of this map is Professor Lupin. What? Fred and George slipped, almost tumbling down the stairs. After they regained their balance, Fred repeated in disbelief, the creator of the Marauder's map is Professor Lupin. The steady Professor Lupin. He's so thin, so serious, although he occasionally jokes with us in class. But when we cause trouble for Filch, Lupin even stops us and helps Filch. So Professor Lupin doesn't look like the kind of person who would make such a map at all. The two spoke in unison, expressing their shock at an extremely fast pace. Hermione listened to their banter, covering her mouth and laughing. Just kidding, I didn't finish my sentence. Professor Lupin, Sirius, and Harley's father made it together. Hermione, Harley has corrupted you. Fred said wistfully, the know-it-all miss from first year wasn't the type to joke. So, Lupin is Moony. After all, he's a werewolf, and the nickname Moony fits his identity best. Chapter 229. Trelawney, Punch Darkness and Kick Evil. Good luck on the college entrance exam. Hearing the Weasley twins, Hermione stumbled in surprise, but Harley quickly steadied her. Hermione released Harley's hand, then asked curiously, You've already discovered Professor Lupin's identity. I thought I was the only one. Don't think of others as too stupid, Hermione. George wagged his finger with a grin. Fred and I don't have good grades, but we're just not very good at taking tests. In terms of applying what we've learned in practice, the two of us are definitely in the top 10 at Hogwarts. Then why didn't you report Professor Lupin? Hermione hesitated before asking. Then why didn't you report Lupin? Fred countered. Is it because of Dumbledore? If Dumbledore chose Lupin to teach us, then Lupin must be fine. We trust Dumbledore, and we don't think he would overlook a werewolf. Hermione nodded thoughtfully, then explained the people corresponding to the other two nicknames to the Weasley twins. Anyway, Sirius had already paid his fine and published his identity as the 9th animagus of this century in the newspaper. So it didn't matter if Hermione revealed it. After listening, George thoughtfully asked, Hermione, you've mentioned 3 nicknames, so who is the other one, Wormtail? It's the traitor reported in the newspapers recently, Peter Pettigrew. Harley suddenly interjected. He used to be very close with my dad, and also Sirius and Professor Lupin, they made this map together. Fred and George immediately fell silent. After a few seconds of silence, the two began loudly discussing their newly designed prank products and asked Harley and Hermione for their opinions. The four walked and chatted, and when they finally entered the Great Hall, a huge round dining table was already set in the center of the Great Hall. Professor Dumbledore and the four deans, along with Filch the caretaker, sat around the table. "Merry Christmas. Please sit down quickly," Professor Dumbledore said with a smile. "Harley, thank you for your gift, it's much better than what others gave. Remus is a bit unwell, so he can't attend today's feast. And Sirius decided to stay with him. Luckily Severus brewed him a potion, how fortunate, isn't it?" Professor Snape nodded coldly, his face expressionless. "Professor, shouldn't Uncle Remus only feel unwell the day after tomorrow?" Harley calculated the date and asked curiously. Professor Dumbledore nodded. "I'd also like to know the answer to that, but Remus suddenly started feeling unwell. He feels like he might develop that furry little problem Sirius mentioned at any moment, so he's unwilling to attend the Christmas feast and is staying in his office instead. I will monitor this closely, and I hope no major trouble arises." Saying this, Professor Dumbledore subtly glanced at Snape. Listening to Dumbledore and Harley's conversation, Professor Snape suddenly felt a little flustered. He had some doubts. Could it be that the wolfsbane potion he brewed had a problem? No, it couldn't be. The leaves of the sorrowful herb mixed with the nectar of the mad flower should, in theory, only cause extreme mental pain to the user, not affect the potency of the potion. Could it be an unknown reaction? Oh, right, he did add double the amount of venomous tentacles, which could indeed weaken the wolfsbane potion's efficacy. Professor Snape wiped the sweat from his forehead. He wasn't concerned about Lupin or Sirius, who was accompanying Lupin. Whether the wolfsbane potion worked or not was irrelevant. He disliked that damned werewolf and that big black dog anyway, wishing both of them would die. But if the wolfsbane potion failed and Lupin hurt Harley, he would regret it for the rest of his life. After much thought, Professor Snape decided that after returning to his office, he would rebrew the original wolfsbane potion without adding those peculiar little ingredients. Soon, 2 more Hufflepuff first-year students arrived for the feast, and then no one else appeared. The Dementors outside the castle this year had a greater deterrent effect on the students than the Basilisk last year. After all, the Basilisk randomly selected one person from everyone in the castle to attack, and it was implicitly understood that it wouldn't attack pure bloods. Dementors, however, equally brought feelings of fear to everyone. Although they couldn't enter the castle, if they couldn't sneak out of Hogwarts Castle to play, why stay here for Christmas? "Professor, aren't the elective class teachers coming?" Hermione asked curiously after Professor Dumbledore announced the start of the feast. "Come to think of it, I've never seen them attend any feast other than the start of term banquet and the end of year banquet." "Oh, that's quite normal," Professor Dumbledore said with a smile. "Most of our elective professors are masters in their respective fields and usually have many ongoing research projects. They are willing to work at Hogwarts, basically not for the job itself, but for the platform that Hogwarts provides. During holiday breaks, they usually leave the castle to focus on their research, so they don't attend feasts." Before Professor Dumbledore finished speaking, the Great Hall doors opened. Professor Trelawney, dressed in a green outfit adorned with metallic sequins, glided in as if on a skateboard. Harley vaguely heard the squeaking of wheels beneath the professor's long robes and confirmed what tool Professor Trelawney had used. She gazed at Professor Trelawney in surprise, not expecting Professor Trelawney to be such a skilled skateboarder. Professor Dumbledore stood up. "Sybil, what a pleasant surprise. We were just talking about you. I told the children you were doing research. So they were wondering if you would come." "Oh, Principal," Professor Trelawney said in her most ethereal voice. "Indeed, I originally didn't intend to come. As I have more important research, I need to dispel the calamity looming over Hogwarts. However, after completing this great work, I happened to see in destiny that I would join your feast. Since destiny has revealed everything, what reason do I have not to join you?" Professor McGonagall coughed twice vigorously, her eyebrows slightly raised. "Oh, Sybil, I'm very curious, just how did you dispel the calamity looming over Hogwarts?" The expression on Professor Trelawney's face was no longer exaggerated. She gave Professor McGonagall a cold look, her voice much more real. "There are always some who doubt the abilities of a divination master like me. This is normal, as they lack talent and spiritual insight. They wouldn't understand how a divination master like me can peer into destiny and guide those favored by destiny to accomplish everything." Professor McGonagall snorted through her nose. "Well, that must have been very hard for you, Sybil." Seeing that Professor Trelawney was about to abandon her ethereal act and engage in a real-world fight with Professor McGonagall, Professor Dumbledore quickly stood up. "Sybil, please sit down quickly. I'll need to get you a chair." With that, he waved his wand, and a chair appeared in the air, landing precisely between Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. Everyone else struggled to hold back their laughter, while the Weasley twins gave up trying and burst out laughing directly. What do you call a master of stirring up trouble? This behavior was comparable to seating the British representative and the French representative together at an International Confederation of Wizards meeting. It would be strange if they didn't start a fight. Wait, Harley suddenly remembered that Professor Dumbledore also seemed to be the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, with the authority to arrange the seating of representatives from various countries. Seeing how skilled Professor Dumbledore was, Harley felt she had discovered a blind spot. Indeed, Professor Trelawney did not sit down immediately but glared at Fred and George. Then she blinked her big eyes, looking around the table. The next second, Professor Trelawney clutched her chest and suddenly let out a low shriek. "I dare not, Principal. If I sit at the table, there will be 13 of us. This is most unlucky. As the 13th person, the first person to stand up on my left will definitely encounter misfortune." Professor McGonagall glanced at the empty seat to her right, and just as she was about to speak, Professor Trelawney suddenly slid backward. She was too engrossed in her act and forgot that what she was standing on was a skateboard. So Professor Trelawney lost her balance and rushed towards the door. Fortunately, Harley was quick-witted and pulled Professor Trelawney back with a spider silk. "Thank you, child," Professor Trelawney said softly after regaining her balance, while dragging a chair, trying to squeeze in between Harley and Hermione. However, Hermione seemed a bit heavy, and the stool wouldn't budge, preventing Professor Trelawney from succeeding. She had no choice but to move to Harley's other side, unceremoniously pushing Fred aside. Professor Trelawney settled securely into the chair, continuing to conceal her skateboard with her robes. "Everyone, please start eating, the turkey is already as cold as a stone," Professor Dumbledore said, taking a large slice of treacle tart first. However, Professor Trelawney did not immediately start eating, but chatted with Harley. "Thank you, child, earlier I dispelled the darkness that enveloped Hogwarts, so I lost too much power. You know, I've always used my inner eye through the crystal ball to observe the past and future of this planet. I saw evil approaching, saw 3 stars flickering abnormally, bringing strangeness and anger. But with my full intervention, everything has returned to normal." Harley maintained a smile on her face, rolling her eyes inwardly. Professor Trelawney couldn't possibly be treating her like a child, could she? This kind of lie, even a 3-year-old little wizards wouldn't believe it. Seeing that Harley had no reaction, Professor Trelawney continued to boast about herself in a vague, ethereal voice. Professor McGonagall couldn't stand it anymore. After all, most of those present were her students, and Professor McGonagall couldn't let her students be influenced negatively. So, during the remainder of the Christmas dinner, Professor Trelawney and Professor McGonagall continued their earlier, unresolved verbal sparring. Professor McGonagall's remarks were sharp, well-reasoned, and interspersed with the sarcastic technique she had learned from Professor Snape. While Professor Trelawney fully utilized her diviner's specialty, every sentence was vague, avoiding direct answers, while constantly boasting about herself and subtly belittling Professor McGonagall. Indeed, ever since Professor Trelawney predicted Professor McGonagall's death, the two had truly become old adversaries. However, Professor Trelawney was truly highly skilled. In addition to her passionate verbal sparring with Professor McGonagall, she single-handedly finished no less than 4 bottles of sherry. Considering Professor Trelawney's excellent skateboarding skills, one can only say that the professor is truly multi-talented. Harley strongly suspected that Professor Trelawney had smelled the wine from upstairs, which was why she was willing to attend the Christmas feast. After the dinner ended, just as Harley stood up, Professor Trelawney suddenly shrieked loudly. "My dear, how could you stand up directly? You will encounter misfortune, I mean danger. I have already seen it with my inner eye." However, Harley didn't need to respond, because Professor McGonagall had already unleashed her killing move, beginning to ask Professor Trelawney if she could use her inner eye to see next year's budget. At this, Professor Trelawney could no longer maintain her ethereal voice, nor did she resist. She grabbed 2 unopened bottles of sherry from the table and quickly slipped out of the Great Hall. After the Christmas feast ended, Harley and Hermione didn't return to their dormitory but leisurely made their way to Professor Lupin's office to visit Professor Lupin. In the office, Professor Lupin and Sirius sat opposite each other, happily gnawing on turkey legs and eating lamb chops. For some reason, the way the two of them gnawed on meat, was particularly uninhibited, and it was unclear if it was due to the influence of being a werewolf and a black dog. Upon seeing the two children enter, Professor Lupin subconsciously put down his lamb chop to maintain his image, while Sirius had already given up and didn't care about his appearance. "Godfather, Uncle Remus, Merry Christmas." Harley greeted them. "Why aren't you drinking? Who wants Remus to drink Wolfsbane potion? To ensure nothing goes wrong, pumpkin juice will do." Saying this, Sirius raised the pumpkin juice in his hand and took another big gulp. This made Harley feel a bit awkward, and the hand that had already reached for the fire whiskey was withdrawn from her pocket. After sitting down, Hermione immediately showed concern for Professor Lupin. "Professor, how are you feeling?" "I'm fine, no big problems." Professor Lupin said with a smile, shaking the chicken leg in his hand, "It's just that I have a premonition that the time for transforming into a werewolf might be brought forward." "Brought forward?" Harley repeated softly. "Yes," Professor Lupin nodded. "Normally, I should transform into a werewolf on the night of the full moon, and be weak for a period before and after. But this time, I have a premonition that I might remain in my werewolf state for a day before and after the full moon. Chapter 230 The Taste of a Witch. Emperor Russell, what have you done? Chapter 230, The Taste of a Demoness of Pleasure. Emperor Rosal, what have you done? The official history of the wizarding world has always recorded that the first werewolf in history was a wizard bitten by a wild wolf. When that wizard sought treatment, he did not follow proper advice but instead, on his own initiative, concocted a brand new potion as a means of treatment. Fortunately, this potion did not kill him. Unfortunately, this potion caused strange changes in his body, ultimately producing a virus that could turn people into werewolves. But in fact, according to the records in Nicholas's family library, this narrative was merely to cover up the true bloody history. The true identity of werewolves is that they were products created by ancient wizards in their pursuit of greater power. Those ancient and powerful wizards, to strengthen themselves, proposed a plan to integrate the bloodlines of other creatures into their bodies. They extracted the blood and mysterious substances from certain creatures and injected them into some people who volunteered for the experiment. Thus, the abnormal creatures known as werewolves were born. But soon, wizards discovered that lycanthropy did not enhance a wizard's spellcasting ability, it only purely strengthened the physical body. Moreover, this enhancement was very limited, only capable of blocking some ordinary spells, and unable to withstand powerful offensive magic. When wizards tried to further enhance werewolves, they found that the werewolves' potential was very low, making significant improvement impossible. After discovering the shortcomings of werewolves, pragmatic wizards decisively abandoned this type of fighting force and turned to studying giants instead. Only some weaker wizards would still cultivate werewolves to serve as meat shields for themselves. Later, when the wizards' gods fell, the werewolves also revolted. Some werewolves lost control, no longer obeyed the wizards' commands, and began to resist. Although they were mostly annihilated, a few survivors ultimately lived on, continuously expanding the werewolf population, leading to the current situation. Nicholas was very interested in these products of ancient wizards' power research and conducted long-term studies. According to Nicholas's many years of observation, with the passage of time, the numbers of both werewolves and vampires were decreasing, and the strength of individuals was also weakening. Once, werewolves could control their transformations at will, but now they can no longer do so, only transforming on the night of the full moon, and even then, losing most of their sanity. Vampires also seem to have some problems, which is why they now rarely operate on the continent of Europe, instead hiding in their castles and coffins. These two groups, like wizards, were in decline, and even worse off than wizards, experiencing more problems. Therefore, Professor Lupin's enhanced werewolf strength appeared very abnormal, even going against the overall pattern of werewolves. Harley really wanted to study this phenomenon, but she had no werewolf corpses available for her to dissect. So, she would leave this problem to Professor Dumbledore. After all, he had plenty of free time, so this would give him something to do. After chatting with Sirius and Professor Lupin for a while, Harley and Hermione left the office, preparing to return to their dormitory to sort out their gifts. That evening, Hermione was sound asleep, while the Weasley twins were burning the midnight oil in the common room, researching new products. Harley didn't want to disturb them, so she returned to the room of requirement again, ready to begin translating Emperor Rosal's notes. As she took out her dictionary, Hedwig was standing on the table. Thanks to the training she received at the former owl shop, Hedwig was very intelligent and quickly learned to speak. At this moment, she reported in a clear voice, "Sister Harley, I have completely scouted out the nest of those acromantula. They don't have any immediate plans to move yet, but I've already seen dozens of acromantula exploring deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Well done, Hedwig. Harley praised casually, and perfunctorily rubbed her bird's head twice. They really want to run away. No matter, in a couple of days, I'll go around from another direction and give them a little surprise. After receiving her owner's praise, Hedwig happily flapped her wings twice, then quietly watched Harley work. Harley first used the aid of a magic mirror for divination to successfully recall those pages of Emperor Rosel's notes and copied them onto parchment. Then, Harley began to consult the dictionary bit by bit, and flexibly translated, combining the phenomenon of polysemy in English, trying to convert those square characters into a coherent sentence. Soon, Harley translated 5 square characters, January 16th. A date. Harley pondered, it could be notes, daily research notes, or it could be a diary. After achieving some results, Harley's confidence greatly increased, and she continued to study the remaining 10 square characters. Witch, Mo, refers to magic or evil creatures, Nu, refers to female. Harley frowned. Wait, there are phrases after it. Let me see, evil females in medieval Europe who controlled the Black Death and dark arts. Why does this sound so familiar, like the witch pathway? However, Emperor Rosel is also an angel-level Beander. He must know about the witch pathway, so I can't rely solely on the dictionary. Harley combined various pieces of information, trying hard to deduce Emperor Rosel's intended meaning. Thanks to the witch pathway's bonus in learning, after half an hour of work, Harley finally pieced together what seemed to be the most accurate sentence. But Harley wished she hadn't translated it. Reading her translation, the corner of her mouth twitched continuously. January 16th, the taste of a demoness of pleasure is really good. Harley closed the dictionary and slowly exhaled. Emperor Rosel, I underestimated you. I originally thought that as an angel, and an emperor of knowledge who understood so much, you would know the past gender and experiences of a witch. Your behavior, truly worthy of an Intis noble. You've practically etched decadence into your bones. Although Harley had seen things more stimulating than this, and even experienced them many times herself. But, the important thing was, that was the influence the pathway brought to Beyonders. Although, that was the unavoidable influence brought by Sequence 6 of the Witch Pathway. It needs to be emphasized that it was the influence cheek, the end of the witch, exerted on this pathway. Harley herself could put her hand on her heart and guarantee that she was a very pure and flawless demoness of pleasure, the most dazzling lily of Backland. Harley and Emperor Rosel's self-indulgent nature were different, completely different, not at all the same. These notes are probably a diary. Harley stopped thinking about that profound sentence and began to look through the remaining few parchments. If they were notes, what exactly was the Emperor researching? I dare not imagine. Harley shook her head. She hadn't read many diaries. After all, this kind of writing couldn't be deciphered, and wild Beyonders like Harley had no interest in deliberately collecting them. She could only hope to translate something useful. Thus, after a night of translation, Harley wished she could tear the parchment in her hand to shreds. She only hoped to learn some angel-level mysticism knowledge that Emperor Rosel had casually recorded, and was not interested in Emperor Rosel himself or the decadent lives of the surrounding nobles. Harley had experienced that kind of life herself. She didn't need Emperor Rosel to recount it. Harley tucked the remaining parchments into the dictionary, deciding to translate them another day when she felt interested. During the rest of the Christmas holiday week, Harley spent her days reading with Hermione or helping the Weasley twins research magic items. Sirius also wanted to join in, but unfortunately, he had to accompany the weak and helpless Professor Lupin. In the evenings, Harley would secretly sneak into the Forbidden Forest, launching devastating attacks on the Acromantula colony from various directions. Consequently, the Acromantula soon discovered that their kin sent out to scout never returned. It should be known that the Forbidden Forest was home to many groups that could threaten Acromantula, such as centaurs, unicorns, thestrals, and trolls. Acromantula had no natural predators there, which only meant that no creatures directly preyed on them, not that they were invincible. So, during the process of sending out their kin to explore, Aragog had always instructed them to suppress their inner brutality and avoid conflicts as much as possible, prioritizing finding a safe settlement for their species. According to the current progress, several Acromantula teams that had advanced in multiple directions should have returned within 2 days. But in fact, they all silently vanished into the deeper darkness of the Forbidden Forest. This caused the Acromantula to be extremely panicked. They didn't know if stronger creatures lived in the direction away from Hogwarts, or if there were simply their natural predators there. After sending out a small team every day, but with no Acromantula returning for a full 4 days, Aragog could only temporarily shelve the exploration plan for outward exploration. Fortunately, that mysterious and powerful wizard temporarily disappeared, allowing the Acromantula to catch their breath. After receiving Hedwig's reports for several consecutive days, Harley was also very satisfied. After she had collected a large amount of materials, these stupid spiders finally felt fear and stopped sending out exploration teams. Since that was the case, Harley didn't mind giving them some time to recuperate. After all, Harley and Aragog's goals were, in a sense, consistent. Both hoped that the number of Acromantula could be as large as possible, and the colony as strong as possible. At this time, the start of the new term was also approaching. Professor Lupin had recovered, and Sirius also needed to leave Hogwarts. He had no position at Hogwarts and felt it inappropriate to overstay his welcome. Before leaving Hogwarts, Sirius even took Harley to the Three Broomsticks for 2 bottles of fire whiskey. To prevent anyone from hindering them, the two didn't tell anyone else, quietly sneaking there. Harley, Sirius said earnestly to Harley after enjoying a long-awaited sip of fire whiskey. After the holidays, would you like to come and live with me? After all, the Dursleys' house weren't good to you, and although their attitude is much better now, there's no real family affection there. Of course, I don't mind at all. Harley's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it to the Grimmauld place? I've heard classmates mention that many pure blood families have an old house, which also stores various magic of that pure blood family. Oh, Sirius's face showed an awkward expression. Harley, actually, my relationship with my family isn't good. I don't know if you understand, but in fact, I left the House of Black when I was 16. After running away from home, I first stayed with James, which is your grandparents' house. Later, one of my uncles, Alfred, a wizard who, like me, defected from the House of Black, left me a large sum of gold. So I found a place to live on my own, only accepting James's invitation to eat at the Potter Old House on weekends. So, Godfather, you haven't been back to the Grimmauld place for a long time? Harley asked softly. Seeing Sirius nod, Harley's mood seemed a little disappointed. Oh, I was quite curious about the magic treasured by the House of Black. I mean, I want to learn more magic knowledge. Harley said subconsciously, then quickly looked up and waved her hand. Godfather, I'm sorry I brought up something you didn't want to remember earlier. As long as I can live with you, Godfather, I don't really care about the Grimmauld place, truly. Looking at the not-so-well-hidden disappointment on Harley's face, Sirius was silent for a moment. He gritted his teeth, seemingly having made a decision, and suddenly said, Actually, we can also live in the Grimmauld place. Coincidentally, next semester, I don't have much to do, so I can go and clean it up. But Godfather, didn't you actively run away from there? Won't you be unwelcome if you go back? Harley asked softly. It's nothing, Sirius waved his hand magnanimously, looking completely unconcerned. I am the last person of the House of Black, it already belongs to me. And if I think about it carefully, they hate me so much, yet I'm going back to live there, passing by the portraits of those elders who hated me every day. It seems quite interesting. Sirius grew more excited as he spoke. He suddenly realized that this was also an excellent opportunity for revenge against those annoying elders. Just think, every time he passed by them, seeing them hate him but being powerless, how joyful that would be. As if afraid Harley would change her mind, Sirius gulped down the fire whiskey in his glass. Then he slammed the glass heavily onto the table. It's settled then. You are not allowed to refuse again, Harley. Thanks to Sheep 6 Inches, Sufeng Yiya, and Juwei Yanhu for their generous donations. P.S. Emperor Rosel's diaries were copied in various ways, so the dates on the same page might not be continuous at all, and repeated content has appeared. Klein has encountered such situations. So this page is not the one Klein obtained, but one made up by the author. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.